Vikir van Baskerville, once a loyal hound of the infamous Baskerville family, knelt before the guillotine, betrayed and falsely accused of colluding with the demon clan. As the blade hovered above him, he vowed, if fate gave him another chance, he would never be a submissive hound again. To his shock, the guillotine's finality dissolved, and he awoke, not in the afterlife, but in the fragile body of an infant. Surrounded by the cries of newborns, Vikir realized he was in the Baskerville family nursery. His new life began under ominous circumstances. The cold-eyed patriarch Hugo Le Baskerville entered to inspect the infants. Dismissing the others as useless, Hugo's attention fixed on the silent Vikir, whose unyielding gaze betrayed no fear. Intrigued, Hugo ordered him sent to the Cradle of Swords, a deadly trial meant to forge Baskerville heirs. Vikir's hatred for Hugo burned hot. This was the man who had orchestrated his downfall in his past life. Memories of betrayal rushed back. He had been the Baskervilles' expendable pawn, loyal to the core, yet executed for knowing too much. But this time, Vikir would write a different story. Revenge could wait. Survival came first. The Cradle of Swords awaited, a brutal labyrinth of blades where children had to crawl to the Styx River, a mythical waterway said to fortify the body. The first to reach the river would reap its full benefits, while others were left with scraps. Vikir remembered how his siblings had sabotaged him in his past life, denying him the river's blessing. Not this time. Crawling through the razor-sharp maze, his infant body bleeding from countless cuts, Vikir pressed forward. Pain was an old friend, and he embraced it. Against all odds, he reached the river and plunged in. The Styx River's waters burned like molten fire, seeping into his wounds and bones. The agony was unbearable, yet Vikir endured. Compared to the torment of his past life, this was a whisper. Every second submerged strengthened his resolve and body. Outside, attendants panicked as they watched the infant endure far longer than any child before him. Hugo observed with his signature smirk, indifferent to their pleas for intervention. 7 minutes, reported John Barrymore, the family's butler. Hugo chuckled, his amusement tinged with grim expectation. He might not survive, Hugo called out, signaling it was time to surface. But Vikir ignored him. Each second in the river was a rare chance to grow stronger, and he refused to abandon it. The water began to flood his lungs, and his vision blurred. Even as his body screamed for air, his mind chanted a single mantra, endure. Just as darkness threatened to claim him, Hugo pulled Vikir from the Styx River. The patriarch's smug smile betrayed a mix of amusement and satisfaction. Greedy little thing, he mocked. You even try to drink the river. As Hugo examined him, something unusual caught his attention. Vikir already had teeth, an extraordinary trait for a newborn. Intrigued, Hugo turned to the head butler and asked the child's name. Upon hearing it, his smirk deepened. A very greedy son has been born, he mused, half amused, half impressed. Though weak and groggy, Vikir's mind remained razor-sharp. Silently, he vowed to grow stronger in secret and someday tear Hugo apart with his own hands. His hatred didn't stop with Hugo. It extended to the entire Baskerville family. They had tried to erase him once, but this time, he would make them disappear into history. As he lay in the nursery, the memories of his past life seared his thoughts. He was Hugo's illegitimate son, cursed with low status despite his extraordinary talents. By 20, he had proven himself a master of assassination, espionage, and conquest, earning renown despite the family's disdain. Yet to the Baskervilles, he had always been a tool, disposable and replaceable. At 30, when demonic gates unleashed hell upon the world, Vikir became a pillar of resistance, fighting for 5 grueling years. His efforts turned the tide, but instead of recognition, betrayal awaited him. Accused of treachery and silence for knowing too much, his life had ended on the guillotine. This time, however, Vikir vowed that no one, not Hugo, not the Baskervilles, would get the chance to betray him again. As he fully awoke, the power of the Styx River coursed through his veins, giving him a stronger starting point than in his previous life. Yet his thoughts were interrupted by the soft creak of the nursery door. A maid entered, startled to see him awake, muttering about Madam's unusual request to leave something on his bed. Curiosity piqued. Vikir waited until the maid left before inspecting the small box she had placed beside him. The lid creaked open, revealing 2 venomous mambas, their crimson eyes glinting in the dim light. Vikir's sharp mind pieced it together instantly. This gift was an assassination attempt, orchestrated by one of the few women in the Baskerville family addressed as Madam. The motive was obvious: eliminate competition. If Vikir died, the other infants in the nursery might also succumb to the viper's fangs, removing all potential rivals. Hatred burned in his chest as the snakes lunged at him. With cold precision, Vikir caught the mid-strike, his tiny hands fueled by a lifetime's worth of rage and survival instinct. The venomous creatures writhed in his grip, but were no match for his iron will. By morning, the snakes lay lifeless beside him as Vakir peacefully dozed. The scene sent shockwaves through the Baskerville household. Chaos erupted as the nannies on duty faced brutal interrogations, their failure deemed an unforgivable crime. They were swiftly executed, but the Viper's origins remained a mystery to all, except Vakir. 8 years passed, and Vakir sat in a classroom, half listening as the teacher droned on about the hierarchy of swordsmanship. The students were captivated by the descriptions of the stages. Sword beginner, unable to imbue their blade with mana. Sword expert, capable of infusing a small amount of mana. Sword graduate, their blade shimmered with a liquid-like mana aura. Sword master, the pinnacle of mastery, able to form and shape solid mana freely. The class erupted in awe as the teacher mentioned that Sir Hugo, the family patriarch, was a sword master, the strongest in the Baskerville line. Vakir, however, paid no attention. His thoughts were consumed by his own goals, not Hugo's accolades. His coming-of-age ceremony was fast approaching, and each day brought him closer to the moment he would regain his full power. To him, the question wasn't if he could destroy Hugo, but when. The teacher glanced at Vakir, mistaking his quiet focus for disciplined dedication. Vakir's unmatched endurance in the Styx River and his remarkable physical development made him a standout. The teacher thought Hugo would be pleased. Vakir, however, cared little for Hugo's approval. He was busy calculating how many years he had left to exact his revenge. After class, trouble came in the form of 3 arrogant boys. Identical in every way, but their misplaced bravado, the triplets, Highborough, Middleborough, and Lowborough Le Baskerville cornered him. Known as Hugo's Trident, they sneered and jeered, calling him Garbage Van and mocking the stories about his legendary feats as a baby. Styx River? Strangling snakes? What a joke, Highborough taunted. The others laughed, feeding off each other's malice. Vakir's sharp memory identified them instantly. These were the same triplets who had betrayed him in his past life, stabbing him in the back when he was on the run from false accusations. At 9 years old, their cruelty was unchecked, but Vakir knew they would grow into dangerous obstacles. He debated whether to deal with them now or bide his time. Highborough, the self-proclaimed leader, pulled out a knife. They say your body's immune to blades, he smirked. Let's test that. Middleborough grabbed Vakir from behind, clamping a hand over his mouth. 3 minutes, he said with a sneer. If he can endure that, I'll eat my hand. The triplets began their experiment, slashing at Vakir with increasing frustration. 1 minute passed, then 3, then 10. No matter how hard they tried, the knife didn't leave a scratch. Annoyed and out of ideas, the triplets let Vakir go. Guess the legend's true, Middleborough muttered. As he released Vakir, he froze, noticing blood on his hand and the absence of a finger. Vakir spat the severed digit onto the ground, his expression calm, almost bored. What are you doing? Middleborough shrieked, his face pale. Vakir's dark smile deepened. You said you'd eat your own hand, he reminded him coldly. Panic gripped the remaining 2 triplets. We need a priest, they yelled, scrambling to find a way to reattach the finger. Vakir wasn't interested. His icy gaze silenced their panic, and he spoke with quiet authority. Leave. The enraged triplet lunged at Vakir with a knife, hurling insults and emphasizing their age advantage. Vakir remained calm, letting the blade strike him, but it failed to pierce his skin. Seizing the moment, he grabbed the boy's wrist and twisted it with merciless precision. The triplet screamed in pain as Vakir, his voice cold and steady, reminded them that in the Baskerville family, power and talent always trumped age. An evil glint flashed in Vakir's eyes as he taunted them. Shall we continue your little game? Let's see who lasts. He wrenched the boy's arm further, eliciting louder cries. The remaining 2 triplets, frozen in fear, soon snapped into action. One charged at Vakir in a blind fury, only to meet a devastating punch that sent him sprawling across the floor. The third followed suit, lunging in desperation, but Vakir countered effortlessly with a kick to the face, leaving him crumpled beside his brothers. The room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the groans of the defeated triplets. Vakir stood over them, his gaze icy and unforgiving. With chilling detachment, he told them that while their wounds could be treated, they would have to endure their pain for now. Then, with a mockingly generous tone, he offered them a way out. One of you can leave the room, Vakir said. Relief flickered across the triplets' battered faces, and they quickly asked which one of them would be spared. In response, Vakir picked up the knife and tossed it onto the ground between them. Decide for yourselves, he said, his voice dripping with cruel amusement. As he turned to leave, he added one last taunt. Don't take too long. At least one of you should live, right? The triplets stared at the knife, then at each other. The realization hit them like a thunderclap. Survival would come at a cost. Desperation overtook reason, and they began to fight, clawing and struggling to claim the blade. From outside the room, Vikir paused to listen, satisfaction curling his lips as the sounds of their infighting, grunts, shouts, and cries echoed through the hallway. The once united trident of Baskerville had been shattered, their bond irreparably fractured. Meanwhile, in the Patriarch's office, Hugo Le Baskerville received troubling news from his head butler, John Barrymore. "The Morgs clan is stirring trouble at the Ruby Mines, my lord," John reported. "They've started staking claims to the territory." Hugo leaned back in his chair, unfazed. "Let them. We'll deal with it when they come knocking," he replied coolly. John nodded and shifted topics. "The juvenile evaluations at the Baskerville Fortress have concluded the written exams. Master Vikir scored the highest." He hesitated briefly before adding, "The practical exams are in 5 days. The Guardian Knights have already begun clearing the training grounds." Hugo nodded, his expression unreadable, but John's slight hesitation didn't escape him. "Is there something else?" Hugo asked, his voice low. John hesitated again before finally speaking. "There's been an incident involving the young masters." Hugo's gaze darkened. "How many died?" "None, my lord," John quickly clarified. "But there were injuries. Master Highborough's teeth were completely shattered. Master Middleborough suffered a broken jaw, and Master Lowborough lost his left index finger." Hugo's face remained impassive as John continued. "The physical wounds have been treated, but the psychological impact seems severe. The boys are deeply shaken." Hugo's brow furrowed in mild surprise as he remarked, "The Trident of Baskerville is known for their unshakable bond. They wouldn't have turned on each other without good reason." John Barrymore, standing attentively, responded with precision. "The cause was another young master, Vikir. Not only did he inflict their injuries, but he also achieved the highest score on the written exam." Intrigued and faintly concerned, Hugo ordered, "Summon him." Vikir entered Hugo's office with a calm smile, exuding quiet confidence. Hugo greeted him with a tone of authority, commenting, "You've grown considerably since we last met." Hugo wasted no time addressing the incident with the triplets, noting the gravity of their injuries, not the physical ones, which had been treated, but the deeper wounds inflicted on their bond as brothers. Hugo's gaze was steady as he asked, "Do you think your actions were wrong?" Vikir met his gaze without hesitation, replying with his own question. "What did I do wrong?" Hugo's eyes narrowed slightly, yet he allowed Vikir to continue. The boy elaborated, asserting that in the Baskerville family, strength was paramount. If strength decides all, how can the stronger party ever be in the wrongs? Hugo paused, his expression unreadable, before revealing, "The triplets have already forgiven you." The revelation caught Vikir off guard. "They forgave me?" he echoed, incredulous. An old memory surfaced in Vikir's mind, a scene from his previous life. A young woman, the last survivor of a family annihilated by the Baskervilles, had come to Hugo as a nun. Despite her suffering, she forgave him, citing her faith. Hugo's response, cold and cutting, now rang clearly in Vikir's ears. Forgiveness is merely an excuse for the weak, who lack the strength to seek revenge. Drawing from that memory, Vikir repeated Hugo's own words back to him. Forgiveness is nothing more than a way for the powerless to cope with their inability to retaliate. For a moment, silence filled the room. Then Hugo's stern expression softened into approval, his eyes faintly glowing with satisfaction. "You understand," he said simply. Turning to John Barrymore, Hugo issued an unexpected command. "Let him take whatever snacks he wants from the food storage, so long as he can carry them himself." Grateful but cautious, Vikir made a modest request, chocolates. As he turned to leave, Hugo's voice stopped him. "Perform well in the upcoming evaluation," the Patriarch said, his tone sharp yet almost fatherly, "particularly against the direct descendants of the Baskerville bloodline. Don't disappoint me, son." Vikir's lips curled into a faint smile, though his crimson eyes betrayed a simmering hatred. "Understood," he replied, and left with Barrymore. The head butler led Vikir to the storage room, proudly explaining the premium quality of their chocolates. "These are the finest in noble circles," Barrymore said. The Morgs clan spared no effort in procuring them. Before he could continue, Vikir interrupted firmly. "I don't want anything processed." Barrymore, momentarily taken aback, sought clarification. "Cacao beans," Vikir specified. "The ones with the richest aroma." Though puzzled, the butler complied, arranging for a batch of cacao beans to be brought to Vikir. As he placed one in his mouth, a nearby chef offered an explanation. "Those are bloody beans," the chef said, impressed by Vikir's choice. "They're legendary for their potency. Just one bean can produce up to 100 liters of chocolate. Their aroma and yield are unparalleled." The head butler, Barrymore, watched in bemusement as Vikir chewed on the bitter cacao bean without hesitation. Assuming Vikir had an unusual love for chocolate, Barrymore thought the boy's unorthodox request might be a clever ploy to secure more in the future. When the chef offered to process the beans into chocolate and deliver it to his room, Vakir declined, insisting on taking the raw beans with him. The peculiar request left the staff scratching their heads. What none of them realized was that Vakir had no intention of eating chocolate. These cacao beans were tools for a far more devious plan, one that would unfold during the practical exam in 5 days. Unbeknownst to everyone, the seeds of chaos had been sown, and a catastrophic event loomed, destined to become a defining moment in the Baskerville clan's brutal history. The Baskerville family, infamous as the Berserker family, forged their reputation through relentless trials and ruthless discipline. From their first steps, Baskerville children were shaped by grueling evaluations designed to strip away weakness. Among the earliest trials was a grueling mountain climb, with rest granted only in carefully rationed breaks. At night, they were forced to sleep beside the corpse of a slain monster, a grisly exercise meant to steel their nerves and prepare them for hostile environments. This unrelenting training produced warriors feared and respected across the land. However, it was at the age of 8 that the true test began, the deadly evaluation, a rite of passage that would cement their place in the Baskerville hierarchy. On the outskirts of Baskerville territory loomed the life-engulfing forest, a treacherous mountain infested with monsters. This foreboding peak was the site of the deadly evaluation. The young hounds, children selected for the trial, gathered at its base, their expressions a mix of determination and fear. Standing before them was Shadow Dog Pavlov Van Baskerville, an instructor renowned for his sharp instincts and formidable aura. He laid out the rules of the exam with cold precision. The task was deceptively simple: survive for 1 month on the mountain while hunting strong monsters. The scoring system, however, demanded both strategy and ruthlessness. Survive the month, 10 points. Avoid permanent injuries, 30 points. Defeat a monster, 70 points. Eliminate a contestant, 50 points. Fulfill all conditions, 90 points. But no one could achieve a perfect 100. Sir Hugo had decreed that perfection bred arrogance, and arrogance was the path to ruin. Additional points could be earned by stealing the badge issued to each participant. However, death carried an unforgiving penalty, 0 points. Pavlov issued a grim warning: do not stray beyond the designated area. While the marked zones were dangerous, they were partially subjugated with monitored monster populations. Beyond these areas lay the mountain's forbidden zones, where unknown horrors prowled. The shadow dogs, acting as examiners and covert supervisors, would observe the participants and minimize casualties where possible. Killing was not forbidden but carried penalties, and the instructors aimed to prevent unnecessary deaths. Yet in the Baskerville family, the line between survival and slaughter was perilously thin. As the young masters gathered at the base of the mountain, anticipation crackled in the air. Whispers rippled through the group, with many casting furtive glances at Vakir. His legendary endurance in the Styx River and the rumored incident with the triplets were hot topics of conversation. Vakir, as composed as ever, remained indifferent to their murmurs, his thoughts focused on the mountain before him. He had been to Le Rouge et Le Noir before and was no stranger to its dangers. Unlike the others, who saw only a brutal test, Vakir saw an opportunity. Nearby, the triplets stood together, their usual arrogance dampened. Beads of sweat glistened on their foreheads as they cast uneasy looks at Vakir. Their nerves betrayed them. It was clear the memory of their encounter with him still lingered. Shadow Dog Pavlov, standing tall and imposing, offered a brief wish for success before the sharp toll of the bell echoed across the mountain. The evaluation had begun. The group exploded into motion, scattering in every direction. Some pursued carefully planned strategies, racing toward areas they believed offered an advantage. Others played opportunists, trailing their peers to claim their badges, or their lives, when the moment presented itself. The triplets, however, were already arguing. Each insisted on their own plan, their voices growing louder as frustration took hold. Their bickering slowed them down, their movements clumsy and disorganized. Watching from a hidden perch, Pavlov's expression darkened. Though he hoped to keep casualties minimal, the disarray among the participants hinted at an inevitable bloodbath. One shadow dog, assigned to monitor Vakir, followed him closely, while the other candidates scrambled for safe zones or sought out weaker competitors to target. Vakir took an entirely different route. He strode confidently toward the restricted zone, a place forbidden even to many of the instructors. The shadow dog's curiosity was piqued. Who was this boy? Rumored to be a prodigy, Vakir had already distinguished himself through his feats. His boldness in venturing into the restricted zone intrigued the seasoned observer, who followed silently, eager to see how Vakir would fare in the uncharted wilderness. Vakir stopped at a massive tree, scanning his surroundings with calm precision. The soft ground beneath the tree seemed like the perfect place to set up camp. To the Shadow Dog's surprise, Vikir began preparing to rest. While the other candidates battled monsters or plotted to steal badges, Vikir busied himself with mundane tasks, gathering wood, digging small holes, and practicing with a wooden stick. When night fell, he slept peacefully under the tree, completely unbothered by the chaos erupting elsewhere on the mountain. The Shadow Dog grew impatient. Was this boy truly a genius, or just a fraud avoiding the real competition? His so-called strategy seemed like nothing more than camping and cooking. Frustrated by the lack of action, the Shadow Dog eventually decided to abandon his watch, muttering to himself as he left to observe more interesting candidates. As soon as the Shadow Dog was gone, a sly smile crept across Vikir's face. He had been waiting for this moment. Without the observer breathing down his neck, he could finally focus on his real plan. Tossing a handful of bloodied beans into the fire, Vikir leaned back against the tree, reminiscing about the old days when camping like this was second nature. A quiet chuckle escaped him as he muttered to himself, "Finally, that nosy dog is gone." The flames crackled, releasing the potent aroma of the beans into the air. Vikir's preparations were complete. The peaceful facade melted away, replaced by a glint of predatory intent in his crimson eyes. "The real hunt starts now," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the flicker of the fire. A few days into the evaluation, Vikir ventured into the restricted zone, a treacherous area he knew all too well from his past life. His sharp eyes scanned the charred terrain, his senses alert. The acrid scent of burning hung in the air, a clear indicator he was getting close. Scorched roots and smoldering stool confirmed his suspicion. His target was near. Towering before him, wreathed in sulfuric heat, stood a hellhound, a 3-meter-tall monstrosity with flames spewing from its mouth and eyes. The beast radiated terror, its very presence capable of incinerating anything in its path. Known for its relentless brutality, the hellhound burned its victims until nothing but ash remained. With a risk rating of B+, it was a living disaster, a nightmare brought to life. For a brief moment, doubt flickered through Vikir's mind. In his past life, he had barely survived an encounter with one of these creatures at 18. Now, as an 8-year-old, facing it directly would be suicide. But Vikir hadn't come to fight the hellhound head-on. He had a plan. The hellhound lunged, flames flaring wildly as it snapped its massive jaws. Vikir sidestepped, narrowly avoiding its bite. He recalled the creature's first critical weakness. Hellhounds could only move in straight lines. Their immense size and speed made sudden changes in direction impossible. Seizing the opportunity, Vikir quickly poured water onto the ground, creating a shallow puddle. The hellhound skidded to a halt, hesitating as it calculated a detour. "Can't cross water, can you?" Vikir muttered with a smirk. Like most canine monsters, the hellhound was instinctively repelled by water, even in shallow amounts. This bought Vikir precious time to reposition himself. But the danger was far from over. The beast's bloodlust was unrelenting, and it lunged again, flames roaring. Vikir sprang into action, executing the final step of his plan. As the hellhound opened its massive jaws to roar, Vikir hurled a bloody bean directly into its throat. The beast staggered, its snarls turning to whimpers as its body trembled violently. It collapsed, immobilized and helpless. "Chocolate's toxic to canines," Vikir remarked, watching the hellhound writhe. The bloody bean, capable of producing 100 liters of chocolate from a single seed, acted as a concentrated poison, overwhelming the beast in moments. With the hellhound incapacitated, Vikir approached with deliberate calm. His crimson gaze locked on its weak point, a vulnerable spot near its kidney, where no ribs offered protection. He gripped his sword tightly, then plunged the blade into the hellhound's side with surgical precision. The beast's body convulsed before going still. A rush of energy, its karma, flowed into Vikir, fortifying his young body. His sword felt lighter, his movements sharper. Inch by inch, he could feel himself reclaiming the immense power he had once possessed before his regression, all while still in the body of an 8-year-old. Standing over the fallen hellhound, Vikir allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. He imagined the stunned expression on Hugo's face when he returned to the clan with the head of a B+ rank monster. With a flick of his blade, Vikir decapitated the hellhound and hoisted its massive head. The weight felt insignificant in his hands, a testament to his growing strength. As he gazed out over the charred forest, Vikir's smirk deepened. Victory was already in his grasp. He knew that this kill had all but guaranteed him first place in the practical exam. Vikir's triumph was short-lived. A low, menacing growl shattered the silence, and he turned to see a group of hellhounds emerging from the shadows. Their flaming eyes locked onto him, filled with vengeful fury. It was clear they had come for their fallen comrade. Despite the odds, Vikir remained calm. He gripped his sword tightly, mentally calculating his resources. He had enough bloody beings to exploit their weakness, and he knew their patterns and limitations. Victory wasn't impossible, but before the hellhounds could attack, something unexpected happened. The pack began to whimper, their flaming eyes darting nervously as they shrank back. This sudden display of fear immediately caught Vikir's attention. Hellhounds never back down, even when facing certain death. What could terrify them? Vikir murmured, his heart pounding as he turned to face the source of their fear. His eyes widened in shock. Towering above him was a Cerberus, the legendary three-headed guardian of the underworld. The beast was colossal, 7 meters tall and radiating an aura of unmatched menace. Its 3 heads snarled and snapped, each mouth spewing fiery embers. With a risk rating of A+, Cerberus was leagues beyond the hellhounds in strength and ferocity. Vikir's mind raced. What is a Cerberus doing here? The monstrous creature was supposed to reside on the 7th ridge of life engulfing forest, far beyond the exam's designated area. Then he noticed something critical. Cerberus was injured. The creature's massive body bore several deep wounds, and arrows jutted out from its flesh. Blood trickled down its dark fur, and its movements were slower than usual. It was clear someone or something had been hunting it, driving it to this lower ridge. Realizing the opportunity before him, Vikir quickly assessed his options. An injured Cerberus was still a massive threat, but it was far more vulnerable than usual. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. With steely resolve, Vikir charged forward, his body moving with precision honed from years of battle in his past life. His blade flashed in the dim light as he landed several strikes on the massive beast. Each blow was calculated, targeting weak points exposed by its injuries. The Cerberus roared in pain, its fiery breath scorching the ground as it lashed out in retaliation. Vikir dodged with agility, his movements sharper than ever thanks to the strength he had gained from the Styx River. An injured Cerberus. This is doable, Vikir thought, his determination burning as brightly as the flames around him. But his confidence was short-lived. In a moment of carelessness, the Cerberus struck with lightning speed. Its first swipe shattered Vikir's sword, the blade exploding into fragments that scattered across the forest floor. The second blow hit him with tremendous force, sending him flying through the air like a ragdoll. Vikir's flight ended abruptly as his body slammed into a tree trunk with a sickening crack. The impact left him crumpled on the ground, motionless and battered. Blood spilled from his mouth, pooling beneath him as silence descended. For a moment, nothing moved. Then, Vikir's eyes fluttered open. Pain shot through his body, sharp and overwhelming. Panic flared as he noticed the unnatural angle of his left arm. His first thought was that the Cerberus had torn it clean off, but to his relief, it was still attached, though badly mangled. He grimaced, forcing himself to sit up. The Styx River's blessing saved me, he realized, though the protection came with limits. He wouldn't survive another direct hit. The Cerberus advanced, its 3 heads snarling in unison, fire and fury emanating from its massive frame. Vikir's instincts screamed at him. Brute force was no longer an option. Survival demanded a different strategy. Sometimes the wisest move was to retreat and live to fight another day. Swallowing his pride, Vikir turned and ran. His mind raced as he scanned the terrain for an escape. The beast's roars thundered behind him, its footsteps shaking the ground with each stride. Then he saw its salvation. A weathered iron fence loomed just a few yards ahead, marking the edge of the restricted zone. If he could cross it, he'd be closer to the safe haven he had prepared before the battle. Summoning every ounce of strength, Vikir sprinted toward the fence. The Cerberus lunged, its massive jaws snapping inches from his back. With a final burst of speed, he threw himself through the gate, crashing onto the other side. Relief surged through him, but there was no time to waste. The beast's pursuit was relentless, and Vikir had to move fast. He scanned the forest, his eyes locking onto the trap he had set days earlier, a deep pit camouflaged beneath thick foliage. As the Cerberus charged, Vikir led it straight to the concealed pit. Timing his move perfectly, he dived out of the way just as the beast lunged forward. Unable to stop its momentum, the Cerberus plummeted into the pit, impaling itself on the wooden spears hidden below. Vikir's lips curled into a grim smile. His meticulous preparation had paid off. The spears, coated with the essence of bloody beans, acted as a lethal poison to canine monsters. The Cerberus howled in pain, its growls turning to gurgles as foam oozed from its mouths. Yet, Vikir knew better than to relax. The legendary beast wasn't defeated yet. Despite its injuries, the Cerberus began to climb out of the pit, its enormous claws scraping against the sides. Vikir wasted no time. He grabbed a wooden spear, its tip smeared with venom from a bloody mamba snake, and hurled it with precision. The spear pierced the creature's side, eliciting another anguished roar, but the beast pressed on. Step by agonizing step, the Cerberus dragged itself forward. Vikir counted silently, his pulse pounding. 1, 2, 3. The beast advanced, each step slower and more labored than the last. 4, 5, 6. As the seventh step landed, the mighty Cerberus faltered. Its knees buckled, and with a final, earth-shaking groan, it collapsed lifeless at Vikir's feet. Vikir exhaled deeply, his body trembling from exhaustion and relief. The venom of the bloody mamba, true to its legend, had ensured the creature couldn't take more than 7 steps after being struck. He had hidden the spear long ago, a precaution for the most dire of circumstances. Today, it had saved his life. The immense energy of the defeated Cerberus surged into Vikir, strengthening his body further. His muscles felt lighter, his reflexes sharper. Power coursed through him, and he marveled at how close he was to reclaiming the strength of his former life. He turned to the massive corpse of the Cerberus, a testament to his victory. Its 3 heads alone would be proof enough of his feat, but there was a problem. The poisoned spears and venomous effects would be obvious upon examination. Rumors could spread, undermining his achievement. Vikir considered his options. Transporting the entire corpse was impossible alone, and while the heads were portable, he needed a witness to corroborate the kill. His thoughts drifted to the guardian knight, who had seen him carving the wooden spears days earlier. Perhaps they could vouch for him. A new thought ignited in Vikir's mind. The Cerberus was no ordinary monster. It was a gatekeeper. That could only mean one thing. It had been guarding something, most likely a dungeon. Vikir's pulse quickened. Dungeons were lairs of powerful creatures, brimming with rare artifacts and untold riches. The chance to uncover hidden treasure was too tempting to ignore. Before venturing further, Vikir took a calculated precaution. Scooping up a handful of the Cerberus's foul-smelling feces, he smeared it on his body. The stench was revolting, but it served a purpose, masking his scent from smaller predators that might cross his path. Survival before dignity. Following the Cerberus's trail through the forest, Vikir's experienced eyes spotted the signs. A path of dried soil, rotting leaves, and disturbed roots. Recognition struck him like a lightning bolt. This dungeon, he muttered to himself. In his past life, this place would be discovered a decade from now. By then, it would have already been plundered, its treasures long gone. But now, it was untouched. The air around it practically hummed with mana, an unmistakable sign of its vitality. The dungeon's entrance loomed before him, shrouded in oppressive darkness. Vikir approached cautiously, his crimson eyes faintly glowing with anticipation. One wrong step could mean death. He stepped inside, the silence broken only by the soft echo of his footsteps. The further he descended, the more the dungeon revealed its wonders. Veins of ruby minerals streaked the walls, their faint glimmers lighting the way. Vikir deduced they were connected to the nearby Red All Mountain, famous for its precious gems. His excitement grew as he pressed deeper into the labyrinth. Then, a glimmer of light ahead caught his attention. Quickening his pace, he entered a massive, brightly lit chamber and stopped in awe. At the chamber center stood a colossal ruby mounted atop a stone pillar, its intense, otherworldly glow illuminating the room. This wasn't just any jewel. Vikir could tell at a glance that the gem was infused with mana, its brilliance far surpassing anything he had ever seen. For a moment, he simply marveled at the treasure before him. But his awe was short-lived. Nearby, a skeleton lay crumpled on the ground. As he approached, the signs of violence became apparent. Deep stab wounds marred the brittle bones, and dried blood stained the floor around it, a silent testament to the victim's gruesome fate. Vikir knelt beside the remains, his sharp mind piecing together clues. Lying next to the skeleton was a weathered letter, its edges worn with age. Curiosity piqued, he picked it up and began to read. The writer introduced himself as Cain, but notably avoided providing his full name. The handwriting struck a chord of recognition deep within Vikir. His crimson eyes narrowed. This is Baskerville handwriting, he murmured, his suspicions growing. The letter detailed a harrowing tale. Cain and his brother, Abel, had stumbled upon this legendary chamber, a place spoken of in Baskerville lore for generations. Together, they had navigated countless trials and slain powerful monsters to reach this fabled location. But their journey ended here. The letter revealed they had been trapped by the dungeon's final trial, imprisoned in this chamber for 3 agonizing years. Vikir's thoughts churned as he absorbed the weight of Cain and Abel's grim tale. What treasure could possibly justify such suffering? His attention returned to the massive ruby at the chamber's center. Its mesmerizing glow seemed to call out to him, and Vikir knew instinctively it held the key to the dungeon's final challenge. Approaching cautiously, he read the riddle inscribed on the stone aloud. When entering, it's 1. But once inside, it's 2. When leaving, it's 1. The cryptic words hung heavily in the air, their meaning elusive. Vakir recalled Cain's letter, where the brothers had wrestled with this very puzzle. Cain and Abel, twins separated at birth, had believed the riddle required them to become one again. This interpretation led to tragedy. Cain, driven by desperation, had killed Abel in a futile attempt to solve the riddle. Yet even after his brother's death, the treasure remained inaccessible. Racked with guilt, Cain had abandoned the dungeon empty-handed, his letter warning future adventurers of its cruelty. He called it the Devil's Den, a place designed to prey on human greed, offering despair instead of salvation. Vakir reread the riddle, refusing to succumb to the same despair that had broken Cain. The answer wasn't about people, it couldn't be. His sharp gaze scanned the chamber, noting every detail. The ruby's light, the skeleton's silent testimony, and the phrasing of the riddle itself. 1, 2, 1. Suddenly it clicked. The answer wasn't about twins or sacrifice. It was about shadows. Vakir stepped toward the ruby, his thoughts crystallizing. In the dark passage leading to the chamber, he had cast no shadow. Upon entering the ruby's glow, he became two, himself and his shadow. And when the light disappeared, the shadow would vanish, leaving only one again. It was simple, too simple for Cain and Abel, blinded by their assumptions. Vakir gripped his weapon and struck the ruby with a precise blow. The gem shattered into fragments, its brilliant light extinguished in an instant. The chamber lit up with a final, blinding flash as the ruby crumbled. Then, as silence returned, the treasure the dungeon had guarded was revealed. Vakir's breath caught. At the center of the newly exposed chamber stood a sword embedded in a stone. Its sinister aura filled the air, heavy with malice and power. The blade exuded a dark, otherworldly energy that sent shivers down Vakir's spine. Approaching cautiously, he read the inscription etched into the stone. "Only those with Baskerville's blood may claim me." His eyes widened. This wasn't just any weapon. It was the fabled Beelzebub. The name stirred memories buried deep within him. As a child, he had seen illustrations of the gluttonous fly, Beelzebub, in an old picture book. The monstrous entity was said to devour all in its path, an insatiable glutton tied to ancient legends. The stories of Beelzebub were more than legends. They were warnings. Known as one of the seven calamities, Beelzebub was part of the devil's holy constellation, a force of destruction so immense that 7 great families, including the Baskervilles, had risen to combat them. Each family had faced a fragment of their power, sealing the remnants within their lands. The first patriarch of the Baskerville family had battled Beelzebub, sealing its essence within their territory. Many dismissed these tales as myths, but as Vakir stood before the ominous blade radiating Beelzebub's malevolence, he knew the truth. The sword's existence was undeniable proof that the legends were real. Vakir stared at the blade, its dark aura flickering faintly like the dying embers of a fire. This weapon was more than a tool of destruction. It was a symbol of his family's cursed legacy. Yet, it also represented unparalleled power. He thought of the blood-soaked history tied to its edge. Beelzebub's sword, once wielded by the demon clans, had left countless human lives in its wake. The weapon was both a prize and a threat, but one thing was clear. It could not fall into the wrong hands. "This sword is mine now," Vakir declared, reaching for the hilt. The moment his fingers closed around it, an intense surge of energy shot through his body, forcing a gasp from his lips. The blade reacted instantly, vanishing from sight only to reappear moments later, fused to his hand. Vakir held his breath as the sword materialized again, emerging directly from his palm as if it had always been part of him. Its faint, ominous aura pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat. He stared at the weapon in awe. The sword wasn't just a relic. It was a fragment of the devil's holy constellation, imbued with potential that made his blood race. A grin spread across his face as he marveled at the power it could unlock. With such a weapon, his path to vengeance grew clearer. After thoroughly exploring the dungeon and finding nothing else of value, Vakir decided to leave. But as he approached the exit, a sudden wave of nausea overtook him. His vision blurred, his legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, clutching his stomach. At first, he thought it was his own hunger, but the sensation was strange, foreign. Then he understood. It wasn't his hunger. It was the sword's. Beelzebub's insatiable appetite was now linked to him, its hunger coursing through his veins. Stumbling out of the dungeon, Vakir felt the blade tugging at him, pulling in a specific direction. Unable to resist, he followed its guidance. It led him back to the Hellhound's corpse, still steaming from its earlier battle. Confused but compelled, Vakir extended the blade toward the body. His eyes widened as the sword came alive, voraciously absorbing the Hellhound's blood. The once dark blade pulsed with crimson light as it fed, its hunger satiated at last. As the feeding ended, the sword let out a strange, satisfied sound, like a child after a hearty meal. Vikir's own hunger faded, replaced by a gnawing frustration. The blade was unpredictable. Its needs a burden he hadn't anticipated. Yet, its power was undeniable. Examining the weapon, Vikir noted its intricate design, slots embedded within the blade, faintly glowing. He recalled the stories about Beelzebub's inherent ability, gluttonous flies. The sword could absorb not only the blood of its victims but their skills, adding them to its arsenal. This ability made Beelzebub a weapon of limitless potential, but also one of chaos. Many of its past wielders had overindulged its appetite, allowing it to absorb so much that even their most fearsome opponents had been rendered powerless. I won't make the same mistake, Vikir muttered. He resolved to limit the sword's consumption to 3 abilities at a time, no more. Any more would risk making the blade unmanageable, and himself its victim. The barren trees and dried soil of the mountain took on a new meaning as Vikir reflected on the blade's gluttony. He suspected Beelzebub had been the cause of this desolation, its insatiable hunger draining life from everything around it. Inspecting the first slot, Vikir noted the newly absorbed skill, Hemorrhage Hellhound B+. This ability caused wounds inflicted by the blade to bleed uncontrollably, even from the smallest cuts, a devastating tool for attrition-based battles. His gaze shifted to the massive corpse of the Cerberus, and an idea sparked. Extending Beelzebub toward the body, Vikir allowed the blade to begin feeding. The sword's dark aura flared, and the Cerberus's blood was drawn into it. Before the weapon could devour the entire corpse, Vikir stopped it with a sharp word, tapping the hilt lightly, as if scolding a pet. Enough, he muttered. The blade responded with a shrill cry, like a reprimanded child. Beelzebub's 3 slots were now filled. 1. Incinerate Cerberus. A+, inflict severe, flaming injuries that are resistant to healing. 2. Hemorrhage Hellhound, B+, causes catastrophic blood loss from even minor wounds. 3. High-speed regeneration. F. A minor healing ability absorbed from a crushed sewer rat. Vikir smirked, noting the high-speed regeneration skill. While not as impressive as the others, it could still prove useful in emergencies. He glanced at the squashed rat beneath the Cerberus's corpse and felt a mix of amusement and practicality. Reflecting on Incinerate Cerberus, Vikir marveled at its raw destructive power. Thermal injuries, he knew, inflicted far more agony than hemorrhage. With his preparations for the exam complete, Vikir chose to remain near the Cerberus's remains until the evaluation officially ended. When the young hounds returned to Baskerville Fortress, the elders began assessing their performances. Each participant was awarded a reward crafted from the remains of their hunted monsters, a sword, shield, or necklace symbolizing their success. But one hound stood out above the rest. In his office, Patriarch Hugo Van Baskerville leaned back in his chair, eyebrows raised in mild surprise. Turning to his head butler, John Barrymore, he asked, "Who caught what?" Barrymore responded dutifully. Master Vikir Van Baskerville, the 8-year-old hound, hunted a Cerberus, an A+ rank monster that wandered into the restricted area during the exam. Hugo's surprise deepened. Even the family's guardian knights avoided facing such creatures. Yet, Vikir had managed to slay one. Barrymore continued, explaining that the Cerberus had been previously wounded by the barbarian tribe before Vikir encountered it. The boy had then used poison on a wooden spear to secure his victory. However, the exact nature of the poison remained unknown, as Vikir's hunting journal offered no explanation. Hugo smirked, intrigued. And why hasn't he clarified this? Barrymore hesitated before answering. The boy claimed he was tired and retired to his dormitory. The patriarch chuckled, his eyes glinting with amusement. The little brat is already so sly. He understands that information is power, and power has its value. Barrymore nodded, though his astonishment lingered. It's remarkable that such talent comes from a hound named Van, rather than Lon. Hugo dismissed Barrymore's implication with a smirk. I do not judge hounds by their lineage. I raise them for their talent and their spite. Even mutts can rise to greatness. His tone left no room for doubt. In the Baskerville clan, skill and ambition outweighed noble birth. Barrymore hesitated, his mind drifting briefly to Hugo's second son, who was undergoing isolation training. He wondered if Hugo's indifference masked concern, but chose not to voice his thoughts. Instead, he bowed slightly and apologized for his earlier comment. Hugo waved it off. Enough of that. Bring me something to lift my spirits. Shall I summon Master Vikir? Barrymore offered immediately. Hugo nodded, and the butler departed. When Vikir entered the Patriarch's office, his composed, self-assured demeanor didn't escape Barrymore's notice. Hugo, ever direct, wasted no time questioning him about the Cerberus hunt. How did you manage it? Hugo asked. With calm precision, Vikir revealed his use of chocolate as a poison, exploiting its lethal effect on canine monsters. Hugo's eyes briefly widened in surprise, quickly piecing together the implications. The boy's earlier request for chocolate hadn't been a whim. It had been a carefully laid strategy. Barrymore, standing nearby, was equally astonished but kept his focus on the subtle tension between the two. The lack of formal greetings struck him as unusual. Was this how a father and son truly interacted? As the conversation continued, Hugo shifted gears. Why didn't you explain this to Barrymore earlier? Vakir's reply was curt but deliberate. The butler is not my master. Hugo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Then who is your master? I belong to the clan, Vakir said without hesitation. The master of the clan is my master as well. Hugo smirked faintly, leaning back in his chair. Well said. He congratulated Vakir on his performance during the practical exam and declared that the Cerberus's corpse and all associated materials would belong solely to him. Hugo then announced an additional reward. As the highest scorer, Vakir was entitled to a special privilege, the opportunity to make a wish. Vakir's eyes gleamed at the prospect. Without hesitation, he requested access to the 10,000-book library, one of the largest and most prestigious repositories of knowledge in the Empire. Deep within the Baskerville clan's territory, the library housed forbidden techniques and secrets, accessible only to the Patriarch, the second-in-command, and their direct descendants. Hugo's eyebrows rose at the request. He reminded Vakir of the strict rules governing access, emphasizing that illegitimate children were barred from entry. Vakir, undeterred, replied coolly, if access is denied, I'll accept the decision. Inwardly, however, he was already devising plans to sneak in if necessary. To his astonishment, Hugo granted permission. You may enter, Hugo said, his tone calm but unreadable. Vakir was momentarily speechless, but quickly recovered. Hugo wasn't finished. Specifically, I want you to seek out the Baskerville 6 technique in the 6th restricted zone of the library. Barrymore's composure faltered. The 6th restricted zone was an area even the legitimate children of the family rarely ventured. No illegitimate child had ever been granted access this far, much less given a directive to retrieve such an advanced technique. The weight of the moment wasn't lost on Vakir. While he maintained his composure, his mind raced. Why is he giving me this opportunity? Even so, he reminded himself that the 6th technique, while formidable, was still far below Hugo's level of mastery. Before his regression, Hugo had achieved mastery over the Baskerville 7th technique, wielding the legendary power to bear 9 fangs. It was a feat that made him unparalleled within the clan, solidifying his place at its apex. But Vakir's ambitions extended far beyond the 6th or even the 7th technique. His sights were set on the ultimate prize, the textbook of swordsmanship, the foundational manual created by the first Baskerville Patriarch, who had subdued the 7 great disasters. It contained the teachings that had shaped the clan's unmatched legacy, and Vakir believed it held the key to his success. As Hugo offered a faint smile and wished him good luck, Vakir bowed, expressing his gratitude. Inside, however, he marveled at how Hugo had unknowingly handed him an opportunity of incalculable value. He doesn't realize what he's given me, Vakir thought. But it didn't matter. What mattered was what he would do with it. Arriving at the 10,000-book library for the first time, Vakir stood in awe. Towering shelves filled with ancient tomes stretched endlessly before him, each spine bearing a title that sparked his imagination. He read a few aloud, letting the evocative names linger in the quiet air. Severing incisors, grinding molars, piercing canines, snaggled tooth that embeds twice, wisdom teeth that lay down. These were the forbidden secrets of Baskerville swordsmanship he had long coveted but had been barred from learning in his past life. Yet he understood the logic behind the restrictions. The Baskerville clan had deliberately designed their techniques to cap the progress of their hounds at the 4th technique. It was a safeguard, a leash, ensuring no hound could turn their sharpened fangs against their master. Pressing onward, Vakir's steps were purposeful as he navigated the labyrinth of knowledge. Eventually, he arrived at a section guarded by heavy chains. Behind the iron bindings rested a massive tome, its lock glinting in the dim light. Vakir's crimson eyes narrowed. This is it, the Baskerville 6 technique. For a moment, he couldn't believe it. Hugo had truly granted him access to something he could only dream of in his past life. Unlocking the chains, Vakir smirked. He knew why Hugo had allowed him here, because the Patriarch likely believed number 8-year-old could possibly memorize the book's contents in a single day. But Hugo underestimated him. Before his regression, Vakir had already studied the theories behind the 1st through 4th techniques exhaustively. His obsession had even bred frustration. He had grown sick of those early stages, dissecting them endlessly in his quest to deduce the 5th technique. It was then he realized his past mistake. After drawing the 4th tooth, he hadn't stopped the flow of mana. That single oversight had kept the 5th technique out of his reach. The Baskerville swordsmanship followed a unique progression system. Each technique corresponded to a specific number of fangs. The 1st technique bore 1 fang, the 2nd 2, and so on. With each stage, a distinct red sword energy manifested, a visual representation of the user's mastery. The sixth technique, with its immense power, was a treasure Hugo likely thought Vikir could glimpse but never truly grasp. But Vikir's focus wasn't on the sixth technique itself. He wasn't here for what Hugo expected. His goal was far more audacious: to find a way to transcend his current limitations entirely. Leaving the swordsmanship section, Vikir caught the guards off guard. They stared at him in disbelief. "You're already finished reading?" one asked, incredulous. Another guard, clearly impressed, offered to retrieve more advanced texts from the deeper sections of the library. "You should check out the techniques stored in the restricted zones. That's where the real treasures are." But Vikir declined with a polite nod. "I've completed my task." The guards exchanged amazed glances as Vikir walked away. "Does he even realize how valuable those techniques are?" one whispered. "If it were me, I'd spend every second memorizing them," the other added. Vikir smirked to himself, letting them think what they wished. He knew exactly what he was doing. Amid the dusty shelves of miscellaneous books, Vikir searched for the real treasure he sought. His crimson eyes scanned row after row until they landed on an unassuming, tattered book tucked away in a neglected corner. Its title read, "Lurking Embedded Teeth." The book's worn cover and damaged pages made it appear worthless, a relic forgotten by time. Vikir held it in his hands, his expression calm, but inside his heart raced. He vividly recalled the time before his regression when he had served in the Hound Squad. During a mission, his team had stumbled upon a torn page from a Baskerville swordsmanship textbook. The page bore the unmistakable handwriting of a Baskerville ancestor and contained cryptic hints about a forgotten technique. When the page was brought to Hugo, it sent the patriarch into an obsessive frenzy. Determined to find the original text, Hugo scoured the library for years before finally locating it, within the lurking embedded teeth. The book, hidden among useless texts, contained the writings of a Baskerville ancestor and revealed the existence of the legendary 10th Fong technique. Vikir remembered the carnage that followed. Hugo, captivated by the promise of the 10th Fong, declared war on anyone holding the missing pages. He dispatched Baskerville hounds to the 7 great families to recover the remaining 6 pages. The mission came at an unimaginable cost. Hounds died by the dozens, their bodies piling high, drenched in blood. When the pages were finally recovered, Hugo's only acknowledgement was a cold, dismissive phrase: "Good job." Vikir's hands clenched as the memory burned in his mind. The senseless waste of life enraged him. He vowed that history would not repeat itself. He would surpass Hugo, not by mimicking his methods, but by learning from his mistakes. Flipping through lurking embedded teeth, Vikir noted its disjointed techniques and incomplete passages. Without the missing pages, the book was little more than a fragmented puzzle. But Vikir had an advantage no one else did. Before his regression, he had memorized every detail of those lost pages. The reason he couldn't progress beyond the 4th technique in his previous life wasn't his lack of skill or mana. It was the absence of this original text. The missing pages were the key to understanding the techniques in their entirety. As Vikir closed lurking embedded teeth, he muttered to himself, "To most, this book would seem like meaningless, disjointed nonsense. But with the missing pages, the misleading information transforms into an absolute masterpiece." He marveled at the text's brilliance, understanding that its true genius emerged only when the blanks were filled. Before his regression, Vikir had reached the pinnacle of graduate aura and mastered the highest level of the 4th Fong technique. Now, armed with this knowledge, he was confident he could surpass it. This time, however, he vowed to avoid the mistakes of his past. Before he turned 15, he would reclaim all the power he had lost, and more. Engrossed in the book, Vikir lost track of time. By the time he finished, dawn had broken. The realization of how much he had achieved filled him with pride. He had memorized every word, every nuance of the text. Glancing around the library, he noticed the absence of the Guardian Knights. The silence emboldened him. Though his young body wasn't yet capable of drawing all 10 fangs, he was certain the elusive 5th Fong technique, which had eluded him in his past life, was finally within reach. Approaching a nearby statue, Vikir steeled himself, his mind focused and his heart resolute. He began executing the Baskerville sword techniques, unleashing every ounce of power he could summon. First Fong technique, a sharp, decisive strike, its precision cutting cleanly through the air. Second Fong technique, building momentum. Each movement grew more deliberate and deadly. Third Fong technique, forceful and unrelenting. His strikes hammered the statue's surface. Fourth Fong technique, a whirlwind of honed precision, each blow infused with years of dedication. As his sword collided with the statue, Vikir's memories surged. He recalled the brutal struggle to reach graduate aura in his past life, only to have his illegitimate status bar him from progressing further. The direct bloodline of the Baskervilles had ensured he never advanced beyond the 4th technique, crushing his potential with their hostility. But this time was different. With each strike, Vikir channeled his anger, frustration, and defiance into his blade. In his mind, the statue became a vivid image of Hugo's face, taunting him. With a ferocious swing, he unleashed his full force, slicing through the statue in a series of precise, calculated blows. As the dust settled, Vikir stepped back, his breath ragged and his body trembling. For a moment, he stood still, hands gripping his weapon tightly, anticipation coursing through him. Then it came, a hot surge of energy flowing from his heart to his neck. He knew instantly. A triumphant smile spread across his face. He had done it, overwhelmed with emotion. Vikir nearly felt tears welling in his eyes. His success was monumental, but it was the tangible proof that left him awestruck. His canine teeth had begun to grow. In the Baskerville clan, this development symbolized the hound's readiness to draw their fangs against their master. Such a transformation had never occurred at such a young age in the clan's history. His body trembled with excitement as his mana surged within him, evolving into something far greater. The solid state of his energy had transformed into a liquid form, denser and more versatile. This was graduate aura at its true peak, a level of mastery that had taken him 30 arduous years in his previous life. Now, at just 8 years old, he had reached the same milestone. Vikir gazed at the flowing aura surrounding him, its liquid form a testament to his newfound status. To reach graduate aura was to ascend leagues above sword experts, and the realization filled him with both awe and quiet confidence. Yet this was only the beginning. His gaze shifted back to lurking embedded teeth, the book that had unlocked this monumental progress. The text's seamless transitions between offense and defense represented a swordsmanship technique of limitless potential, one perfectly suited to someone with Vikir's boundless ambition. Carefully, he placed the book near the window and allowed himself a moment to reflect. Since his regression, his growth in strength and skill had been exponential. With his current abilities, Vikir was confident he could hold his own against a mid-class graduate aura swordsman and emerge victorious. Still, he knew better than to reveal the full extent of his power. Not yet. For now, he needed to keep Hugo's eyes on him, buying time to secure everything he needed for the future. A sly grin spread across Vikir's face as he pulled out a magnifying lens. Positioning it over the book, he allowed the sun's rays to converge, igniting the pages in a small, controlled fire. As the flames consumed lurking embedded teeth, he remarked to himself that destroying the book would make it nearly impossible for Hugo and the hounds to piece together the 10th Fang technique. For him, however, it was no loss. He had memorized every critical detail. The acrid smell of burning paper quickly drew the attention of the library guards, who burst into the room. Startled to find Vikir there, they demanded an explanation. Vikir's expression shifted instantly to one of sheepish contrition. Bowing his head, he apologized profusely, claiming the fire had started when he had carelessly left the magnifying glass too close to the book. He even offered to report the incident to the butlers himself. The guards exchanged uneasy glances, fearful of punishment for neglecting their duties. One finally suggested that the blame lay with them for failing to monitor the library properly. "We're just lucky it happened in this section," one guard muttered, glancing at the ashes of what they deemed useless books. Seizing the moment, Vikir subtly steered the conversation. He mentioned their preoccupation with the Morg's clan and the disturbances at the Ruby Mines, suggesting this might explain their absence. The guards nodded in agreement, grateful for the excuse and eager to bury the matter. They promised to keep the incident a secret if Vikir did the same. As he left the library, Vikir apologized again, thanking the guards for their understanding. Once he was out of sight, a mischievous grin spread across his face. The guards' voices echoed behind him, praising him as thoughtful and considerate, someone who deserved respect. Vikir relished their naivety, knowing he had orchestrated the situation perfectly. Later, in Hugo's office, the patriarch leaned back in his chair, his piercing gaze fixed on Vikir. "So," Hugo began, "did you learn anything enlightening from the libraries?" Vikir replied cryptically, "Something warm, sharp, soft, and viscous." Hugo and Barrymore exchanged startled glances. The implications of Vikir's words hit them simultaneously. He might have achieved aura. Aura was the hallmark of a swordsman's true awakening, signifying their official entry into the world of the blade. Even among the most talented Baskerville hounds, reaching this milestone before the age of 15 was unheard of. Hugo, visibly skeptical, reminded himself that Vikir was only 8 years old. Shaking his head, he demanded, "Prove it. Show me what you've learned." Vikir nodded without hesitation, his crimson eyes glinting with quiet determination. In the heart of a massive Colosseum-like structure, Vikir stood alone at the center, his sword steady in his grip. Surrounding him, rows of young hounds looked on, their faces filled with confusion and curiosity. Beside Hugo, the head butler leaned in, his voice low. How do you plan to test the boy's skills? Hugo's smirk was both calculated and unsettling. By releasing a monster, the butler's eyes widened in disbelief. A monster? For an 8-year-old? Hugo confirmed with a nod, his smirk deepening. Hungry and feisty too, the gates before Vikir creaked open, and a chained orc was led into the arena by a guard. The massive, green-skinned creature snarled, its bulging muscles rippling with barely contained rage. Razor-sharp tusks jutted from its mouth, and its beady eyes darted around the Colosseum, assessing its surroundings with animalistic intelligence. A collective gasp rippled through the audience of young hounds. "That's overkill," one whispered. "Do they really need a monster like that to test him?" murmured another. Some muttered their concerns aloud. If things spiraled out of control, would the Guardian Knights have to intervene? But while the crowd buzzed with doubt, Vikir stood calm and composed. His sharp eyes fixed on the orc, he showed no sign of fear. His body was still, his blade poised, as Hugo gave the signal. The orc's chains fell away with a deafening clatter. With a feral roar, the beast charged, its massive bulk hurtling forward with terrifying speed. Vikir remained motionless, timing his move with surgical precision. As the orc lunged, he swung his sword in a blinding arc. The strike was fluid and flawless, severing the creature's arm in a single motion. The orc stumbled back, roaring in pain and confusion. Before it could recover, Vikir closed the distance with terrifying speed. Another precise strike followed, this time severing the orc's leg. The monster collapsed, growling in agony, its body writhing helplessly on the arena floor. The Colosseum was frozen in stunned silence. How? How did he do that? One young hound muttered. Did he even use mana? Another asked, incredulous. From his vantage point, Vikir noted the orc's confusion. Its bleeding wounds failed to regenerate, a hallmark of its species. Vikir smirked. He knew why. It wasn't just the severed limbs. Hemorrhage Hellhound, the ability imbued in his blade, was preventing the orc's famed regeneration from activating. A C-class monster like the orc was powerless against the lingering effects of a B-class Hellhound's curse. From the sidelines, Hugo watched intently, his face unreadable. But Vikir recognized the look. His father wasn't just evaluating the fight. He was deciphering what Vikir had learned in the library. Vikir decided it was time to give him an answer. Hugo's eyes began to glow faintly, a sign of heightened interest. Beside him, the head butler gasped, his voice trembling. That's an aura blade. In the arena, Vikir's sword began to radiate a brilliant red light. The energy was sharp and visceral, a manifestation of his mastery over aura. The orc, still struggling, roared weakly. But it was too late. Vikir charged forward, his blade slicing cleanly through the air. With a single, devastating strike, he decapitated the orc. The monster's massive head tumbled to the ground, its body crumpling lifelessly as the red glow of Vikir's blade faded into the silence of the Colosseum. The Colosseum erupted in astonishment. The young hounds could barely process what they had just witnessed. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, growing louder as disbelief turned to admiration. Beside Hugo, the head butler turned, his voice trembling with excitement. It's the aura of a low-class sword expert. We've just witnessed the birth of a genius. There will never be another like him across all the families in the Empire. But despite the head butler's praise, Hugo's sharp gaze remained fixed on the pool of blood spreading beneath the orc's lifeless body. The creature's famed regeneration had been utterly nullified. He only won because the orc was weak, Hugo said flatly, though his tone carried an undercurrent of intrigue. Before Hugo could say more, Vikir's calm voice cut through the murmurs. Is there anything stronger than this orc? The Colosseum fell silent. An 8-year-old, asking for a stronger opponent after defeating an orc? Even the doubters in the audience were struck speechless. Vikir's reasons were clear. He wanted to demonstrate his progress, not just to Hugo but to the entire clan. A performance like this might earn him recognition. Perhaps they'd send him to a prestigious academy, or even dispatch him to a remote area, away from Hugo's direct control. Hugo leaned back in his seat, his curiosity piqued. A faint chuckle escaped him. It seems the orcs I brought from afar are not enough to satisfy my son's hunger. Turning to the head butler, he asked, do we have anything stronger? Something suitable from the creatures captured during the barbarian raid. The head butler hesitated, clearly uneasy. There is one left, my lord. Hugo's smirk widened. Bring it in. The massive gate creaked open again, its echoes amplifying the tension in the Colosseum. All eyes were glued to the entrance as the ground began to tremble with heavy footsteps. A collective gasp spread through the audience as a troll emerged, bound in heavy chains. Vikir stood calmly in the arena, his crimson eyes fixed on the towering creature before him. The troll, with its twice-human size, rippling muscles, and ferocious presence, was a creature designed to instill terror. Vikir turned toward Hugo, seeking silent approval. The patriarch gave a slight nod. The troll's chains clattered to the ground, and the beast roared, the sound reverberating through the Colosseum. It lunged forward, its massive fists swinging down in a punch that could crush a boulder. But Vikir was faster. With almost inhuman agility, he sidestepped the attack, the troll's fist smashing into the ground with a thunderous impact. Dust and debris flew into the air as the crowd gasped at the sheer force of the blow. Moving with calculated precision, Vikir slipped behind the troll, exploiting its momentary confusion. From the audience, a young hound shouted, "That's the perfect moment to attack. Why didn't he take it?" Hugo's calm, instructive voice cut through the murmurs. Trolls have extraordinary regenerative abilities. Only fatal attacks are worth it. Anything less is a waste of effort. A proper plan is essential to hunt a troll. The troll charged again, its massive frame lumbering forward with raw power but sluggish movements. Vikir moved with grace, effortlessly evading every swing, swipe, and stomp. Each step was calculated, each dodge precise. The audience watched in awe as the 8-year-old displayed remarkable poise. Yet their curiosity grew with every second. "Why isn't he fighting back?" someone muttered. "He's probably trying to tire it out," another speculated. "No," whispered a third. "He's waiting for the perfect moment to strike." Minutes of evasion stretched on, and even Vikir began to feel the tedium of the exchange. Enough, he thought. Time to act. Fully aware that he could end the fight swiftly with his full strength, Vikir deliberately chose a more calculated approach. His goal wasn't just victory, it was to make his progress seem plausible, not overwhelming. As the troll launched another heavy attack, Vikir seized the moment. With a single, precise swing, he sliced deep into the troll's arm, nearly severing it from its shoulder. Gasps rippled through the Colosseum as the audience believed the fight was over. But their astonishment turned to unease as they watched the troll's wound heal before their eyes. The severed tissue reconnected rapidly, and within moments, the arm was as good as new. Vikir frowned slightly. He had expected the troll's regeneration to kick in, but seeing it firsthand confirmed the challenge he faced. The hemorrhage skill of Beelzebub could nullify this, he thought, but he couldn't rely on such an obvious technique. It would reveal too much. From the sidelines, Hugo's sharp voice rang out. "Enough, Vikir. Stop before this gets out of hand." But Vikir's response was calm, resolute. "I'm almost done," he replied. "If I can't finish it with the next attack, I'll give up." The troll roared, its beady eyes blazing with rage as it prepared another charge. Vikir's mind raced, his plan falling perfectly into place. He knew exactly how much power he was willing to reveal. This will look like a breakthrough, he thought, smirking inwardly. A moment of growth under pressure. The move would impress Hugo and the audience while concealing the true extent of his strength. The crimson glow of Vikir's sword flared, its fiery aura blazing brighter than before. Gasps echoed through the Colosseum as the young hound's presence seemed to grow, commanding attention. The troll lunged with a guttural roar, its massive fist hurtling toward Vikir. Vikir met the attack head-on, his blade flashing in a clean, decisive arc. The audience held their breath as his strike cut through the troll's neck, severing its head in one fluid motion. The troll's body collapsed with a deafening thud, its massive head rolling across the arena floor. Silence engulfed the Colosseum. Every pair of eyes widened in shock, frozen in disbelief at what they had just witnessed. Even the normally stoic head butler gasped audibly, his composure breaking. "The second technique," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "He's achieved the second technique of the Baskerville clan at 8 years old." His gaze turned to Hugo. "That's unheard of. Most don't reach this level until they're at least 18. In the center of the arena, Vikir stood with an innocent smile, his sword lowered, as if blissfully unaware of the magnitude of his accomplishment. "I did it," he declared cheerfully, his tone almost childlike. The silence that followed was deafening. Hugo remained seated, his expression unreadable. Yet inside, he was reeling. What he had just witnessed defied everything he knew about swordsmanship and training. An 8-year-old performing the second technique? The implications were staggering. A week later, Vikir sat in the Baskerville dining hall, staring down at a bowl of unappetizing meat porridge. Around him, the air was heavy with tension. None of the other young hounds dared approach him. Their gazes flickered toward him briefly, before they quickly looked away. Vikir wasn't surprised. In the Baskerville family, power was everything. His recent display had placed him far beyond the reach of his peers, and they all knew it. As he ate, Vikir reflected on his progress with satisfaction. Even Hugo seemed unsettled by his performance. So far, he had revealed only what he wanted them to see, his mastery of the second technique and his rank as a medium-ranked sword expert. Yet the truth remained hidden. He was, in fact, a low-ranked sword graduate capable of weakly performing the fifth Fong technique. Vikir's thoughts turned to the ability he had gained from the troll. Super speed regeneration, C+. now occupying Beelzebub's third slot. The skill bolstered his strength to the level of an average graduate or a swordsman. Yet he noticed an unexpected side effect. His appetite had increased dramatically since acquiring the ability. Shoveling another spoonful of porridge into his mouth, he paused as he sensed a sudden presence behind him. The triplets had appeared, surprised and wary. Vikir turned to face them cautiously. He had no desire to deal with them again, so he returned his focus to his food, hoping they would leave. But instead of provoking him, the triplets quickly blurted out their reason for approaching. "You were so cool during your fights with the Cerberus and the Troll." The statement hit Vikir like a thunderbolt. He was so shocked that he spat out his porridge. The triplets, alarmed, asked if he was okay, but Vikir remained suspicious. Could this be a two-faced technique? Or maybe a deceitful policy? He wondered. For a brief moment, he even considered beating them up preemptively, just in case. But after a moment's thought, he decided to observe them further. Before Vikir could act, Barrymore appeared behind him, his presence commanding the room. "Master Vikir," the head butler said, his tone polite but firm. Vikir turned, startled. It wasn't often that the butler sought him out in the dining hall. "The Patriarch has summoned you to his office immediately," Barrymore informed him. Intrigued, Vikir quickly finished his meal and stood. The triplets shuffled aside, their sudden admiration for him still puzzling. With a nod to Barrymore, Vikir made his way to Hugo's chambers, his mind racing with curiosity about what awaited him. In the Baskerville Patriarch's office, Hugo sat in his chair, exuding his usual air of authority. Across from him stood Adolphe Morgs, the Morgs clan's proxy patriarch. The Morgs clan, a prestigious mage family, had a long, intense history with the Baskervilles, an iron-blooded sword clan. While their philosophies clashed, the Emperor's decree bound them to conduct annual joint training sessions for children between the ages of 8 and 15. "It's been a while," Hugo said curtly. Adolphe nodded politely. "Indeed. I trust this year's event will proceed smoothly." Hugo's tone was casual, almost dismissive. "The joint training has always been handled without issue." Adolphe raised an eyebrow. "Without issue? Last year, 2 children, one from each family, were seriously injured." Hugo waved off the remark with a faint smirk. "A scratch. Nothing more. It seems the Morgs children are dramatic." Adolphe's lips twitched in irritation. "The Morgs children are noble and dignified, unlike some." His words carried a subtle but unmistakable sting. Once, the Baskervilles and Morgs had enjoyed a strong alliance. The past emperor had even declared that magic and swords complemented each other, fostering cooperation between the two clans. But everything changed with the discovery of a ruby mine along their shared border. The bloodshed that followed shattered their relationship. Now, the joint training sessions continued solely because of imperial command. Adolphe had arrived on behalf of his brother to ensure this year's event proceeded without complications. Turning to Hugo, he remarked, "I've heard there's a supernova in the Baskerville family. A rare genius, born once in a century. A blessing to the Empire, no doubt." Though secretly pleased, Hugo downplayed the compliment. "It's nothing extraordinary," Adolphe smirked, detecting the subtle pride in Hugo's tone. "We, too, have a genius in our family," he said, gesturing toward the door. "Mort's clan head Raspine's daughter, Camus." The door opened, revealing a red-haired girl with a fiery demeanor. She strode into the room with confidence, her sharp eyes immediately locking onto Hugo. Adolphe began a formal introduction, but Camus interrupted, pointing an accusatory finger at Hugo. "Are you the thief who stole our ruby mine? Give it back." The room fell into a tense silence. Hugo's face darkened, his calm demeanor giving way to a sharp glare directed at Adolphe. "Thief?" he asked coldly. "Is that what you're teaching your kin now?" Adolphe looked startled. "I never said such a thing." Camus, however, was unfazed. Fixing Adolphe with a determined glare, she declared, "You did. An hour and 42 minutes ago, right before we got off the carriage, you called him that annoying chin beard who stole the ruby mine." Hugo's glare deepened further as Adolphe stammered, his composure crumbling. "Camus, you must have misheard. I said no such thing." But Camus stood her ground, arms crossed. "You definitely said it." Hugo's patience was wearing thin. "It seems the Mords clan struggles with teaching children proper etiquette," he remarked, his voice laced with irritation. Adolphe, scrambling to salvage the situation, tried to defuse the tension. "It's simply a misunderstanding, Patriarch Baskerville. Camus is young and spirited." Hugo's sharp gaze remained fixed on him. "There's no need to explain the Mords clan's problems with education to me," he said icily. Camus, undeterred, persisted. Crossing her arms, she repeated her demand, her fiery tone cutting through the air. "Our research is impossible without those stolen rubies." Adolphe's voice turned warning. "Camus," but she ignored him, stepping closer to Hugo. Hugo's patience finally snapped. His voice was sharp, tinged with barely concealed anger. "It seems the Mords don't teach manners at all. Adolf bristled at the comment, his composure cracking. And what do you plan to do? He retorted, his words biting. Threaten an 8-year-old girl? The insult struck a nerve. Hugo's proud Baskerville dignity prevented him from stooping to such behavior, leaving him momentarily speechless. Before the tension could escalate further, a calm but cutting voice sliced through the heated exchange. It seems the morgues don't teach their children not to envy what belongs to others. All eyes turned toward the speaker, Vakir. He stood in the doorway alongside the head butler, his composed demeanor stark against the tension in the room. The butler formally announced his arrival as Hugo turned to see his son, standing steady and unruffled. Adolf, startled by Vakir's sudden appearance, quickly connected the dots. This boy had to be the rumored Baskerville supernova. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed something odd. Camus, who had been sitting beside him moments earlier, was no longer there. Camus had moved swiftly, now standing directly in front of Vakir. Her fiery demeanor was on full display as she demanded, "What did you just say?" Adolf called her name sharply, trying to stop her from causing a scene, but Camus ignored him entirely. Vakir, meanwhile, remained unruffled, studying her intently. As Vakir observed her, memories of Camus' future self surfaced in his mind. In time, she would rise as the Morgues clan's legendary iron-blooded empress, a figure revered and feared across the empire. Renowned as a genius of geniuses, Camus would create an era of unprecedented power for the Morgues clan. She was infamous for her ferocity, having eradicated the monsters and barbarians from life-engulfing forest to form the infamous border of blood and ashes. Her political acumen would even allow her to manipulate the imperial family, earning her the title Fire Goddess of Authority. But for now, Camus was just a child. A fiery, talented child, yes, but still far from the towering legend she would one day become. His musings were interrupted by Camus snapping. "Why does the ruby mine belong to you?" Remaining calm, Vakir countered, "Because it does. Your tantrum won't change that. Don't you think your behavior is childish?" Camus bristled at the remark, her irritation palpable. Without a word, she began casting a spell. Vakir instinctively prepared for an attack, but to his surprise, Camus conjured an intricate ice sculpture instead. She pointed at the sculpture, her tone defiant as she began explaining. "This is the joint security area," she said, using the sculpture as a visual aid. She pointed to a small cave carved into the icy representation. The mine entrance lies within Morgue's territory, but the vein itself runs beneath Baskerville land. This prevents you from claiming it entirely, but it also makes it impossible for us to mine freely without crossing into Baskerville territory. Her finger traced the icy veins with precision, her voice steady but laced with frustration. "We've offered, repeatedly, to pay rent for the use of the land, but your family rejects every proposal. You treat us like trespassers, interfering with our work." She turned to Vakir, her fiery eyes locking with his. "The ruby vein belongs to the Morgues clan," Camus declared firmly, "but your people keep claiming it's yours." Adolf nodded approvingly at Camus' explanation, his pride evident. Meanwhile, Hugo's expression darkened, annoyance brewing beneath his stoic exterior. Vakir, still calm and composed, interjected, "Rubies are common magic ingredients. The Baskervilles don't need them." Camus turned to him, her frustration evident. "Then why not rent your land if you don't need the rubies?" Vakir met her fiery gaze, his tone even. "The Baskervilles are fiercely protective of their land. We're uninterested in letting others profit from it. Entering Baskerville territory will bring losses, not gains, for your clan." Camus refused to accept his reasoning. With a determined glare, she placed her hand over the portion of her ice sculpture representing Baskerville land. "Then whose arm is this?" she asked defiantly. Vakir moved swiftly, catching her wrist in his grip. His confident smile returned. "It's my arm," he said coolly, "because it's in my land." Camus' face flushed crimson, caught off guard by his unexpected reply. She stammered, "What are you talking about? How could I belong to you?" Clearly amused, Vakir tilted his head, his grin turning mischievous. "Who said you're mine?" he teased, his tone ambiguous. Before Camus could respond, Vakir reached behind him and produced a knife. The sudden motion startled everyone in the room, Camus, Adolf, and even the head butler. Vakir's grin darkened, and his voice dropped. "What I'm saying," he said ominously, "is that your arm is mine." Camus froze, her fiery confidence shaken. "What?" she stammered, her voice trembling. Hugo, observing from his seat, broke into a cold sweat. The room grew thick with tension, the only sound Camus' faint, nervous hiccup. As Vakir moved the knife closer to her hand, Camus screamed, "Uncle, help!" Adolf appeared behind Vakir in an instant, his expression fierce. "Step away from my niece," he commanded, his voice full of protective fury. Camus seized the distraction to wrench her arm free, retreating quickly to Adolf's side. Shaken but defiant, She clung to her uncle's arm, glaring at Vikir. Adolphe turned his anger toward Hugo, his voice rising. What is going on here? Hugo, still sweating, turned his stern gaze to Vikir. You've gone too far with your joke, he said in a reprimanding tone. Vikir chuckled, raising the knife to reveal its harmless edge. It's just a toy, he explained, a Baskerville children's knife, given to us to practice with from a young age. The room fell silent for a moment. Adolphe's outrage returned with full force. A dangerous toy like that for children? This is unacceptable. Vikir bowed his head, his tone contrite. I apologize if I frightened Camus, he said. That wasn't my intention. Camus, however, was far from convinced, her fiery glare fixed on Vikir. Adolphe's frustration simmered. This boy fails to take anything seriously, he snapped. Hugo stepped in, his tone light but firm. Adults shouldn't meddle in the affairs of children, he said. Let's focus on the ruby mines and move on to the friendly duels. Adolphe hesitated, but seeing Hugo's resolve, he relented with a sharp nod. Camus, still upset and wiping away tears, turned to Vikir, her voice trembling with indignation. I won't forget this. Vikir met her glare with a faint, unreadable smile. Good, he said simply. Camus' fist clenched, her frustration bubbling over. But before she could respond, Adolphe guided her away. Vikir remained in place, his calm demeanor unwavering, his crimson eyes gleaming faintly in the dim light of the office. The day of the friendly duels had arrived. Children from both the Baskerville and Morgs clans, aged 8 to 15, gathered in the grand arena to showcase their skills. The younger participants displayed theoretical techniques and mana sensitivity, while the older children engaged in live combat. Yet, this year, all eyes were on one match. Camus Morgs versus Vikir van Baskerville. Camus stood confidently in the arena, her fiery red hair catching the sunlight. She turned to Vikir, her expression sharp and determined. Get ready, she said firmly. I won't hold back. Without hesitation, Camus began casting a spell. Her intricate hand movements and the shimmering glow of mana captivated the audience. Spectators murmured in awe as her magical energy grew more intense. A voice in the crowd broke through the noise. Is she casting quadruspells? The exclamations turned to gasps of astonishment. Quadruspell casting, the ability to cast 4 spells simultaneously, was a feat that eluded even many adult mages. Seeing an 8-year-old achieve it left the audience awestruck. She really is the Morgs clan's genius mage, one spectator remarked. Exactly what we'd expect from someone like her. Camus unleashed a flurry of attacks, casting 4 powerful spells simultaneously. Fire, ice, wind, and earth magic surged toward Vikir with precision and force. But Vikir dodged effortlessly. His movements were fluid, almost casual. Shaking his head slightly, he spoke with a faint tone of criticism. Instead of showing off with flashy spells, maybe focus on mastering just one. Camus sneered. Her pride stung. Why do you even care? You're just an idiot who doesn't understand magic. With a swift incantation, she conjured a sand wall, a thick barrier of swirling grains, to separate them. But Vikir, unimpressed, broke through it with a single kick. The wall crumbled like paper, scattering in the wind. Camus froze, stunned. Is this the strength of someone who's bathed in the river Styx? Her mind raced, recalling the tales of the infamous Baskerville trial. But before she could regroup, Vikir moved in with lightning speed. Realizing too late that the attack was unavoidable, Camus shut her eyes, bracing for the blow. But it never came. When she opened her eyes, she found herself propelled backward. Not by a strike, but by a flick to her forehead. The sheer power of the flick sent her tumbling across the arena floor. On the sidelines, Adolphe stared in disbelief. A flick? That was just a flick. Camus winced, holding her forehead, her fiery demeanor shaken. Why did you flick me? Are you going easy on me? Vikir smiled faintly, tapping his own forehead. Maybe it's time to end this before things get out of hand. Camus' eyes watered with frustration, but she refused to yield. With a defiant shout, she cast another spell. This time, she conjured 2 sand walls, layered for extra protection. Try getting through this, she declared confidently. Vikir stood unbothered, considering walking around the walls entirely. But with a faint smirk, he decided to humor her. Drawing back his fist, he punched straight through both barriers. The sand wall shattered, leaving a clean hole in his wake. Camus froze, astonished, as Vikir stepped through the debris. As he approached her, Vikir mimicked a flicking motion with his hand. Whose arm crossed the wall? He asked, his tone calm and deliberate. Camus opened her mouth to respond, but before she could, Vikir answered for her with another flick to her forehead. The stronger one, he said simply. The force of the flick sent Camus sprawling to the ground again. Growling in frustration, she pushed herself up, her fiery glare fixed on Vikir. Still ready to fight, she snarled, I'm not done yet. Vikir sighed inwardly. Dealing with children is harder than I thought. I could end this in zero point 0.1 seconds if I wanted to, but that would just cause more problems. Dodging Camus' relentless spells with ease, Vikir's sharp gaze wandered to another part of the arena. Two contestants, a sword apprentice and a mage, were locked in a duel. The swordsman's precise, powerful strikes tore through the mage's spells. An idea sparked in Vikir's mind. They might be useful for this. Meanwhile, Camus' frustration boiled over. "Stop running away and fight me," she shouted, her voice trembling with anger. Vikir seized the opportunity, his tone calm but firm. "You might want to have a defensive spell ready." Camus blinked, momentarily confused by his sudden comment. Before she could process his warning, she noticed the mage behind Vikir preparing a large-scale attack. The intense glow of gathering mana filled the air. Adolf, observing from the sidelines, pieced together Vikir's plan. His voice rose in alarm. "Camus, watch out." The mage's spell erupted in a massive, fiery blast that engulfed the arena. Gasps and cries rippled through the audience as heat and blinding light consumed the battlefield. For a few tense moments, nothing was visible but flames and dust. In the chaos, Camus activated a defensive spell just in time, narrowly avoiding serious injury. But as the dust settled, she realized her clothes had been burned away by the flames. The crowd murmured in shock, their whispers growing louder. Camus froze. Tears welled up in her eyes as the horrifying reality sank in. She had been exposed in front of the entire audience. Her hands trembled as she tried to cover herself, humiliation washing over her. She heard her uncle Adolf calling her name, his voice filled with worry. How could this happen? She thought, her shame overwhelming. As the smoke began to clear, Vikir stepped forward. His calm figure emerged from the dissipating dust, unscathed and composed. The audience fell silent, their attention fixed on him. Vikir approached Camus, shrugging off his jacket as he reached her. To the crowd's surprise, he draped it over her shoulders. "You'll need this," he said simply, his voice steady. Camus stared at him in shock, her face flushed. "But you'll be exposed if you give me your only jacket." Vikir brushed off her concern with a faint smile, his tone light but resolute. "It doesn't matter." Camus, still reeling from the chaos, struggled to understand why her supposed rival would offer her kindness. Her confusion deepened when she noticed a thin line of blood trailing down Vikir's arm. "You're hurt," she said, pointing at the wound. Vikir glanced down, momentarily surprised. He hadn't expected his body, strengthened by the river Styx, to be scratched. Examining the cut more closely, he realized the swordsman's blade in the adjacent duel must have carried lingering aura. As the dust fully settled, the scene came into focus for the audience. Camus sat on the ground, wrapped in Vikir's jacket, her fiery demeanor momentarily subdued. Beside her stood Vikir, his shirtless figure revealing a small but noticeable wound on his arm. The crowd murmured in awe, their gazes drawn to Vikir's impressive physique. Despite his young age, his toned muscles and disciplined build stood as a testament to the brutal training of a Baskerville hound. Among the spectators, admiration for Vikir was growing. But for Camus, the situation was more complicated. Her cheeks burned with a faint blush as her gaze kept drifting toward Vikir. "Why am I feeling like this?" she wondered, her earlier anger replaced by an unfamiliar sensation. Even as her uncle Adolf pulled her into a protective hug, her thoughts remained on Vikir. Later, Vikir walked alongside Hugo down a dimly lit hallway, breaking the silence. Hugo's voice was calm but probing. "How was the battle with the Morg's girls?" Vikir answered thoughtfully. "It was interesting. I learned the purpose of the event once again." Hugo nodded slightly. "A battle with a mage is different from a duel between swordsmen. Why didn't you go for a decisive blow?" Vikir hesitated before admitting. "I wasn't sure how to handle a lady in battle." Hugo's expression hardened. "Letting your guard down will only lead to injury. Take this scratch as a lesson." The unexpected concern in Hugo's tone gave Vikir pause. This isn't the Hugo I remember, Vikir thought. The Hugo he knew had been strict, cold, and brutal, his emotions as unyielding as stone. Rumors whispered that Hugo's harshness stemmed from the loss of his first wife and eldest daughter, but such things had never been Vikir's concern. Yet now, hearing a faint trace of worry in Hugo's voice, Vikir felt a rare moment of unease. Seeking to shift the subject, Hugo asked, "What do you think we should do with the ruby mines?" Without hesitation, Vikir replied, "We should give control of the mines to the Morgs." Hugo's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "And your reasoning?" "The Baskervilles' primary focus is territorial expansion," Vikir explained. "The monsters and barbarians around the mines will be obstacles if we try to claim the region directly. By allowing the Morgs control of the mines, we can use them to minimize our losses. Their presence will draw the threats into that area, allowing us to handle everything at once." Hugo listened carefully, his sharp mind processing Vikir's words. Slowly, a smile spread across his face. Interesting, he said. Once the Mords assign a large number of people to the mines, we'll push the monsters and barbarians into that region. The ruby veins will be soaked in their blood, and the Mords will think twice before stepping onto our land again. Placing a hand on Vikir's head, Hugo said, "Your idea aligns with about 90% of what I had in mind." Impressive. Vikir accepted the praise silently, his expression composed. Inside, he mused on the irony. This plan was originally Hugo's idea. Vikir had carried it out on his orders in his previous life. Now, seeing it unfold from this perspective brought an odd sense of satisfaction. To conclude, Vikir added, "We should keep a close eye on the Mord's movements." Hugo dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand. "There's no need. I've already increased the number of hounds scouting the area." Vikir nodded, choosing to keep his thoughts to himself. As they continued walking, a familiar voice rang out behind them, stopping them in their tracks. "Hugo, I have something to discuss before I leave." Turning toward the source, they saw Adolf approaching, his expression serious. Hugo nodded, gesturing toward a nearby room. "Let's talk." Once seated, Hugo leaned back in his chair. "What is it you want to discuss?" Adolf wasted no time. "I think it's time to resolve the issues surrounding the ruby mines peacefully," he began. Hugo raised an eyebrow. "Peacefully?" Adolf continued. "We could implement usage fees, but I have another suggestion, an engagement between the Morgs and Baskerville children." As the two patriarchs discussed the potential union, Camus sat nearby. Her gaze occasionally drifted toward Vikir, her cheeks faintly flushed. Hugo noticed this, leaning forward with subtle interest. "Which children do you have in mind?" he asked. Adolf smiled confidently. "The eldest son of the Baskerville clan and the eldest daughter of the Morgs, my niece Camus. She's exceptional, beautiful, intelligent, talented. She lacks nothing and would make an ideal match." Hugo raised an eyebrow. "My eldest son is 25. That's a 17-year age gap." Adolf waved the concern away. "What's a mere 17 years? In the grand scheme of things, it's nothing." Before Hugo could respond, Camus interjected firmly, "I will not marry anyone weaker than my mother. And I don't want a significant age gap in my partner." Adolf's face twisted in frustration as he turned to his niece. "Camus, if you insist on marrying someone stronger than your mother, you'll be alone for the rest of your life. That's not a realistic demand." Hugo, clearly displeased, added dryly, "Engagements aren't a buffet where you can pick and choose. Consider the bigger picture." But Camus, confident and unwavering, crossed her arms. "I have no intention of playing around." Suddenly, Camus' face flushed a deep red, and she looked away, drawing the attention of both Hugo and Adolf. Adolf followed her gaze, his eyes narrowing as realization dawned. She was looking at Vikir. Adolf's mind reeled. "No, this can't be happening. Not him." Leaning toward her, Adolf hissed in a harsh whisper, "Don't even think about it. Vikir is of the Van surname, not from the Lil lineage. He's a small fish in a big pond. This is absurd." Hugo, sensing the rising tension, sighed and decided to intervene. "The most important thing in an engagement," he said, "is the opinion of those involved. Let's hear what Vikir has to say." All eyes turned to Vikir. Camus looked at him expectantly, her blush deepening as the room fell silent. Meeting her gaze, Vikir's calm voice broke through the tension. "I accept." The room erupted into chaos. Adolf's face turned beet red. He opened his mouth to object, but before he could say a word, Vikir added, "To do as I'm told." Adolf's outrage doubled, his voice rising. "What kind of attitude is that toward the Morgs clan's daughter?" Camus, on the other hand, was completely flustered. Her face turned crimson as she tried to decipher Vikir's cryptic response. Is he shy? Does this mean he's secretly okay with the engagement? Her mind raced with possibilities, each more baffling than the last. Hugo, clearly amused by the situation, interjected with a composed tone. "In the Baskerville household, names and titles hold little meaning. Greatness comes from ability, not bloodline. Even those of Van descent can rise to prominence." Adolf's expression remained skeptical, his eyes narrowing as he turned to scrutinize Vikir. The young Baskerville stood tall, calm and unyielding under Adolf's piercing gaze. Internally, however, Vikir was assessing Adolf just as carefully. As a six-circle mage and one of the Mords clan's strongest supporters, Adolf was undeniably formidable. Breaking the silence, Adolf said coldly, "I don't think it's wise to rush this. We can't have just anyone become Camus' husband." Vikir reflected on the peculiar customs of the clans, where engagements often felt more like polite suggestions than binding agreements. Still, he couldn't help but wonder if Adolf, with his lofty standards, was dissatisfied even with the renowned genius of the Baskerville clan. Adolf's skepticism grew as he stepped closer, placing a firm hand on Vikir's shoulder. He applied pressure, clearly testing the boy. But to Adolf's surprise, Vikir didn't budge. His sturdy frame defied expectations, as though the weight of a six-circle mage was nothing to him. Intrigued, Adolf asked sharply, "Why aren't you responding? Are you even paying attention?" Vikir's blunt reply was like a thunderclap in the room. "I stopped listening after you said it was unwise to say certain things to me." Camus gasped audibly, her eyes wide. Her uncle, one of the most powerful mages in the clan, had been dismissed by a child. Meanwhile, Hugo struggled to stifle his laughter, turning away to hide the smirk threatening to break across his face. Adolf, instead of anger, erupted in a dark, booming laugh. Turning to Hugo, he declared, "I think I need to have a more in-depth conversation with this boy." Hugo raised an eyebrow, suspicious. "What are you planning, Adolf? You're not going to scold an 8-year-old, are you?" Adolf laughed again, the sound echoing ominously. "Not as a deputy patriarch of the Mord's clan. I'm speaking as her uncle. After all, Vikir might one day marry my niece." Camus' face turned crimson. "Uncle, stop it," she pleaded, but Adolf ignored her protests. "These moments are inevitable, Camus," he said, waving her off. Hugo, sensing where this was heading, gave Adolf a skeptical look. "You're serious about this, aren't you?" Adolf nodded, his expression grimly amused. "Completely." Hugo sighed, hesitant but ultimately relenting. "Fine," he said, "but don't take it too far. The last thing we need is a political incident over a conversation." Camus groaned in frustration. "This isn't a conversation," she muttered, crossing her arms. It quickly became clear to everyone in the room. This wasn't going to be a talk. It was a duel. After some time, Vikir and Adolf stood face to face in the center of the arena, tension crackling in the air. Hugo and Camus watched from the sidelines, each with their own thoughts. Adolf smirked and declared, "Show me everything you've got, boy. Don't hold back." Vikir's confidence barely wavered. "If I actually go all out, you might end up face first on the floor," he mused, suppressing a grin. To kick things off, Adolf performed an intricate spell, seamlessly combining fire, earth, and water magic to create a clay pot. He filled it with water and balanced it on his head with a flourish. "Your challenge," he announced, "is to make even a single drop spill. If you succeed, you win." Vikir raised an eyebrow. "A pot-on-head challenge? This guy's either crazy confident or crazy." Camus leaned toward Hugo. "This is classic Adolf," she explained. "His control is basically unmatched." Vikir analyzed the setup. Charging straight at Adolf might not work, but it'd give him valuable intel. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, sword in hand, aiming directly for his opponent. "Vikir, no!" Camus cried, horrified by his reckless approach. Adolf didn't flinch. He raised a hand, casting a shimmering barrier that effortlessly absorbed Vikir's strike. "Rookie mistake," Adolf said smugly, glancing at Camus. "Why are you helping him? Shield magic makes swordsmen like him obsolete." Vikir clicked his tongue, frustrated but unfazed. Adolf, clearly enjoying himself, launched a series of flashy spells. Fireballs, wind blades, and earth spikes flew toward Vikir, but he dodged them all with cat-like agility. From the sidelines, Camus seethed. "He never used this much magic against me," she shouted. Adolf turned to her, feigning betrayal. "Et2, Camus? My own niece, rooting for the enemy." He returned his gaze to Vikir, playful menace gleaming in his eyes. "You'll pay for that." Hugo stayed quiet, watching intently. Vikir's movements were sharp, his strikes precise. "Let's see how far he can push Adolf," Hugo murmured to himself. Vikir observed Adolf's techniques closely, replaying memories from his past life and adapting them to his current form. Adolf bragged, "No sword can break my shield." But cracks began to form as Vikir struck the same spot over and over, his attacks like a perfectly tuned machine. Adolf's smug grin faltered. Persistent little, before he could finish, Vikir's sword shattered. Adolf immediately regained his composure. "Amateur mistake," he taunted. "You ignored your weapon's durability." But the air shifted. Hugo and Camus exchanged knowing glances as Adolf continued his mockery, oblivious to the danger. Water poured down Adolf's face, soaking him completely. He froze. "What the?" He glared at the shattered pot above him. "How did a shard pierce my shield and the pot?" Vikir, calm and composed, simply shrugged. "Maybe it was too full." Camus stood frozen, cheeks flushed as the weight of the moment hit her. Vikir had defeated her invincible Uncle Adolf. Her thoughts spiraled. "He's amazing. Is this fate?" Images of wedding bells and matching outfits flashed through her mind. Meanwhile, Hugo stood in silent contemplation, his gaze fixed on Vikir. This wasn't just talent or luck. It was raw potential. Am I raising a hound far more powerful than I imagined? 7 grueling years passed. The young hounds, now honed by relentless training, faced their ultimate test, a monstrous horn bear. The beast charged, its roar shaking the ground. In perfect unison, the hounds launched their attack, swords slicing with precision. From the sidelines, their instructor, Staffordshire Baskerville, watched with a calculating eye. "Stop wasting your energy on its vital points," he barked. "Go for the hind legs, slow it down first." The triplets responded instantly, their crimson auras flaring as they executed synchronized strikes. The beast staggered, its movements slowing. Staffordshire nodded in approval. "Good. That's how Baskervilles fight, as a pack." With the monster weakened, the remaining hounds moved in for the kill, finishing it with a coordinated assault. Staffordshire clapped his hands. "Congratulations. You're now lower-ranked sword experts and have mastered the first Baskerville technique." But his tone turned grim. This was a controlled environment. Out there in the life-engulfing forest, the oxbears won't be caged or predictable. One mistake, and you're dead. Your bloodline strength is your lifeline. Don't waste it. His words hung heavy in the air as the young hounds absorbed the harsh truth. Their 7-year training had officially ended, but their journey was only beginning. The newly minted hounds buzzed with excitement, discussing their futures. 2 of them debated their preferences for the Baskerville clan's 7 night orders. "I'm all about the Wolfhound order," the first said, puffing his chest. "Guarding the Patriarch? That's peak prestige. Wolfhound's cool," the second replied, "but I'm eyeing the Doberman, Pitbull, and Rottweiler orders. Assassination and all-out warfare? Now that's my vibe." Their banter shifted to a figure sitting atop the massive carcass of a slain oxbear, Vakir. "Who's that?" the second asked, intrigued. The first gestured toward Vakir. "That's the Vakir. Took down an oxbear twice the size of ours." He leaned closer, voice filled with awe. "He's already a high-level sword expert and mastered the third Baskerville technique. He's on par with the Shadow Hounds." Sitting on the slain beast, Vakir stared into the distance, lost in thought. His progress had been substantial. He'd reached the 5th Baskerville technique and graduated as an intermediate-rank swordsman. But to him, it felt agonizingly slow. 7 years, and still, I'm far from where I need to be. His brooding was interrupted by the arrival of Barrymore, the head butler. "Master Vakir," Barrymore said with a bow, "the Patriarch requests your presence. Your assignment has been decided." Vakir rose, his expression unreadable. "All right," he replied, sheathing his sword. The time for training was over. A new chapter awaited. Vakir stepped into the Patriarch's office, greeted by Hugo's signature grunt. His sharp eyes immediately caught a small cut on Hugo's nose. "Rough fight?" Vakir asked, curious. Hugo smirked. "Barbarians in a life-engulfing forest. Outmatched by an archer," he admitted, before adding with a satisfied grin. "But I left her a matching souvenir." After a brief silence, Hugo congratulated Vakir on his graduation, but his tone carried an edge. "Things will only get tougher from here," he warned. Vakir's mind wandered. This had to be about his new assignment. Memories of his previous life surfaced. Back then, as a junior knight of the Pitbull Order, he'd endured 21 brutal months in a life-engulfing forest. Just another expendable soldier in the Baskerville clan's ruthless system. At 15, Baskerville children were divided into 2 paths, elites or expendables. The expendables, like Vakir before his regression, were sent to the front lines, survival being their only measure of worth. Meanwhile, the elites received political and administrative training, protected by the expendables who lived long enough to serve them. Vakir knew the 5th Baskerville sword technique was designed to close the gap between the elite's polished training and the expendables' hard-earned battlefield experience. Before his regression, he'd never progressed beyond the 4th technique. Worse, as an illegitimate child, he'd never been considered for the elite path. Hugo's voice cut through his thoughts. "I want you to try the lower house of Parliament." Vakir blinked. "What?" "The lower house manages the clan's regional administration. Law enforcement, infrastructure, economic oversight. It's politics and pragmatism combined. Far from the battlefield." The idea shocked Vakir. Hugo, the patriarch of the Baskerville clan, was offering an illegitimate son an elite position? It felt like a cruel joke. As if reading his thoughts, Hugo leaned back. "Your achievements by 10 surpassed our so-called geniuses. You've earned this." Vakir listened as Hugo explained his role. Deputy Consul of Underdog City, a city notorious for its challenges. Both the consul and deputy consul positions were vacant, leaving Vakir with a clean slate. "Do you want it?" Hugo asked. After a moment's consideration, Vakir nodded. "I'll take it." Before the conversation could end, Vakir shifted topics. About the Mords clan and the Ruby Mines, Hugo's lips twitched, clearly aware. "Outmaneuvered Adolphe Morgs, didn't you?" Vakir nodded and made a bold request. To borrow his reward from the incident. The head butler froze, his shock evident. But Hugo didn't flinch. Stamping a document, he handed it over. "Don't make me regret this." "I won't," Vakir said firmly, though his stomach churned at the sound of Hugo's final words. "Good luck, son." The word hit like a thunderclap. Before his regression, Hugo would never have called him son. As Vakir and the head butler walked down the hallway, the butler's grave tone broke the silence. Master Hugo holds you in high regard. Assigning a consulship before a battle posting, unprecedented. It's part of the disciplines of kingship. His words implied that Hugo was grooming Vakir for far greater responsibilities. Vakir, however, wasn't one to bask in praise. He knew this appointment wasn't a reward but a challenge. This was a chance to sharpen his skills in a less dangerous environment. Even so, memories of his past life refused to let him relax. The cold sensation of the guillotine's blade haunted him. That vivid memory fueled his resolve. Someday, Hugo La Baskerville would feel the same icy despair. Meanwhile, in Underdog City, a bustling villa buzzed with activity. A bald man barked orders at two workers. The villa must be spotless by tomorrow. The new deputy consul arrives then. One worker, wiping sweat from his brow, muttered, "I hope he knows business." His companion snorted. "Business? The guy's only 15. Their speculation was interrupted by a boy approaching the villa. Mistaking him for a servant's child, one worker placed a hand on his shoulder. "Hey kid, whose son are you?" The boy's glare was icy. "Remove your hand." The workers exchanged glances, taken aback, as the boy produced a document. "I'm Vakir van Baskerville," he announced coolly, "your new deputy consul." The men stood dumbfounded, their eyes darting between Vakir and the papers. One finally stammered, "But you're early." Ignoring their confusion, Vakir strode inside, issuing his first order. "Prepare food and drinks. We're hosting a party tonight." By nightfall, the villa was a whirlwind of celebration. Nobles mingled, tables groaned under feasts, and laughter echoed through the halls. Yet not everyone was in a festive mood. Chihuahua Baskerville, the general secretary of Underdog City, was pacing in his office. From his window, he could see the lavish party raging below. His fists clenched. "Unbelievable," he muttered. The city was already reeling from corrupt officials, and every deputy consul before Vakir had been sacked for bribe-taking. Now, the new appointee, just a kid, was throwing a party on his first day? Chihuahua's indignation turned to alarm as he suddenly felt a presence behind him. "Are you the general secretary?" Chihuahua whirled around, nearly tripping over himself. Standing in the shadows, calm and composed, was Vakir. Yes, that's me," Chihuahua stammered, trying to regain his composure. Vakir stepped into the light, his piercing gaze unsettling. "Vakir van Baskerville, your new deputy consul." Chihuahua swallowed nervously, but managed to introduce himself. Vakir repeated his name thoughtfully, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly. "No middle name?" Vakir mused aloud, his tone light yet pointed. Chihuahua braced for ridicule. In Baskerville hierarchy, a missing middle name marked one as an outsider, an employee, not family. He had endured years of discrimination because of it. When Vakir placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Nice," he flinched internally, expecting sarcasm. Instead, Vakir's tone was calm. "I reviewed your background on the way here. Born and raised in Underdog City, right? You've done well. I won't interfere with how you manage things." Chihuahua blinked, his confusion palpable. "Okay," he muttered, unsure if this was a genuine compliment or some strange new form of harassment. Vakir's tone shifted, growing more serious. "Your management of the personal law system is commendable, but the judicial system here is another matter. The problem isn't just illegal businesses. It's that the underground economy has more power than the law." Chihuahua hesitated before replying. "So, shut down the illegal businesses? That won't be enough," Vakir countered. "The heads of these operations need to be removed. And to do that, we need a new law." "A new law?" Chihuahua repeated, startled. Vakir nodded. "Within a week, the underground economy will be in shambles. But I need a cause, something to justify creating and enforcing this law." Chihuahua furrowed his brow. "Why do you need a cause? Isn't it enough to act against illegal businesses?" Vakir smirked, his gaze sharp. "I'm a 15-year-old deputy consul. Without a strong performance, I'm just a kid with a fancy title. This isn't about acting. It's about proving I can win." His expression twisted into a mischievous grin as he added, "To put it simply, I'll lay out poop for the flies." Chihuahua stood there dumbfounded. What in the world was this kid planning? The next day, Vakir arrived at Dort Smile Street, Underdog City's bustling downtown hub. Crowds had already gathered, their curiosity piqued by the rumors of their new deputy consul's first public action. Standing on a makeshift stage, Vakir held a large stake in his hand, his calm demeanor commanding attention. Chihuahua and the other officials stood nearby, exchanging puzzled glances. Since dawn, Vakir had been on that stage, silently biding his time. Finally, he stepped forward and introduced himself. "I am Vakir van Baskerville, your new deputy consul." The crowd buzzed with surprise, their whispers swelling like a tide. Many found it hard to believe that someone so young could hold such a high position. While a few onlookers murmured that Vakir was cute, Most questioned what someone his age could possibly achieve. Undeterred, Vikir raised his voice, addressing the crowd with confidence. He reminded them of the Baskerville family's long-standing laws, unwavering and as strict as ever, regardless of who held office. But skepticism was thick in the air. Doubts about his age, ability, and resolve rippled through the crowd. Some muttered bitterly about the corruption of past officials, assuming Vikir would inevitably fall into the same trap. Standing beside him, Chihuahua clenched his fists. Unable to stay silent, he snapped at the crowd, demanding respect for the new deputy consul. His sharp tone momentarily hushed the murmurs, though many still whispered that Chihuahua seemed better suited for the role than the boy standing on the stage. Then, Vikir acted. With a display of raw strength, he hoisted the large stake high above his head. In one powerful motion, he drove it into the ground with such force that the earth seemed to tremble. Gasps spread through the audience, their skepticism giving way to astonishment. Before the awe could fade, Vikir made his move. Standing tall, he declared the introduction of a new decree, the Vikir Special Law. The first provision, he announced, his voice carrying over the crowd, is simple. Anyone who pulls this stake from the ground will be rewarded with 100 million gold, personally paid by me. The crowd erupted in disbelief. 100 million? They shouted, their voices blending into a chaotic cacophony of awe and doubt. Could it really be that simple? Could pulling out a stake make someone unimaginably rich? Yet, despite the excitement, no one stepped forward. Vikir's sharp eyes scanned the hesitant faces, his gaze daring someone to take the challenge. What's wrong? He taunted. Does no one have the guts to try? When the silence persisted, he smirked and raised the stakes, literally. Paragraph 1, Article 2, he declared. The prize is now 1 billion gold to the person who pulls out this stake. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. 1 billion gold was beyond anyone's wildest imagination, a life-changing fortune. The murmurs turned feverish as the audience grappled with the sheer magnitude of the reward. Amid the tension, a loud, mocking laugh cut through the noise. An overweight man lumbered forward, his face twisted in disdain. What is this nonsense? Do you take us for fools? He barked. No one's going to fall for such a ridiculous stunt. But someone in the crowd, quieter yet no less intrigued, muttered, 1 billion isn't exactly pocket change. The mood shifted. Whispers of curiosity and hesitation rippled through the audience. Behind Vikir, Chihuahua was more perplexed than ever. Why weren't they the ones embarrassed by this spectacle? Why was the crowd the one feeling the pressure? Unfazed by the noise, Vikir remained calm, his presence commanding. He stepped forward, his voice cutting through the whispers. So, he asked, his tone sharp and direct, is there no one brave enough to accept the challenge? The crowd fell silent once again, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the air. When no one stepped forward, Vikir raised the stakes once more. His calm voice carried over the hushed crowd. The reward is now 10 billion gold. The crowd collectively froze, their disbelief palpable. Whispers rippled through the gathering. This has to be a joke, someone murmured. Don't be stupid, another cautioned. Look at his sword. If you seem too greedy, he might cut you down. Despite the unimaginable prize, fear and hesitation kept everyone rooted in place. Beside Vikir, Chihuahua leaned in, whispering anxiously. Deputy Consul, there isn't enough money in the city to back that promise. Before Vikir could reply, a small hand shot up from the crowd. I'll try, said a timid voice. Gasps echoed through the audience. All eyes turned to the source, a frail young girl clutching a basket of flowers. Judy? The flower girl, an old man muttered, stepping forward as if to stop her. Child, don't. But Judy shook her head, determination flickering in her eyes. My mother is sick. I have no choice. The crowd whispered in astonishment as she approached the stage, her movements hesitant yet resolute. Standing before the massive stake, Judy glanced nervously at Vikir, who towered over her with an unreadable expression. Vikir spoke a single word, pull. His voice was calm, devoid of any hint of mockery or encouragement. Judy couldn't tell if he was serious or testing her. With trembling hands, she wrapped her fingers around the stake. Taking a deep breath, she pulled with all her strength. To everyone's shock, the stake slid out effortlessly, as though it had been planted in sand. A stunned silence fell over the crowd. Mouths hung open, eyes wide in disbelief. How could a frail little girl succeed where no one else dared to try? Judy stared at the stake in her hands, unsure of what to do next. She glanced nervously at Vikir, her heart racing when she saw him reach for his sword. Tears welled up in her eyes as she thought of her sick mother and the consequences of her boldness. But instead of cold steel, something warm and heavy landed in her hands. Startled, she opened her eyes to see Vikir kneeling before her, holding out a small bag. For now, here's 100 million gold, he said calmly. Judy froze, clutching the bag tightly as the weight of his words sank in. Was this real? Bakir rose to his feet, his tone businesslike. Where's your home? He asked. 10 billion gold is too heavy to carry. I'll have it delivered with a guard to protect it. Placing a hand gently on Judy's head, Bakir spoke with quiet authority. This is the law. It must always be obeyed. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of murmurs and gasps. Bakir had done the unthinkable. He had kept his outlandish promise. Even Chihuahua, standing on the stage, was left slack-jawed, unable to process what he had just witnessed. This bold performance was a turning point. The Bakir special law swept through the city, becoming the talk of Underdog. It overshadowed even the Baskerville clan's long-standing governance law. For the first time, people saw the young deputy consul as more than just a figurehead. He was someone who kept his word, no matter how audacious it seemed. Citizens were deeply moved by the simple fairness of the law, rewards for those who upheld it and consequences for those who broke it. Word of Bakir's commitment spread like wildfire. Unlike his corrupt predecessors, Bakir wasn't about greed or empty promises. He was earning the city's respect. In a matter of weeks, the atmosphere in Underdog City began to shift. Crime rates plummeted, and for the first time in years, the streets felt safer. The people began to take pride in their leadership. In the deputy consul's office, Chihuahua was scribbling on a board when Bakir approached, noting that the text was written in the Eastern language. Impressive handwriting, Bakir remarked casually, sparking a conversation. Still reeling from the earlier spectacle, Chihuahua confessed, Deputy Consul, I've lived in this city for 2 decades, and I've never seen anything like today. It was inspiring. Bakir offered a faint smile. Fear and wrath can only go so far. Trust in the law is what matters. Today wasn't about theatrics. It was about trust. Chihuahua, visibly moved, stepped forward and bowed deeply. You have my loyalty, sir. From this day forward, I will serve you for the rest of my life. Relax, Chihuahua. You're going to overheat, Bakir teased, but his thoughts were already drifting. Reflecting on his success, Bakir couldn't help but think of a future that once was. He remembered Camus Morgues, whose iron-fisted rule had once brought crime rates to an impressive 1%. But her methods relied on fear, alienating the people she ruled. Bakir was determined to forge a better path, one that earned loyalty, not resentment. Turning to the map spread out on his desk, Bakir marked several locations. These were potential hideouts and operational bases for illegal groups. The real challenges are just beginning, he murmured. The 10 billion gold reward had already been spent. Now it was time to recover those funds. Pointing to the marked areas, he laid out his plan to monitor these locations and confiscate the dirty money fueling the city's criminal networks. Chihuahua leaned over the map, intrigued. How do you know these are their bases? With a smirk, Bakir tapped his nose. I can smell them. The truth, of course, was far less mystical. Bakir's memories from before his regression had provided him with precise knowledge of these operations. While Chihuahua marveled at his investigative prowess, Bakir kept his advantage to himself, confident that his next steps would tighten his grip on the city's underground economy. Their conversation was interrupted by a staff member bursting into the room. Deputy Consul, he announced, the Village Hall's Youth Autonomy Association has requested a meeting. Chihuahua didn't seem surprised. It's about time, he muttered. Bakir, however, scowled. Arrogant bastards, he said bluntly. What do they want? Chihuahua explained. The Youth Autonomy Association is made up of second and third generation members from Baskerville's 7 founding families. Despite the grand name, it's just a rowdy social club for entitled brats. He shrugged. They probably have opinions about the Bakir special law. Bakir's grin was sharp, his tone cutting. The dung flies have started to smell the bait. Both Chihuahua and the staff member blinked, momentarily speechless. Bakir's cold smirk deepened. Let's deal with the pests gnawing at the city's foundations. Meanwhile, deep within the burning suspension, a high-end club in Underdog City's most luxurious hotel, a raucous party was underway. In the VVIP lounge, rented for a staggering 10 million gold for just 6 hours, the 7 key members of the Youth Autonomy Association reveled in extravagance. These second and third generation heirs of Baskerville's most influential families were steeped in privilege. The room buzzed with laughter as they built a pyramid of glasses, pouring expensive wine over it and letting the liquid cascade dramatically across the table. The blonde ringleader of the group smirked as he turned to the waiters. Drink it, he ordered, gesturing to the wine pooling on the table. Without hesitation, the waiters complied, lapping up the spilled wine like obedient dogs. Thank you, sir, for the privilege, one muttered, wiping his mouth. Reclining on a plush sofa, the blonde man chuckled. No matter how recklessly I spend, my money always comes back to me, he bragged. One of his companions nodded, raising a glass. Thanks to the Baskervilles, of course. All that territorial expansion gives us an endless supply of barbarians to kidnap and sell as slaves. Another laughed. The Baskervilles' ambitions are a blessing. They're like our personal hunting dogs, always there to protect us. Protect us, the blonde man scoffed. They're just sword-wielding idiots we can manipulate. Leaning forward, he added with a grin, remember when we orchestrated that conflict between the Mesamadrano and Baskerville clans? The Baskervilles wiped them out without even realizing they'd been played. The group burst into laughter, toasting their cleverness. As the laughter died down, one of them brought up the new deputy consul. What about this Vikir van Baskerville? The blonde man sneered. Oh, never heard of him. The group shook their heads, equally unimpressed. Well, the blonde man said, his grin widening. How about we teach the boy a lesson? We'll invite him to a lavish party, ply him with expensive drinks and women, and then stick him with the bill. The group roared with laughter at the thought. Think about it, the blonde continued. The kid wouldn't dare report us. A 15-year-old deputy consul? He'd ruin himself trying to pay. As they finalized their plan, the waiter entered with a group of women in tow, their arrival announced with a flourish. The group's attention shifted immediately, their laughter giving way to eager anticipation for the night's indulgences. As the party raged on, one of the companions noticed an unfamiliar young man standing among the women. His brow furrowed. Who's that kid? He demanded. The waiter stammered nervously. He entered with so much confidence that no one stopped him. The young man stepped forward, and the room fell silent as recognition began to dawn. It was none other than Vikir himself. The blonde man, smirking to hide his unease, gestured for a waiter to handle the situation. The waiter grabbed Vikir by the hair, yanking him forward. Who do you think you are, barging in here? He snarled. Vikir's cold, glowing eyes froze the room. A tension so thick it felt like suffocating blanketed the space. Without a word, Vikir twisted the waiter's arm at an unnatural angle, eliciting a howl of pain that sent shivers through the group. The companions froze, staring in disbelief as Vikir calmly stepped forward. One of them, his voice shaking, stammered, Deputy Consul Vikir? Why are you here? Vikir's reply was short and cutting. You invited me. The blonde man forced a laugh, his tone overly jovial. Well, isn't this incredible? The Deputy Consul has graced our humble party. What an honor. Vikir didn't respond. He sat silently, his sharp gaze scanning the room as the blonde man leaned in to whisper to a companion. Their hushed tones weren't subtle enough to escape Vikir's trained ears. Let's move ahead with the plan, the blonde man murmured. Keep him here, and when it's over, stick him with the bill. The companion smirked. Let's see if he even tries to fight it. Vikir's patience snapped, slamming his hand down on the table. The entire surface exploded with a deafening crack, sending glass, drinks, and the champagne tower crashing to the floor. The room descended into chaos as the stunned partygoers struggled to process what had just happened. The blonde man's eyes widened in shock. He stared at the shattered remnants of the table, his mind racing. Did he use mana for that? The realization hit him like a blow. Vikir wasn't just a child. He was a trained Baskerville, one of the most dangerous warriors in the territory. One companion, trembling, whispered angrily, "We underestimated him." The blonde man snapped back, "Do something." But the companion shook his head, visibly terrified. "We don't stand a chance." Vikir leaned forward, his hand landing heavily on the shoulder of one of the companions. The man froze under his icy gaze, panic flooding his features. "Well, we'll pay for the drinks ourselves," the man blurted out desperately. Vikir's expression darkened. "Were you planning to make me pay for everything?" His voice was cold, each word a dagger of accusation. The companion's face shifted from panic to regret, realizing the depth of their mistake. Another companion nervously laughed, trying to diffuse the tension. Who would even dare think of doing something so ridiculous? The blonde man forced an awkward laugh, jumping in. "It's all a misunderstanding. We were just testing you, to see if you're strong enough to resist the city's corruption." "Exactly," another chimed in hastily. "And it looks like you've passed. You're just the kind of leader Underdog City needs." Vikir's piercing gaze silenced their excuses. Without warning, he lunged at the man sitting closest to him. In one swift motion, his palm struck the man's stomach with a claw-like grip, driving him backward with devastating force. The man gasped in pain as Vikir leaned in, his voice low but firm. "An owner can test their dog," he said coldly, "but a dog should never test its owner. Ever." The room plunged into an uneasy silence as Vikir's icy gaze swept across the group. His voice was calm, but razor-sharp. "Have you grown so complacent with your wealth and power that my actions don't move you?" His eyes narrowed. "You have no idea what real fear looks like." Without hesitation, he threw the man beneath his grip to the ground and stomped on his face. The sickening crunch reverberated through the room. Vikir straightened and looked back at the others. "Do you even know why I'm doing this? If not, perhaps you all need the same lesson." The blonde man's face turned deathly pale. Stammering, he insisted, We understand perfectly. There's no need for more." Vikir's expression darkened. If you really understood, you'd already know what's coming next. He delivered a sharp kick to the down man, eliciting a groan of pain. Tension boiled over. The blond man spat. "You bastard." Another sneered, his voice dripping with scorn. "Do you really think you can get away with this?" In an instant, Vikir closed the distance between them, standing mere inches from the second man. His voice was cold and unyielding. "You're guilty of abduction, kidnapping, illegal slave trafficking, and insulting Baskerville authority." The room froze. The companions' faces contorted in shock. How could Vikir possibly know the details of their crimes? Before they could react, Vikir's fist collided with the second man's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Animals don't learn until they're taught," Vikir said, his tone dripping with disdain. His lips curled into a sinister grin. "And now, I'll teach you disobedient creatures what happens when you defy the law." In the dim confines of a prison cell, two figures stood in stark contrast. Vikir, calm and composed, regarded the scene with indifference, while General Secretary Chihuahua looked visibly shaken. Before them, the blond man, his face swollen and bloodied, screamed profanities. His voice echoed harshly off the stone walls. "You think this ends here?" The blond man snarled, venom in his tone. "The moment I'm out of here, I'll have both of your heads on spikes. My father will never forgive this." Chihuahua, unnerved by the outburst, turned to Vikir. "Deputy Consul," he began cautiously, "did you really have to go this far?" Vikir glanced at him, his faint smirk betraying no remorse. "Do you think I overdid it?" Chihuahua's response was emphatic. "Yes. Look at him. He's barely human anymore. You've turned him into a meat bag." Vikir's smile didn't waver. He strode toward the cell, his voice calm but laced with menace. This is nothing. I haven't even started." Chihuahua's unease deepened. "What are you planning?" he asked, his tone wary. Vikir's response was chilling. "I'm going to purge all the corrupt civil servants who've twisted the Baskerville system into something monstrous." He gestured toward the prisoners behind the bars. "Look at them, arrogant smug. They've trampled the clan's authority for far too long. This is what happens when education is neglected." The blond man and his companions, finally grasping the severity of their situation, dropped their bravado. Desperation etched their faces as they begged for mercy, offering Vikir anything he wanted in exchange for their lives. Chihuahua, ever the pragmatist, voiced his concern. "You do realize their families won't sit quietly, right? They may be cowards, but they're bold enough to retaliate if pushed too far. This could spiral out of control." Vikir's confident smile didn't waver as he reassured Chihuahua. "These men are deeply tied to the criminal underworld of Underdog City," he explained. "Their families are just as complicit. None of them would dare raise a complaint. They'd be incriminating themselves." Chihuahua wasn't convinced. "But what about evidence? Without proof, this could blow up in our faces." Vikir's reply was calm and cryptic. "I have ways of finding evidence. And if none exists," he let his words linger before finishing, "I'll create it." Despite his composed demeanor, Vikir's mind was racing with calculations. He wasn't concerned about backlash. The world was shifting, and soon he'd either be sent to battle or depart for the academy. Either way, time was on his side. Standing before the prisoners, Vikir's voice turned icy, each word deliberate and cutting. Human trafficking, kidnapping, bribery, blackmail, assault through intermediaries, murder. The crimes fell from his lips like hammer blows in the stifling silence of the cell. The blond man's desperation mounted. "Where's your proof?" he demanded, his voice cracking. Vikir smirked. "If I presented evidence, would you accept your punishment?" The blond man averted his gaze, the weight of his guilt unmistakable. His defiance crumbled into a silent plea, his expression screaming, "I'll never shame my family, even if I die here." The tense atmosphere broke with the sudden arrival of a bald man carrying a heavy bag. He greeted Vikir with casual ease, as though the grim scene before him was an everyday affair. "Your custom order is ready," he said, placing the bag at Vikir's feet. Vikir nodded in thanks and opened the bag, revealing an array of ominous tools. The bald man watched, a mix of dread and fascination on his face. Finally, he couldn't hold back. "I've been in this business for 30 years, but I've never seen tools like those. Where did you come up with such terrifying devices?" Without looking up, Vikir replied nonchalantly, "I didn't invent them. They were common where I came from." The bald man froze, visibly unsettled. "Where you came from? What hellhole is that?" Vikir chuckled. "Something like that." Then, almost casually, he added, "Want me to teach you how to use them?" The bald man quickly shook his head, his face pale. "No thanks. If I watch what you're about to do, I'd lose everything I've eaten this week." Vikir smirked, but didn't respond. He turned his focus back to the tools, methodically arranging them as his mind drifted to darker times, the era of destruction. Memories of breaking Demon Clan prisoners resurfaced, the era when interrogation techniques reached horrifying heights in sophistication and cruelty. Opening his coat, Vakir revealed a series of tools strapped to his body. The blond man's defiance shattered. His bravado dissolved into a high-pitched squeal as sheer terror gripped him. Vakir's expression was cold and unreadable. "What happened to your confidence?" he asked mockingly. "Where's all that tough talk about never confessing?" Buttoning the cuffs of his sleeves with deliberate calm, Vakir added, "Don't say anything just yet. Let's savor this moment. It's nostalgic." The blond man couldn't hold back anymore. Tears streamed down his face, his body trembling uncontrollably as fear consumed him. Rumors of the arrests of the 7 wicked gangs spread like wildfire through Underdog City. In every corner of the city, taverns, markets, and alleys, the topic dominated conversations. At a dimly lit tavern, a group of patrons argued over the shocking news. "Good riddance," one man spat. "Those gangs treated ordinary folks like pests." Another, more skeptical voice chimed in, "Don't get your hopes up. The new deputy consul might make some noise, but he'll release them soon enough. They're too tied to the native families." "But the charges are serious this time," a third patron countered. "They might actually be executed." The room fell into uneasy murmurs as patrons debated whether the children of the native families could truly face such dire consequences. One man leaned in, his voice low but resolute. "Don't underestimate Vakir. This is the same man who burned 10 billion gold just to make a point. If anyone will follow through, it's him." Others scoffed, dismissing the arrests as a political ploy. "It's all for show," a patron said, waving a hand. "The native families will apologize, and the gang members will walk free. It's how things have always been." At first, it seemed those predictions might hold true. The Mablank, Pyre, Luib, Chanel, Daragamu, Hermes, and Prada clans, families tied to the 7 wicked gangs, issued formal apologies to Deputy Consul Vakir. But the apologies fell on deaf ears. In the heart of the city's central square, 7 severed heads hung grotesquely from iron spikes. Salt preserved their twisted expressions of agony, a chilling reminder of the suffering they endured before death. Above the heads, a public notice detailed their crimes and punishments under the Baskerville Family Autonomy Constitution, a set of laws infamous for its strict and unforgiving penalties. Clause 1. Banning illegal brothels. Punishment: tattooing the word sex across the criminal's face. Clause 2. Banning illegal gambling. Punishment: wrist amputation, repeated 72 times, 1 for each offense. Clause 3. Banning illegal private loans. Punishment: eye removal. This penalty was suspended after pleas from victims. Clause 4. Banning illegal lobbying. Punishment: exile. Since the criminals were already dead, their headless bodies were discarded outside the city walls. The crowd stood frozen, staring in silent horror at the grisly display. The severed heads of the 7 wicked gangs and the brutal enforcement of the laws left the city in shock. In his office, Vakir addressed Chihuahua, who was visibly shaken. "There's no need to look so surprised," Vakir said, his tone cold. "These laws have always existed. The only difference is that this is the first time the so-called native families are facing the consequences." Chihuahua swallowed hard, struggling to process what had just unfolded. "Do you really think this will work?" Vakir turned his gaze to the window, watching the flickering torches of the central square below. "This is only the beginning," he said. "This enforcement will spark a chain reaction. Underdog City is on the brink of a violent shift." His voice grew darker. "When the destruction begins, this city will become a bloodbath." Turning back to Chihuahua, Vakir's tone sharpened. "Brace yourself. You're joining me for the next step of the plan." Chihuahua blinked, clearly rattled. "Me? Why do I have to?" "You're part of this now," Vakir interrupted, his voice leaving no room for argument. Chihuahua let out a resigned sigh, his face pale as the weight of what lay ahead settled over him. The scene shifted to a dimly lit tent buzzing with anticipation. Chihuahua, now donning a sinister mask that only made him more jittery, stood among a crowd of similarly veiled figures. Turning slightly, he whispered nervously to a figure caged behind him. Vakir, exuding his usual unbothered confidence. "Are you sure this plan isn't insane?" Chihuahua asked, his voice barely audible. Vakir's crimson eyes locked onto him. "Have I ever let you down?" Chihuahua's silence spoke volumes. He adjusted his mask, feigning composure as more masked individuals filed into the area. This was no ordinary gathering. It was the infamous underground slave auction in Underdog City, a lawless pit nestled at the edge of Baskerville territory. Under the cover of night, a sprawling tent had risen from the barren wasteland, its garish lights luring in luxurious carriages like moths to a flame. Inside, a grim marketplace awaited, where lives were bartered like commodities. Kidnapped barbarians, disgraced nobles, and commoners alike. The Baskerville family, oblivious to this atrocity on their outskirts, remained conspicuously absent. At the entrance, The auctioneer greeted arrivals with exaggerated cheer. His tone shifted slightly upon noticing Chihuahua's group, recognizing the telltale insignias of the Mablin clan, one of the auction's most esteemed customers. "You're here as sellers this time," the auctioneer remarked, glancing at their credentials. "I trust you've brought something to impress. Last time, the clan wasn't exactly thrilled with our offerings." Chihuahua's lips curled into a nervous smirk beneath his mask. "No complaints here. Quality is never a problem." The auctioneer's gaze fell on Vakir, trapped in a cage among the other merchandise. His striking black hair and piercing crimson eyes drew the man's attention like a shark to blood. "Now that's a rare gem," he murmured, his greedy eyes glinting. "I'll make sure he fetches a premium." Feigning agreement, Chihuahua nodded and let the auctioneer handle the rest. The man bowed theatrically before disappearing, leaving Chihuahua to stew in the chaos of the tent. Inside, the atmosphere was electric. The crowd of criminals and elites buzzed with anticipation, swapping whispers about the night's offerings. From exotic slaves to tragic nobles, everyone had their preferences, though all shared the same ravenous hunger for novelty. The auctioneer took the stage, his flamboyant energy rivaling that of a carnival barker. "Ladies and gentlemen," he boomed, "our first item, a beast straight from the nightmares of hell itself." With a dramatic flourish, he unveiled an A-rank monster, the Mercy Lego. The crowd gasped as the towering creature, part cow, part devil, growled menacingly. Its 19 hearts made it nearly impossible to kill, a fact the auctioneer didn't fail to exploit. "Every part of this beast is valuable," he announced, listing its leather, meat, bones, and even intestines. "The bidding starts at 100 million gold." Excitement rippled through the audience as the bids climbed. 140 million, 200 million, 250 million. "Sold for 250 million gold," the auctioneer bellowed, slamming his gavel with a theatrical bang. The crowd erupted into applause, eager for the next spectacle. As the auction continued, a variety of bizarre and horrifying products paraded across the stage, each commanding the audience's morbid fascination. However, the crowd's murmurs hushed when a worker approached the auctioneer, whispering in his ear. A wicked grin spread across his face. "Ladies and gentlemen," he announced, his voice laced with excitement, "we have a special addition to tonight's lineup. From the savage tribes of the life-engulfing forests, a warrior of unparalleled ferocity." The girl was dragged onto the stage, her fierce glare defiant even as the chains bit into her wrists. The auctioneer wasted no time hyping her up as a wild beast begging to be tamed, urging the crowd to prove their dominance. "Bidding starts at 5 million gold," he declared, his voice booming. Silence. "All right, 3 million," he tried, his enthusiasm wavering. The crowd exchanged uninterested glances. "Fine, 1 million gold. She's a steal," he shouted, desperation creeping into his voice. Still nothing. Murmurs of boredom rippled through the tent. Frustrated, the auctioneer waved the guards over. "Take her away. Let's get to something worth their time." The guard stepped in, but the girl wasn't about to go quietly. She thrashed violently, almost breaking free, until one guard struck her in the stomach. She crumpled to the floor, unconscious, and was unceremoniously dragged backstage. The auctioneer cleared his throat, forcing a smile as he tried to salvage the moment. "Apologies for that little incident, but fear not. I present to you the crown jewel of tonight's auction." The crowd stirred as the spotlight swung to Vakir, seated calmly in his cage. He radiated a quiet, commanding presence that silenced even the most restless attendees. "Behold," the auctioneer proclaimed, "a pure blood with striking black hair and crimson eyes, beauty, strength, and obedience in one perfect package." Before the bidding officially began, a woman in the crowd, smitten by Vakir's striking appearance, raised her hand. 600 million gold. The auctioneer blinked, momentarily caught off guard. "We haven't even announced the starting price." 800 million. Another bidder cut in, a gruff man with an imposing presence. The woman whirled on him, her tone sharp. "Why would you need him?" The man smirked. "I'll make him a gladiator. He'll be worth twice the price by the time I'm done." The two traded barbs as the bids climbed rapidly. 900 million, 1 billion. The tent buzzed with energy until a new contender, masked and silent, raised their plate. Number 99. 6 billion gold. The masked bidder said coolly, silencing the room in an instant. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Someone whispered, "That's Baron Gambino. He's swimming in money after taking over the underground funds from the granary." While the audience admired the Baron's bold move, his attendant leaned in, her tone cautious. "That's a dangerous sum for a slave. You'll only profit if he stays unscathed." The Baron shot her a withering glare. "I saved you from the streets, and this is how you repay me? Keep your mouth shut." The auctioneer slammed his gavel. "Sold. To customer 99 for 6 billion gold." Guards hauled Vakir from the cage, presenting him to Baron Gambino. Up close, Vikir's presence was even more intimidating, his crimson eyes practically daring the Baron to test him. "You're mine now," Gambino said, a twisted grin spreading across his face. "But don't worry, I'm not a bad guy." Vikir's stoic expression didn't falter, though the Baron's lecherous tone was enough to make the air in the room feel heavy. "Relax," Gambino purred. "I'll find all sorts of ways to enjoy you." If looks could kill, Vikir's glare would have struck him down on the spot. Vikir raised his bound hands toward the Baron, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. The Baron blinked, misinterpreting the gesture. "Oh, do you want me to unlock those for you?" Before the Baron could finish his sentence, Vikir's wrists tensed, and the cuffs snapped apart with a metallic crack that echoed through the room. "What?" The Baron sputtered, eyes wide. Vikir wasted no time. He delivered a thunderous kick to the Baron's chest, sending him sprawling across the floor like a discarded rag doll. Gambino's attendant, Cindy, froze in shock as the Baron writhed on the ground, gasping for air. Striding over, Vikir grabbed the Baron by the back of his collar, lifting him like a sack of grain. "Let's play a game," Vikir said, his voice calm, yet icy. "It's called Spear and Shield. I'm the spear. You're the shield. Let's see how long you last." With that, he slammed the Baron into the floor with bone-crunching force. Gambino screamed, flailing and calling out, "Cindy, do something." But before Cindy could react, the Baron had already gone limp. Vikir released him, standing over his unconscious form. "Game over," Vikir announced, his tone devoid of emotion. The shield failed. The room erupted into murmurs as Vikir reached up and removed his mask. Gasps rippled through the crowd as his identity was revealed. "Vikir van Baskerville," someone exclaimed in disbelief. Cindy stumbled back, her face pale. "A Baskerville here?" Vikir ignored her and crouched near the Baron's crumpled body, inspecting him with cold detachment. "Is he dead?" he asked flatly, as if the answer barely mattered. The crowd broke into whispers. "If he's here, then who's the new deputy consul of Underdog City? Why would a Baskerville hound come to this auction?" Amid the chaos, Chihuahua stood in the shadows, his heart pounding. He stared at Vikir, trying to make sense of what he had just witnessed. This isn't just an incident anymore, he thought, his mind racing. It's a catastrophe. Vikir straightened, surveying the tent with a chilling smile. "A circus," he muttered, his crimson eyes gleaming with menace. "That's what this place is. But don't expect the clowns to survive the show." Tension gripped the room. Vikir stood unarmed at the center, surrounded by a sea of guards. The crowd held its collective breath, unsure if they were about to witness a miracle or a massacre. The auctioneer, his face twisted with fury, shattered the silence. "Kill him," he roared, spittle flying. "I don't care if he's a Baskerville. Take him down." The guards charged, weapons glinting in the harsh light. Vikir's hand flickered. In an instant, Beelzebub, his blade, appeared, shimmering with a deadly red glow. Before the first guard could blink, Vikir moved, a blur of precision and brutality. The first wave of attackers fell in moments, their weapons clattering uselessly to the floor as crimson streaks stained the ground. The crowd recoiled in horror. A guard wielding a massive chain, an iron ball swung it with all his might, the heavy weapon whistling through the air. Vikir sidestepped smoothly and, in one clean motion, severed both the chain and its wielder in a single stroke. The auctioneer's confidence crumbled. His lips trembled as realization dawned. This wasn't just any warrior. It was a graduate, one of the elite Baskerville hounds. "We don't stand a chance," the auctioneer thought, dread washing over him like a tide. From the shadows, Chihuahua muttered under his breath, his eyes wide as he watched Vikir carve through the guards like a force of nature. "I knew he was strong, but this is insane," he whispered, his awe laced with disbelief. Then, chaos shifted gears. A chilling laugh echoed through the room, halting the remaining murmurs. Vikir turned sharply to see the auctioneer holding Chihuahua hostage, a knife pressed tightly against his throat. "Drop your weapon and surrender," the auctioneer barked, his voice trembling with desperation, but full of venom. "Or I'll cut his throat right here and now." All eyes turned to Vikir, waiting for his next move. Vikir stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the auctioneer. His calm demeanor only served to agitate his opponent, who pressed the blade closer, drawing a thin line of blood on Chihuahua's neck. "Deputy Consul," Chihuahua spoke, his voice steady despite the danger. "Don't worry about me. Just do what you need to do." The auctioneer snarled, silencing Chihuahua with a rough shake. But his words had already struck their mark. Vikir's lips curled into an amused smile. "You got guts, Chihuahua," he said lightly. The tension thickened as Vikir reached down, producing a simple flute strapped to his leg. The auctioneer's confidence faltered for a moment, his brow furrowing. "What's that? Some kind of trick?" Ignoring the taunt, Vikir brought the flute to his lips. The high-pitched note that followed sliced through the air like a razor, its intensity rattling the very walls of the auction hall. The crowd clutched their ears, howling in agony as the sound reverberated, unrelenting and merciless. When the noise finally ceased, the room fell into an uneasy silence. The crowd exchanged confused, fearful glances. The auctioneer, sweating but outwardly unaffected, forced a grin. That's it? A cheap scare tactic? He chuckled nervously. Even a graduate can't. His words stopped abruptly. A thin blade pierced his throat from behind, slicing through flesh and bone with terrifying precision. Blood sprayed in an arc as his head rolled to the ground, his lifeless eyes still wide with shock. Behind him stood a hooded figure, their crimson-streaked blade gleaming under the dim lights. Chihuahua froze, unable to process what he had just witnessed. A guard, attempting to regain control, charged at the hooded figure. But the intruder barely moved, flicking their sword with casual ease. The guard's body shredded mid-stride, collapsing in a lifeless heap. As panic spread, more hooded figures emerged from the shadows, dozens of them. They moved with an eerie, synchronized grace, their auras radiating power and malice. Their eyes, cold and unfeeling, swept across the terrified room, freezing everyone in place. "Who are they?" a trembling guard whispered, his voice barely audible. Cindy Wendy, still clinging to the edges of composure, gasped as her eyes locked onto the distinctive insignia on their chests, a pair of razor-sharp teeth. Her face turned pale as she whispered, "The Pitbull Order, the Baskerville Clan's elite, the Annihilation Experts." A wave of dread swept through the crowd as the reality sunk in. Everyone in the room knew the legend of the Pitbull Order, an unstoppable force of graduates trained to kill without hesitation, their loyalty only to the Baskerville Clan. Cindy froze as one of the Pitbull Knights materialized behind her, his blade poised to strike. Her heart thundered in her chest, panic seizing her thoughts. "I can't die here, not like this." But just as the knight's sword began to fall, Vakir's voice cut through the chaos. "Leave her alive." The knight halted instantly, lowering his weapon and kneeling in deference to Vakir. Cindy gasped, her chest heaving as relief washed over her. Vakir's gaze swept coldly across the room. "Rip the rest of them to shreds," he ordered, his tone sharp and unyielding. "But spare those lying still. If anyone flinches, kill them without hesitation." The knight nodded and vanished into the shadows like a specter. The hall erupted into a cacophony of screams as the Pitbull Knights carried out their master's commands with ruthless precision. Blades flashed, flesh tore, and pleas for mercy were silenced in an instant. Amid the slaughter, one trembling man lay prone, desperately willing himself to stay motionless. "Don't move. Don't breathe. Just stay down and maybe, just maybe I'll survive this." A knight loomed over him, an imposing figure radiating lethal intent. "I'll wear the cuffs. I'll do whatever you want," the man sobbed, clutching at the last strands of his life. The knight's voice was cold and devoid of empathy. "We don't carry cuffs." The man stammered, confusion breaking through his terror. "Then, what will you do to me?" The answer came without hesitation. The knight's blade flashed, severing the man's legs in a swift, brutal motion. The man's screams echoed through the hall as the knight moved on, uninterested in his suffering. "Those sentenced to execution don't need legs," he muttered flatly. Meanwhile, a figure puffing on a cigar stepped up beside Vakir. It was Boston Terrier Le Baskerville, the formidable commander of the Pitbull Knights. He took a long drag, his sharp gaze appraising the young warrior. "So, what do you think of the Pitbull Knights?" Boston Terrier asked, his tone casual but laced with pride. Vakir gave a curt nod. "They're effective." Boston Terrier smirked. "If you need anything else, just say the word." As he studied Vakir, his thoughts churned. No wonder Brother Hugo is so invested in this kid. At 15, he's already this sharp. Fierce and ruthless, a natural fit for us. Placing a hand on Vakir's head, Boston Terrier grinned. "Come join us. I'll raise you into a proper knight." Vakir hesitated briefly before responding, his tone polite but firm. "I'll think about it." Turning, he added, "I have urgent matters to attend to." Boston Terrier watched him leave, a faint frown tugging at his lips. He's ignoring me, he thought, but instead of irritation, he felt a growing sense of intrigue. That just makes me want him even more. Vakir slipped into the shadowy storeroom, his eyes narrowing as they adjusted to the dim light. "It's here somewhere," he muttered, prowling between crates and barrels with the precision of a predator. In the corner, a hulking safe caught his eye. For a fleeting second, he considered if it held the nobles' contributions. The thought of dragging it to City Hall for some bureaucratic taxation ritual briefly crossed his mind. "Yeah, no," he dismissed, smirking to himself. "I'm not here to play accountant." His attention shifted to a cage covered with a tattered cloth. As he stepped closer, a faint whimper reached his ears. His smirk vanished, replaced by a grim determination. Yanking the cloth away, he revealed a bruised and battered girl huddled inside. She flinched at the sudden exposure, her tear-streaked face a picture of fear and pain. Vikir let out a frustrated sigh, reaching into his pack. "You're lucky I have this," he muttered, pulling out a shimmering potion, a relic from the Pitbull Knights, known for its legendary healing properties. Carefully tilting the vial, he let a few drops trickle into her mouth. The transformation was almost instant. Wounds knitting together, bruises fading like ink washed away. Her eyelids fluttered open, but the sight of Vikir made her retreat further into the cage, trembling. Vikir frowned. "What's with the fear? Do I look like the bad guy here?" The girl remained silent, staring as if weighing her odds of survival. Vikir stood, unlocking the cage with a practiced twist. "Go," he commanded, his tone firm but not unkind. When she didn't move, he switched to halting barbarian. "Run. Away." Her eyes widened slightly, the recognition of her native tongue flickering in her expression. Yet she hesitated, mumbling something in barbarian that sounded soft, almost pleading. Vikir crossed his arms. "Look, I'm not fluent, but this isn't a language test. The exit's that way." He pointed emphatically. Finally, the girl rose, still limping but steadier with each step. At the doorway, she paused and turned back to him, her voice trembling as she spoke again in barbarian. Vikir couldn't make out the words, but the gratitude in her tone was unmistakable. Once she disappeared into the night, Vikir exhaled and pulled another cloth aside. Beneath it lay his real target, the carcass of Mercy Lego, an A-rank monster. Still fresh, he noted, crouching down to inspect the massive beast's remains. A red aura began to shimmer from his hand, and moments later, Beelzebub materialized, a faint grin stretching across its sinister form. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Vikir said casually, as though addressing an old friend. "An A-rank snack. Try not to take all day. The Pitbull Knights will be here soon, and they don't like to share." Beelzebub let out a guttural, pleased sound, its hunger palpable. The aura around it flared as it descended upon the corpse, feasting with voracious glee. Vikir stood watch, arms crossed, his mind already calculating his next move. As dawn broke, the name Deputy Consul Vikir became the city's most chilling buzzword. Stories of his brutal crackdown on the criminal underworld spread like wildfire. Nobles and other elites involved in the illegal slave trade were now prisoners in Underdog City's notorious jail, minus a few limbs. The infamous Burning Suspension Club, once the crown jewel of the city's vice, had been reduced to smoldering ruins. Its VIP patrons hadn't fared any better. Their heads now adorned stakes in the main square, a grim display of justice that sent shockwaves through the city. The 7 original clans, whose heirs had been among the casualties, were quick to react. Their indignant letters of protest flooded Vikir's office. But his response was as cold and final as the guillotine. The death penalty is the only justice for violating the imperial family's ultimate decree. Vikir's assault wasn't just physical, it was financial. Bank drafts, incriminating ledgers, and records seized from Burning Suspension were handed over to the Baskerville clan. These documents detailed everything from bribes to secret transactions, implicating powerful players. With evidence mounting and reports heading to the imperial family, even the proudest clans found their protests turning to silence. In a desperate move, the patriarchs of the 7 original clans personally arrived at Vikir's office to beg for mercy. Their pleas were met with the same icy resolve. "The black ledgers don't lie," Vikir said, unflinching. "Your family assets will be confiscated. For the crime of treason, 3 generations of your bloodlines are sentenced to eradication. That's final." The city itself felt the shockwave of Vikir's iron rule. Execution grounds flowed red as the corrupt elite were purged. Freed from criminal strangleholds, public offices and contractors began hiring again, slashing unemployment. The destruction of the underground auction house funneled newfound tax revenue into public welfare. Businesses flourished, and even the stock market felt the effects as optimism surged. Underdog City transformed almost overnight, its people celebrating a newfound hope. Meanwhile, Vikir's popularity skyrocketed, and the once embattled deputy consul became a beacon of progress. One morning, Chihuahua entered Vikir's administrative office, carrying a steaming mug. "Coffee delivery," he announced with a grin. Vikir looked up, raising an eyebrow. "You're the office manager, not my errand boy." Chihuahua waved off the remark. "Call it gratitude. You saved me at the auction, remember?" That clown's knife was way too close for comfort. A rare smirk tugged at Vikir's lips. "Coffee? That's a bit cheap for a life debt." Chihuahua laughed. "Hey, it's not just any coffee. 2 spoons of sugar, extra creamer, and barely any water. Top shelf stuff." Their banter filled the room with an unusual warmth before Chihuahua shifted gears. "How's the transcribing going? Still practicing your writing?" Wordlessly, Vikir handed him a sheet of paper. Chihuahua scanned it, his eyes widening. Wow, you've only just started learning, and this is incredible. Your handwriting is nearly perfect. Vikir shrugged, downplaying the compliment. Still a long way to go. Besides, you're the one running this office like clockwork. Chihuahua chuckled, but couldn't help feeling awed. Beneath Vikir's stern demeanor lay a man capable of reshaping the city's foundations. He didn't just enforce laws. He understood their purpose, their weight. Watching Vikir at work, Chihuahua silently hoped he'd stay in Underdog City. With Vikir at the helm, it felt like the city was finally on the verge of something extraordinary. Under the pale glow of the moonlight slipping through iron bars, Vikir stood in the shadows of a prison cell. Opposite him, Cindy Wendy, Baron Gambino's former attendant, sat bound and blindfolded, her defiant posture stark against the cold walls. Breaking the silence, Vikir spoke, his tone apologetic yet distant. I should have come sooner, but duty kept me. Cindy Wendy, isn't it? She ignored the question, her voice cutting through the air like ice. Why did you spare me? Vikir stepped forward, removing the blindfold with deliberate calm. Their eyes met, his crimson gaze steady. Because I need answers. Her lips twisted into a bitter sneer. So that's it? You only kept me alive to interrogate me. Ignoring the jab, Vikir began pacing slowly, his words precise. Baron Gambino's meteoric rise wasn't natural. A nobody doesn't climb the ladder that fast without help. That help was you. Your talent for generating wealth made him untouchable. If you'd chosen a different path, you could have been a respected merchant, maybe even a banker. He stopped in front of her, dragging a chair noisily across the floor. Sitting down, he locked eyes with her. Let's keep this simple. Answer my questions honestly, and you'll walk free. Refuse, and his voice trailed off ominously, leaving the alternative to her imagination. Cindy's eyes narrowed as she bit her lip, wrestling with her anger before spitting out a reply. Fine, I'll answer. Vikir leaned back, his first question direct and unsettling in its simplicity. How would you rate my performance as a law enforcer? Her laugh was sharp and mocking. A shining beacon of justice in Underdog City, she quipped, sarcasm oozing from every word. Unmoved, Vikir leaned forward. Mockery's a dangerous game, Cindy. Play along, or the deal's off. With an exasperated sigh, she dropped the act. Fine, you're doing well. Happy. Vikir's demeanor shifted instantly, his grin sudden and wolfish. Rising, he closed the distance between them, gripping her chin. His voice dropped to a chilling tone. Why do you think I'm doing well? Cindy stiffened, sweat beading on her brow as his crimson eyes bored into her. Releasing her, Vikir returned to his chair, gesturing for her to speak. Grinding her teeth, Cindy finally relented. Because you enforce order with fear. People listen, but not because they respect you. They're terrified. You crush criminals and boost your authority, but you're planting seeds of hatred at the same time. That hatred will grow, and one day, it'll burn everything you've built. She paused, her gaze hardening. And the Baskerville clan? They won't tolerate your rise. They don't like threats to the throne, and you're becoming one. Vikir's face remained unreadable, absorbing her words like a stone soaking in rain. After a moment, he asked, What's your solution then? How would you navigate this? Cindy locked eyes with Vikir, her voice calm but firm. If you want to survive, return all your authority and accomplishments here to the Baskerville clan and its leader. Keeping the spotlight on yourself will only make you a target. She paused, then added, Find a place where your power won't draw attention. Somewhere like the life-engulfing forest or the Imperial Academy. Among your peers, you can blend in, hide your strength, and slip out of the Baskerville clan's crosshairs. Cindy's tone softened slightly. If you do this, the clan leader will eventually bear the consequences in your place. Vikir said nothing at first, his gaze distant. The silence grew heavy, and Cindy's breath hitched as an overwhelming wave of bloodlust radiated from him. The air turned suffocating, the weight of his unspoken menace pressing down like a predator, sizing up its prey. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm, but laced with steel. I understand your suggestion, he said. It's like asking a loyal hunting dog to turn its fangs on its own master. His crimson eyes locked onto hers, the mix of bloodlust and cold calculation behind them unyielding. Yet Cindy, despite the shiver crawling up her spine, held his gaze with an unsettling calm. It's the only way to escape the Baskerville clan's hatred, she said evenly. A faint smile tugged at Vikir's lips. Not bad, he remarked. Your thoughts align suspiciously well with my own. To Cindy's surprise, Vikir stepped forward and unlocked her handcuffs, the metal clattering to the floor. She stared at him in disbelief. You're really letting me go? Vikir nodded, his expression unwavering. I keep my promises. Cindy hesitated as she walked past him, glancing back. I hope you never come to regret this. Before she could leave, his voice stopped her cold. Do you know the Messamid Inaro clan? Cindy turned, her expression puzzled. Bakir's tone was measured, deliberate. Among the founding families of Underdog City, everyone knows the 7 original clans. But there was an 8th, a prosperous merchant family, the Messamidinaro clan. They were as wealthy and influential as any of the 7. His voice darkened as he continued. Their rise ended in a single night. During a grand birthday celebration, the clan's youngest son showed off his newly learned sword technique. It stunned the onlookers because it was the secret Baskerville sword art, knowledge that only bloodline members of the Baskerville family are allowed to possess. Cindy's body tensed as she listened. Bakir's words carried the weight of history and bloodshed. The Baskerville clan leader deemed it a betrayal of the highest order. Their response was swift and merciless. The hunting dogs were unleashed, and the Messamidinaro clan was erased from existence. Cindy's unease grew, but she managed a forced smile. And what does this have to do with me? Bakir's eyes sharpened, his tone cutting. There's more to the story. That technique wasn't leaked by accident. It was stolen by the young masters of the 7 clans and taught to the boy as a cruel joke. The Messamidinaro clan was nothing more than a scapegoat, a victim of their malice. Cindy's forced smile faded entirely as Bakir stepped closer, his voice heavy with grim resolve. There was one survivor, a 1-year-old girl pulled from the ruins of her family's massacre. Beautiful, even as an infant, but beauty brought her no mercy. She endured unimaginable torment at the hands of those who took her. Cindy's fists clenched as anger flashed across her face. I don't want to hear any more of this, she snapped, turning away and striding toward the exit. But Bakir's voice cut through the silence, stopping her in her tracks. The story doesn't end there, he said, his tone measured but unrelenting. A new deputy consul uncovered the truth and brought justice. The 7 young masters who orchestrated the fall of the Messamidinaro clan were captured, interrogated, and forced to confess. His expression darkened, the weight of his words pressing into the room. Before they died, they showed remorse. Their final words were, "We're sorry for committing such a heinous crime." Cindy froze, tears streaming down her face as she turned to face him. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Who are they apologizing to?" Bakir met her gaze with calm resolve. "They were apologizing to the sole survivor of the Messamidinaro clan," he said. "To the girl who took the name Cindy Wendy." Cindy staggered, her tears falling faster. "How am I supposed to believe that?" she demanded, her voice raw with pain. "You tortured them. How can I trust that their apologies were genuine?" Without hesitation, Bakir grabbed a nearby torch. "There's only one way for you to believe me," he said evenly. "See it for yourself." He led Cindy through the dim halls to a desolate prison cell. Stopping before the door, he gestured toward the ground. "Look." Cindy's eyes widened as she took in the horrific sight. On the cold stone floor, written in dried blood, were the prisoner's final, desperate words. "We brought devastation upon the Messamidinaro clan. Forgive us for our crimes." The pitiful plea was raw and haunting, a message scrawled in their final moments of terror. Cindy's knees buckled as the weight of it all hit her. Overcome, she clutched her stomach and retched, tears streaming down her cheeks as she trembled. Bakir stood behind her, his voice steady but laced with an edge of cold purpose. Even though they suffered and died, the vengeance of the Messamidinaro clan isn't finished. There's still one more clan that must pay for what they've done. He knelt slightly to meet her gaze, his crimson eyes burning with intensity. "Hate the Baskervilles. You have every right to despise us. As a survivor of the Messamidinaro clan." Cindy wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, her tears refusing to stop. "Why are you doing this?" she asked, her voice hoarse. "Why are you helping me? You're a Baskerville yourself." Bakir's lips curled into a faint smirk. "You're asking the wrong question." Cindy pushed herself to her feet, brushing off the dust as she steadied her shaking frame. Without another word, she began to walk away, but at the door, she paused and turned back to him. Her expression was calm now, her voice steady. "I understand," she said quietly. "Bakir van Baskerville, I owe you a debt." Her tone grew firm, conviction lining every word. "No matter where life takes you, you'll never have to worry about money again. That's my promise." With that, she disappeared into the shadows of the hallway. Bakir stood in silence, watching her go until her footsteps faded into the distance. Then, almost to himself, he muttered with a faint smirk, "I'll hold you to that promise." The next morning, Chihuahua burst into Bakir's quarters, full of energy. "Deputy Consul, it's time to..." He started but froze mid-sentence. The scene before him was something out of a nightmare. Blood-soaked sheets and lifeless bodies scattered across the room. Bakir stirred, stretching lazily before rubbing his eyes. "Good morning," he greeted casually, as though nothing were amiss. Chihuahua's jaw nearly hit the floor. "Good morning. What about?" "All the corpses," he shouted, pointing wildly. Bakir glanced around at the carnage, his expression nonchalant. "Oh, those?" Looks like I killed them in my sleep, he replied with a shrug. Chihuahua stared, utterly horrified. Are you serious? Vikir chuckled lightly. Relax, I'm kidding. As they made their way down the hallway, Chihuahua shot him a wary look. Deputy Consul, I have to ask, what was your childhood like? Vikir smirked, amusement dancing in his crimson eyes. Didn't find my joke funny? That's not what I meant, Chihuahua muttered, exasperated. Vikir's tone turned thoughtful, almost distracted. Lately, I've had some inconveniences. Poison arrows, acid snipers, arson attacks, 2 near misses with runaway carts, the usual. Think I've caught someone's attention? Chihuahua stared at him in disbelief. You're insane. Ignoring the comment, Vikir's mind drifted to Beelzebub, the weapon fused to his arm. His latest skill, Hellish Buffalo's Tough Life, obtained from the illegal auction, had proven incredibly effective despite its risks. With Beelzebub's slots now filled by Burn Injury Cerberus, Hemorrhage Hellhound, and Tough Life Hellish Buffalo, Vikir's body was enhanced beyond recognition. Combined with the River Styx's modifications, his skin had become so resilient that even elite assassins had failed to harm him. But while the power was satisfying, the relentless attempts on his life were becoming more than just an irritation. I need to figure out who's behind these attacks and deal with them, Vikir muttered, his tone sharp. Chihuahua, still processing Vikir's casual recount of near-death experiences, nodded nervously. That sounds like a good idea. As they approached the courtyard, both noticed a carriage waiting nearby. The flag it bore was unmistakable, the Baskerville crest. They've sent someone from the main family, Vikir said, his tone growing serious. The carriage door opened, and a figure stepped out. Chihuahua immediately began sweating bullets, his posture stiff as he whispered to himself. No way. It's really him. Vikir, by contrast, remained calm, his crimson gaze steady. The figure descending from the carriage was none other than John Barrymore, the legendary head butler of the Baskerville household. John greeted Vikir with a warm smile. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? Vikir inclined his head politely. You look well, head butler, he replied. The butler chuckled as he approached. Do I? I've always believed you'd do well since leaving the main residence. Just luck, Vikir replied modestly, his expression betraying little. Nearby, Chihuahua was awestruck. John Barrymore wasn't just a servant. He was the servant, a man who had faithfully served the fearsome Baskerville family for 4 generations. Meeting him was like standing in the presence of a myth. Breaking the moment, Vikir addressed John directly. What brings you here, head butler? John's ever-present smile didn't falter as he delivered his message. The patriarch has been following your progress and is pleased. He's ordered you to return to the main residence. Vikir blinked, momentarily thrown. Hugo is pleased, he thought, struggling to picture such a concept. In his mind, he imagined his stern Uncle Hugo smiling, an image so absurd he almost laughed out loud. At the Baskerville estate, Hugo Le Baskerville, the clan patriarch, sat at his desk, his piercing gaze fixed on a newspaper article with a peculiar headline. The most beloved figure among underdog citizens, Vikir. The piece listed several awards Vikir had earned. Most trusted by merchants, most loved by farmers, most respected by children and scholars, most targeted by assassins. Hugo's sharp eyes scanned the page before looking up at Vikir, standing silently before him. The Baskervilles have always been known for their weapons, not their wits, Hugo remarked bluntly. But with your actions, perhaps we can change that reputation. He nodded, a faint trace of approval in his expression. You've done well, Vikir. Vikir bowed deeply, placing a hand over his chest. I only did what was expected of me. Yet inwardly, he couldn't help but wonder if Hugo's rare praise masked another layer of intent. Was that faint smirk truly pride, or something far colder? Hugo leaned back in his chair, his tone commanding. Reward and punishment must always suit the occasion. You've earned your reward. You will be attending the Colosseo Academy this year. Vikir nodded, unsurprised. He had anticipated this move. The Colosseo Academy was the Empire's premier institution for the elite, accepting only the children of aristocracy and royalty. Its strict dormitory rules and unparalleled security made it the perfect training ground for the future rulers of the empire, and an ideal way for Vikir to grow stronger while keeping a safe distance from Hugo's scrutiny. Hugo continued, mentioning his intent to send companions with Vikir, but admitted he hadn't decided who. Do you have any siblings you prefer to take with you? He asked. Vikir answered smoothly, Highborough, Middleborough, and Lowborough. We're closest. Internally, he thought of them less as companions and more as reliable punching bags. Hugo nodded, seemingly satisfied. Done. He then asked Vikir if he recalled a plan they had discussed when he was just 8 years old. Vikir's mind immediately went to their joint training with the Morgs. You're referring to the plan to lend the ruby mines to the Morgs and use them to wipe out the barbarians? A smirk spread across Hugo's face. Exactly. And it worked. Intrigued, Vikir pressed for details. Hugo explained that the morgues, seeking Baskerville support for a joint raid, had approached them with humility. The alliance was already yielding promising results. Switching topics, Hugo added one final task before Vakir's departure. Inspect the territory. Ensure the laws you implemented are being upheld. It will be educational. Vakir bowed once more. I'll follow your orders, Patriarch. The next day, Vakir and Chihuahua stood at the city gates. Tears streamed down Chihuahua's face as he waved frantically. Deputy Consul, I'll do my best to manage everything while you're gone. Vakir turned slightly, glancing back at the emotional Chihuahua. Though he said nothing, he silently noted that this parting was likely permanent. As Vakir and his small group traveled farther from the city, the quiet was broken by his voice, sharp and commanding. Come out, now. In an instant, dozens of figures dressed in black emerged from the surrounding trees and rocks, encircling the group. One of them stepped closer to Vakir, removing his head covering to reveal his face. The man stepped forward, removing his hood to reveal a sharp face and an air of confidence. Staffordshire Baskerville, he introduced himself. Knight of the Pitbull Order. Vakir nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for waiting. I wanted the departure to proceed in an orderly fashion. Staffordshire waved off the apology. No trouble at all. Our mission is to safely escort you to the morgue's family's juvenile fortress. Vakir's expression remained calm as he asked, Any word from my uncle, Boston Terriers? Staffordshire chuckled. He's doing well, but he's been relentless about trying to recruit you into the Pitbull Order ever since the slave auction incident. A faint smirk tugged at Vakir's lips. Internally, he couldn't help but feel uneasy about his uncle's obsession. It bordered on fanatical. The group eventually reached a hilly region where farmers worked the land with quiet diligence. Vakir gestured toward the fields. Is this the territory we lent to the morgues? Staffordshire nodded. That's right. Everything seems peaceful here. No signs of trouble. Vakir's eyes swept across the farmland, his sharp gaze taking in every detail. Though the stated purpose of their mission was a routine inspection, Vakir knew the real goal, to eliminate the barbarians. As they moved on, Staffordshire provided more information. The Morgue's family has assembled quite the force. 3 delegates, 30 members of the lower house parliament, and around 100 unaffiliated mages. Vakir noted the Morgue's efforts, contrasting it with the Baskervilles' modest contribution. Just himself, a dozen knights, and the elite forces stationed on standby beyond the mountains. Hugo's parting words echoed in his mind. Observe the barbarians' way of life. It'll serve you well. The fortress came into view, looming in the distance. Its surroundings were grim. Dead trees littered the landscape, their branches adorned with skeletons swaying in the breeze. Vakir observed the macabre scene. A mage's handiwork, he remarked. Clearly a message from the morgues to the barbarians. Staffordshire shuddered. It's unsettling to say the least. But Vakir's thoughts drifted to Camus morgues. How much had she changed since their last encounter? As they neared the gates, 3 figures appeared on top of the walls. A stern voice called out, State your business. Vakir and Staffordshire looked up, surprised. Standing above them were 3 identical girls, their expressions equally defiant. One stepped forward confidently. No one passes without our permission. The other 2 immediately echoed her words in perfect unison. Vakir sighed inwardly. The 3 flowers. The infamous morgue's triplets, high cis, middle cis, and low cis, were well known for their chaos and unpredictable behavior. People often joked that their combined insanity could rival the gods themselves. Steeling himself, Vakir stepped forward. I am Vakir of the Baskerville Envoy team, here to inspect the territory and strengthen relations. Open the gates. High cis crossed her arms, unimpressed. I need to report to the person in charge first, she said smugly. You'll get your response tomorrow. Irritation flickered across Vakir's face. You're denying me entry into my own land? High cis smirked, and the other 2 followed suit. Tenant protection law, she retorted, her tone dripping with mockery. Don't look down on us just because we're renters. That law, it's from your family after all. Vakir's temple throbbed with annoyance as the mocking tone of High cis grated against his nerves. A familiar red aura flickered faintly around his hand, a reflection of his growing irritation. He exhaled slowly, reining in his anger before it boiled over. Keeping his voice calm, but icy, Vakir replied, I've amended the law. It now allows me to evict tenants I dislike. His words were sharp enough to cut through the tension. Open the gates. Now. A wave of killing intent radiated from Vakir, slamming into the triplets like a physical force. The sudden surge of bloodlust made them hesitate, a flicker of fear flashing across their faces. High cis, recovering quickly, glared at Vakir and sneered. We've heard about the psycho kid running Underdog City, but we've dealt with enough lunatics to know how to handle you. With a swift motion, she cast a spell, aiming it near Vakir. The explosion shook the ground, sending his horse rearing in fright. From above, Lo Sis shouted, "Don't even think about stepping on a morgue's territory without permission." Her insults sharpened. "Stupid swordsman. You think you can handle us? I'd love to see the so-called rising star of the Baskervilles try." Beside Vakir, Staffordshire's expression darkened as he instinctively drew his sword. "This won't end with words," he muttered grimly. Vakir signaled his readiness, a cold resolve settling over him. But before they could act, voices erupted from their group. "These girls don't even know their place." One member spat angrily. Another chimed in, his voice dripping with disdain. "Their words are absurd." The familiarity of the voices caught Vakir's attention. He glanced toward the hooded figures in his group, his thoughts turning. "I've heard those voices before." The morgue's triplets exchanged amused glances, their confidence unshaken. High Sis scoffed. "Mere underlings." Middle Sis smirked. "You think you outrank us?" Low Sis sneered. "You don't even know your place." But the three hooded members of Vakir's group stepped forward, their movements deliberate. "Not us," they declared firmly. In unison, they removed their hoods, revealing their identities. Vakir's eyes narrowed. Of course, it was the Baskerville triplets, High Burrow, Middle Burrow, and Low Burrow. Standing tall and radiating confidence, the triplets pointed toward Vakir and declared in unison, "He is the symbol of Baskerville." Turning to Vakir with matching grins, they added, "Leave this to us." Vakir's expression twisted into one of exasperation. "Great," he muttered, pinching the bridge of his nose. "My annoyance has just doubled." Despite his irritation, the scene unfolded with the over-the-top theatrics only the Baskerville triplets could provide. Vakir, though thoroughly vexed, knew their motives well enough. High Burrow glanced back at Vakir, his tone brimming with gratitude. "Thanks for recommending us to the Academy. Don't worry, we've got this handled." Vakir's thoughts raced as he pieced together their intent. "So, this is about the Academy?" Typical. To him, they were glorified sandbags, clumsy, brainless, but undeniably loyal. With the right training, they could at least be molded into effective soldiers. A faint smirk crossed Vakir's lips as he decided to humor them. "Fine, I'll leave this to you, older brothers." The Baskerville triplets practically glowed with pride at Vakir's begrudging acknowledgement. They stood straighter, their confidence soaring. Meanwhile, Mord's three flowers looked on with disdain. High Sis sneered, her voice dripping with contempt. "Pathetic," clinging to each other like scared little children. The Baskerville triplets, unfazed by the insult, responded in perfect unison by flipping them off. "No, you're the fools," they retorted, their defiance as synchronized as their gestures. High Sis's face twisted with anger, joined by Middle Sis and Low Sis, who bristled at the audacity. "They need to be taught a lesson," High Sis growled, her tone promising retribution. As the tension thickened, Vakir's thoughts wandered to memories of the morgue's triplets before his regression. He remembered them as formidable mages, each with a distinct affinity, water, earth, and nature. Individually strong, their combined magic was devastating, amplifying their spells to an extraordinary level. It was this seamless synergy that earned them the title Morgue's Three Flowers. Proving their reputation, the Morgue's triplets summoned their power, combining magic to create a colossal barrier of intertwining vines and earth. The massive wall loomed over their opponents, its dense structure exuding raw magical energy. High Sis perched atop the barrier, laughing triumphantly. "Let's see you get past this," she jeered, her sisters joining in to mock the Baskervilles. Undeterred, High Burrow drew his sword with a confident smirk. "This," he said coolly, nodding toward the vine wall. "It's nothing." Without hesitation, he executed the Baskerville first technique. His blade cut through the air with precision, slicing the vine barrier apart in one devastating strike. The once imposing wall crumbled into ruin, its shattered remains scattering across the field. From a distance, Staffordshire's eyes widened in admiration. "A flawless execution of the first technique," he murmured, impressed. But High Burrow's victory was short-lived. Before he could fully recover, a vine whip lashed out with blinding speed. He managed to block the strike with his sword, but the force sent him staggering backward. High Burrow, Middle Burrow, and Low Burrow shouted in alarm, rushing forward to assist as their brother struggled to regain his footing. Perched atop the wreckage of her barrier, Low Sis smirked down at the Baskervilles. "Your pathetic swords will never reach us," she taunted, her voice brimming with confidence. The Baskerville triplets' expressions darkened, their anger flaring like hunting hounds scenting blood. The air between the two groups grew heavy with unspoken tension, the promise of further violence thick in the atmosphere. Staffordshire turned to Vakir, observing his calm demeanor amidst the chaos. "Enjoying the show?" he asked, a trace of amusement in his tone. Vakir raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. "What exactly do you mean by show?" Staffordshire gestured toward the clash. The age-old debate. Magic versus swordsmanship. Magic channels mana from the surroundings to amplify elemental power, while swordsmanship focuses a warrior's own energy for pure, explosive strength. Watching the two collide, it's fascinating, don't you think? Vakir sighed, his crimson eyes narrowing in exasperation. If you put it like that, I'm part of this debate too. Staffordshire smirked knowingly. True, but let's face it, you've already left everyone else in the dust. Vakir, however, was far from entertained. His expression hardened with frustration as he glanced at the ongoing clash. They're all wasting my time. If only they'd wipe each other out and save me the trouble. I've got more important things to deal with than refereeing a squabble between overgrown children. His thoughts drifted to his mounting responsibilities. Between managing the chaos of Underdog City and finding a capable supervisor, his patience for pointless bickering had long since worn thin. A fiery explosion erupted across the battlefield, silencing the chaos in an instant. A commanding voice, filled with anger, cut through the smoke and flames. What are you fools doing in front of my territory? High Burrow, momentarily distracted, tried to seize the advantage against High Sis, but the battle's tide shifted dramatically as a massive wall of fire surged forth. The blast shook the ground, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Staffordshire tensed at the overwhelming display of magic, while Vakir stood unfazed, a faint smirk on his lips. If we're lucky, that might have incinerated them all, he muttered dryly. To his annoyance, the Baskerville triplets emerged from the smoke, coughing and stumbling, singed but alive. Vakir clicked his tongue in irritation, glaring at them. High Burrow wiped soot from his face, still in shock. What the hell was that? Middle Burrow, equally rattled, spun toward the source of the attack. Who's behind this smoke wall? He shouted. As the haze began to dissipate, the morgue's triplets came into view. High Sis and Middle Sis, usually so smug, were visibly shaken, their confidence cracked. If I dodged a second later, I'd be dead, High Sis muttered, trembling. Low Sis clung to her sisters, her voice shaking. What kind of monster uses fire magic like that? From atop the fortress gate, a figure stepped forward, flames still flickering in her hands. Her presence exuded authority, silencing the battlefield. Camus Morgs. Her voice sliced through the tension. I can't forgive anyone who causes trouble in the territory I manage. She leapt down gracefully, landing in front of the Morgue's triplets. Her cold gaze pierced through them, and High Sis scrambled to explain. We were trying to stop the invaders, she stammered. Low Sis pointed accusingly. It was their fault. They started it. Camus didn't flinch, fixing them with a withering glare. First of all, address me properly. I'm the vice head of this fortress, not someone you can call Camus so casually. Her sharp tone sent Middle Sis into a panic. Hastily, she corrected herself and addressed Camus with the proper honorific. Camus' gaze shifted to the skeletons swaying ominously in the trees. If you don't want to end up like them, she said icily, I suggest you think more carefully next time. Middle Sis squeaked in fear, bowing repeatedly as she apologized on behalf of her sisters. Camus turned her attention to Vakir, her eyes narrowing before recognition dawned. Her expression softened slightly as she approached him, a faint smile tugging at her lips. It's been a long time, she said softly, her voice carrying a touch of warmth. 7 years, hasn't it? Vakir nodded, his expression relaxed. It has, he replied. As Camus studied him, Vakir's gaze briefly lingered on her. She looked more mature now, and he found himself noting her increased allure. He recalled how, in his previous life, Camus had captured the attention of countless men in high society. Rumors and scandals swirled around her, some involving even married men. But in this timeline, there were no whispers of such stories. Dismissing the thought, Vakir returned to the matter at hand. Open the gates, he said bluntly, his tone firm. Words won't work on the triplets. Camus blinked at Vakir's bluntness, her expression darkening. That's all you have to say to me after all this time, she snapped, her voice edged with frustration. Vakir tilted his head slightly, his crimson eyes studying her with a mix of curiosity and detachment. What else should I say? He replied, his tone calm and neutral. Camus' frustration boiled over. Staffordshire, observing from a safe distance, raised an eyebrow, wondering if this verbal sparring might escalate into a clash between the two stars of their respective clans. Pointing a trembling finger at Vakir, Camus glared at him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. 0 points. You get 0 points, she declared, her voice quivering with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Your attitude toward your future wife is appalling. The words hung in the air like a lightning strike. The entire group, Morg's 3 flowers, Baskerville's triplets, Staffordshire, and even Vakir, froze in stunned silence. Camus, realizing what she had just said, turned away sharply, her face reddening. She muttered a flustered humph while refusing to meet anyone's gaze. The collective thought running through everyone's mind was the same. Whose wife? Later, as the group rode toward the fortress, Vikir and Camus found themselves riding side by side. Their earlier tension softened into casual conversation. The Baskerville clan doesn't seem to know much about the barbarians, Camus remarked, her tone light but probing. Vikir raised an eyebrow. We know more than you think, he countered confidently. We've fought them countless times, probably more than the Morg's family ever has. Camus glanced at him sideways, her smirk returning. If that's true, why send those idiots? She asked, gesturing toward the Baskerville triplets in the distance, who were currently bickering over whose sword was shinier. Vikir shrugged. The arrangement was already made with the Morg's family, he replied. The main force is stationed on the other side of the mountain range. You know that. Camus leaned slightly closer, her voice teasing. You may think you know, but I wonder if you're as informed about the barbarians as you claim. Vikir met her gaze evenly. As the leader of this delegation, it's my duty to know everything. Of course I'm well informed. Camus' expression softened into a faint smile. For someone the clan may have wanted to discard, you seem surprisingly trusted now. The conversation shifted naturally. Which of the barbaric tribes do you find the most troublesome? Camus asked, her curiosity evident. Vikir considered for a moment before answering. The Balak warrior tribe and the Rococo sorcerer tribe, he said. The Balak are unmatched archers. Their skill surpasses even the Empire's best. And no, that's not common knowledge. Camus nodded, impressed. 8 points, she said, evaluating him in her own whimsical way. 8 points? Out of what? Vikir asked, frowning slightly. Camus grinned playfully. Out of 100, of course. You answered well, so you earned points. Vikir gave her a skeptical look, but let it go. Camus continued her peculiar scoring. I don't like overly intelligent men, she declared. They're boring. A little foolishness makes them more interesting. She shifted her gaze to his horse. Your choice of horse? Awful. That massive beast doesn't suit someone of your shorter stature. Her teasing tone carried a playful jab as she deducted 6 points. Then, she critiqued his attire. Your clothes? Bland and uninspired. For points for effort. Noticing that Vikir was entirely ignoring her commentary, she smirked. 1 point for your so-called manners. Finally, her eyes softened as she studied his face. Your face? 99 points, she said, her tone quieter and more sincere. But you lose 1 for that lack of expression control. Vikir let out a heavy sigh, his patience wearing thin. Enough with these pointless evaluations, he said, his tone firm. Camus' eyes narrowed, her tone sharp as she shot back. Pointless? I'm just being stern with my future husband. Vikir froze, confusion flashing across his face. Future husband? What are you even talking about? Camus folded her arms, huffing indignantly. You passed the test, remember? My uncle's test. That duel was to determine if you were worthy to be my husband. Vikir's eyes narrowed as realization set in. She was talking about the duel he had fought 7 years ago against her uncle, a test of his abilities as her potential partner. Camus, her frustration mounting, continued venting. I never agreed to this. That duel ruined my path to marriage. But she sighed heavily, her anger fading into reluctant resignation. A promise is a promise, so I have to follow through. Not that I'm happy about it. Vikir watched her silently, acknowledging her skill as a fire mage, among the best he had ever seen. Finally, he interrupted her rant with a blunt declaration. I've forgotten all about that day. As far as I'm concerned, it never happened. Camus' face turned bright red. Without hesitation, she grabbed her jacket and threw it at him. You idiot, she shouted. You can't just pretend something like that didn't happen. Besides, I'm a genius. I never forget anything I see. Vikir caught the jacket and stared at it, recognizing it instantly. It was the same one he had given her after their duel, 7 years ago, when her clothes had been burned. Camus, still blushing furiously, turned away with a huff. Don't read too much into it, she muttered, and stop saying such nonsense. Vikir examined the jacket more closely, smirking faintly. She returned it unwashed. As they reached the outskirts of the fortress, Camus pointed toward a distant wall. The barbarians ambushed the ruby mine, she explained. They've been pillaging crops and capturing indigenous slaves to sell elsewhere. She gestured toward the massive wall, a towering structure of earth and iron. We had our mages construct that in just 1 month. Vikir studied the wall, his eyes narrowing in appraisal. Impressive. It would have taken several hundred workers over a year to build something like that. Camus nodded, pride evident in her expression. Naturally, but Vikir's gaze lingered on the wall's flaws. Several large holes gaped in the structure, their edges jagged and burned. His expression darkened. Those were they caused by Balak arrows? Camus' expression turned grim. Yes, their arrows are imbued with a strong aura. We've suffered heavy casualties, especially during night guard duty. Those arrows can pierce walls 2 to 3 meters thick. She hesitated before adding, even my uncle wasn't spared. One of their arrows broke through his magic shield and struck his chest. He survived, but his pride didn't. Vakir's brow furrowed as he recalled a similar incident with Hugo, the Baskerville patriarch. A Balak arrow had grazed Hugo's nose bridge, leaving him seething with fury. Do you know who's behind these attacks? Vakir asked, his voice serious. Camus hesitated, her tone uncertain. It's hard to say. Their faces are painted black, so identifying them is nearly impossible. But I think it's a woman. Their conversation was cut short as a mage hurried toward them, addressing Camus with urgency. Vicehead, we've captured a reconnaissance member of the barbarians. Please come quickly. Vakir and Camus exchanged a glance. Curiosity and concern mirrored in their expressions. Following the mage to a large tent, they found a disheveled barbarian restrained and surrounded by guards. Vakir's sharp gaze swept over the captive. After a brief moment, he spoke with certainty. This one's from the Rococo sorcerer tribe. Camus turned to the mage, her expression firm. Have you been able to extract any information from him? The mage shook his head, frustration evident. He's uncooperative. His sorcery makes him resistant to psychic magic. We haven't been able to read his mind. Camus' eyes hardened as she directed her attention to the captive. Tell me about the ambush on the Mords clan's fortress. How many people did you take? The barbarian remained silent, his expression unreadable. Camus' voice sharpened with anger. Among those taken was Rose, a daughter of the Morgs. She's my sixth cousin. Tell me, what have you done with her? A twisted grin spread across the barbarian's face, and he muttered something in his native tongue. Camus frowned, turning to the mage. What did he say? Is there anyone here who can translate? The mage shook his head again. We don't have anyone available who understands his language. Vakir's calm voice broke the tension. I know a little Rococo. Camus raised an eyebrow, surprised. Is there anything you don't know? I'm not fluent, Vakir replied, his tone measured. But I understand the basics. Camus nodded, her voice steady but strained. Then ask him. Ask him where my cousin is. She's 12 years old, with red hair, red eyes, and white skin. Vakir stepped forward, his voice firm as he questioned the barbarian in his native tongue. The barbarian's grin widened, and he replied curtly, his tone dripping with mockery. Vakir's expression turned grim. He closed his eyes for a moment before looking at Camus. Your cousin is dead, he said quietly. Camus' face contorted with fury and grief, her hands balling into fists. She straightened, her voice cold and resolute. With the senator of the audience hall recovering and the senator of the temple away, the decision falls to me. She took a deep breath and declared, I, Camus Morgs, a member of the Middle House and the vice head of this fortress, issue the verdict. Immediate execution. Without hesitation, a sharp spike shot through the barbarian's body, followed by a torrent of flames that consumed him entirely. As the fire raged, the barbarian cried out in his language, his voice weak and filled with venom. Camus' voice was icy as she dismissed his final words. After this war, your language will only be spoken in hell. The barbarian's screams faded into silence as the flames reduced him to ashes. Nearby, another restrained barbarian watched in silent terror, his wide eyes reflecting the flames. Camus, her rage still smoldering, turned abruptly to Vakir. Follow me, she ordered, her tone leaving no room for argument. As Vakir exited the tent, he spotted Camus some distance away. Her shoulders trembled, and muffled sobs escaped her as she cried openly. Despite her formidable exterior, Vakir was reminded that she was still just a 15-year-old girl. He approached her slowly, his voice soft. Were you close with your cousin? Camus nodded, her tears falling freely. Very close. She was so pure, nothing like the rest of us. Unlike the cold-hearted Morgs, she didn't belong in a place like this. Vakir hesitated before offering comfort. I believe she left this world peacefully. Camus turned to him, her tear-streaked face clouded with doubt. Don't lie to me, she said, her voice trembling. I'm not stupid. I'm a genius. I understood a little of what he said. Her voice cracked as she pressed him. Tell me the truth. What did he really say? Vakir froze, unsure of how to respond. He had hoped she hadn't caught the barbarian's chilling words. We ate her. Camus' knees buckled, and she fell to the ground, her cries raw and full of anguish. I couldn't protect her, she whispered, guilt consuming her. I'm so sorry, Rose. Vakir stood silently, his expression unreadable as he watched her grief unfold. For a moment, he extended a hand toward her, but then he hesitated, pulling it back. Camus' heart-wrenching cries echoed through the air, and Vakir remained lost in thought, contemplating the weight of the moment. After a while, Camus managed to steady herself. Wiping her face, she stood and took a deep breath, her composure returning. This isn't a bad thing, she said, her voice steady despite the lingering tremor. If anyone had given me half-hearted sympathy, I'd have killed them on the spot. She turned to Vikir, her tear-streaked face now filled with resolve. This isn't the time to mourn. I need to focus. I need to prepare for revenge. Vikir studied her steely determination, a faint glimmer of admiration surfacing in his mind. Heroines really are built differently, he thought. He extended his hand toward her, nodding silently in agreement. Before Camus could take his hand, a loud, bell-like sound rang across the fortress, shattering the moment. Vikir frowned. What's that? Camus stood up abruptly, her expression serious. It's the signal for a barbarian attack. Vikir smirked faintly. Seems your time for revenge has come sooner than expected. Outside the fortress, a group of barbarian girls astride massive white wolves prepared for battle. Each was armed with a bow, their leader standing at the front. The leader, her face painted black, knocked an arrow. Drawing it back, she aimed toward the guards on the fortress walls and released. The arrow struck its mark with deadly precision, detonating in a fiery explosion that sent guards scattering in disarray. She raised her voice, commanding her companions. Attack! The barbarian girls launched into battle, their wolves charging with terrifying speed. The massive beasts tore into soldiers with relentless ferocity, while the barbarians themselves struck with brutal efficiency. Ropes flew through the air, lassoing soldiers by the neck and dragging them down with startling precision. The fortress descended into chaos. Vikir arrived at the scene, his sharp eyes scanning the battlefield. The gruesome sight before him, a storm of blood, smoke, and bodies, was something he had seen countless times before. Did I get here too quickly? He wondered, assessing the chaotic scene. His focus sharpened as he prepared to enter the fray. Suddenly, a rope shot toward Vikir, wrapping tightly around his neck before he could react. His crimson eyes narrowed as he turned his gaze forward, spotting two barbarian girls expertly holding the ends of the rope. In their native tongue, one of them grinned and said, "We've caught a good one. This hunt for husbands is going well." Vikir immediately understood their intention. The barbarians were capturing men to breed stronger offspring for their tribe. Without missing a beat, Vikir grabbed the rope with one hand and yanked it forcefully, sending the two girls flying through the air. "Sorry," he said dryly, "but I'm not available. I might already be engaged." The barbarian girls crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, eliciting shocked gasps from the male barbarians nearby. "What? Who is this guy?" one of them muttered in disbelief. The others quickly readied their arrows, uncertainty flickering in their eyes as they debated whether Vikir was friend or foe. Despite the tension, Vikir remained calm. Hugo's warning rang in his mind. Avoid engaging in battle before meeting up with the main force. Vikir hesitated briefly, considering whether to hold back, but his decision came swiftly. Drawing his sword, he strode forward confidently, unbothered by the arrows flying toward him. With precision and agility, he cut through the barrage with ease, each strike precise and deadly. His movements were fluid, almost mesmerizing, as he deflected every projectile aimed at him. The barbarians' shock turned to panic. "How is that possible?" they whispered among themselves. Their awe, however, was short-lived. A wave of fire suddenly erupted across the battlefield, engulfing the barbarians in searing heat. Cries of pain echoed as flames consumed their surroundings. Camus stepped forward, flames crackling in her hands, her expression fierce and unyielding. "These barbarians will burn," she declared, her voice dripping with fury. Vikir turned to her in astonishment, realizing she had transformed the battlefield into an inferno. Camus glanced at him, her sharp eyes narrowing. "Are you using liquid aura?" she asked, a rare note of acknowledgement in her tone. Her words carried weight. "You're the only man I could ever recognize." Vikir responded calmly. "I received orders from the Patriarch to avoid battle until regrouping with the main force." Camus scoffed, undeterred by his explanation. As she began casting more spells, her voice rang with defiance. "An order from the Baskerville Patriarch? Do you think that will stop me?" The intensity of her flames increased as she stepped forward. "A Baskerville should refrain from intervening," she said coldly. "I'll handle this myself. Every last barbarian here will burn." Camus unleashed a series of devastating fire spells, setting the battlefield ablaze. The sheer heat distorted the air as flames roared across the terrain, consuming everything in their path. Vikir watched in astonishment, quickly recognizing her technique. "Burned," a powerful fire spell. His sharp gaze caught the details of her casting. She was using a quadra-casting method, layering 4 simultaneous fire spells to amplify their destruction exponentially. Driven by her rage and thirst for vengeance, Camus poured her all into the attack, leaving a scorched wasteland in her wake. Suddenly, from the shadows, a barbarian perched on a wolf's back raised a blowgun and fired. The poison needle struck Camus in the neck before she could react. Her body stiffened, and she winced as the poison coursed through her veins. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, her movements sluggish and uncoordinated. Through blurred vision, she spotted her attacker, the barbarian grinning smugly as he reloaded his blowgun. Vikir observed the scene, clicking his tongue in annoyance. She's more trouble than I thought. A rope shot toward Camus, aiming to ensnare her, but Vikir's hand snapped out, catching him midair with ease. Camus, despite the poison weakening her, managed a faint smile. Nice catch, she murmured. Vikir glanced down at her, his voice blunt. We should retreat. Camus' eyes flashed with defiance. What about the farmlands? The captives? It's wiser to wait for the Baskerville main force, Vikir replied firmly, his tone leaving little room for argument. But Camus shook her head, her resolve unshaken. I won't retreat. I can't. Not after what the barbarians did to my cousin. Vikir sighed, frustration flickering across his face. You need to make a rational decision. Before he could say more, his instincts flared. Spinning on his heel, he ducked just as an arrow whizzed past his head, narrowly missing him. His sharp gaze locked onto the attacker, a barbarian girl with piercing, focused eyes, her bow poised for another shot. Could this be the destructive power Camus mentioned? Vikir wondered, noting the precision of her attack. Lost in thought, Vikir was caught off guard when another barbarian lunged forward, grabbing Camus and retreating swiftly into the chaos. Vikir! Camus cried out, her voice filled with desperation as she was pulled away. Vikir's expression darkened, frustration boiling beneath his calm exterior. Memories surged of a younger Camus Morgs, once held captive by barbarians. He recalled her fierce return, wiping out an entire group of captors and earning the title of queen. Snapping back to the present, Vikir knew he couldn't let history repeat itself. The barbarian girl he had spotted earlier lunged at him with startling agility, breaking his train of thought. Her movements were swift, deliberate, and precise. Vikir evaded her strike, his focus sharpening. To his surprise, she wielded her bow as a melee weapon, swinging it with deadly force. She followed up with a chi-infused kick, catching Vikir off guard and sending him sliding backward across the dirt. Regaining his footing, Vikir quickly assessed the situation. Her technique was far more refined than the other barbarians he'd encountered. She wasn't just another warrior. She was elite. Do I need to go all out? He wondered. Before he could act, the barbarian girl surprised him further. Attempting to speak his language, she said haltingly, We meet again. Vikir's eyes narrowed as recognition dawned. She was the same girl he had freed at the slave auction. Though he had once shown her mercy, he couldn't help but inwardly label her a troublemaker. The girl met his gaze with a sly smirk, as if enjoying the unexpected reunion. Memories of that fateful auction flickered through Vikir's mind, of shattering her chains and granting her freedom. Now, faced with her again, he hesitated. Breaking the tense silence, he asked coldly, Is this how you repay kindness? With revenge. The girl chuckled, her smirk widening. Not revenge for you, she said, her tone steady despite her broken grasp of the language. For them, the Morgs. They captured me, enslaved me. I repay them now. Her words were clear. Their paths had crossed by chance, not intent. Mounting her wolf with effortless confidence, she glanced down at him. Your girl, Camus. She's next leader of Morg's clan. She pointed into the distance where the chaos of battle raged. If you want her back, follow. With that, she urged her wolf forward, disappearing into the fray with an air of challenge. Vikir stood still, weighing his options. His crimson eyes burned with resolve as he debated whether to unleash the full extent of his strength. The tense moment was shattered by the arrival of Adolphe Morgs, Camus' uncle, whose imposing presence instantly heightened the tension. Without wasting a second, Adolphe began casting a spell, his voice laced with disdain as he demanded the barbarians return his niece. The ground beneath him fractured, jagged shards of earth flying through the air toward the retreating barbarians. But they were prepared. With uncanny agility, they maneuvered their wolves over the unstable terrain, leaping effortlessly between shattered rocks and evading the spell's destructive force. Adolphe could only watch their retreat, frustration etched on his face. His curses echoed across the battlefield, a vent for his mounting anger. The ambush had unraveled mere minutes after the warning bell, a testament to his force's inexperience and lack of preparation. As he seethed, a mage approached, bearing troubling news. The barbarians have fled into the restricted area of life-engulfing forest, the mage reported grimly. At the mention of the forest, Adolphe's rage shifted to grim concern. Life-engulfing forest, deep within the mountains, was infamous for its deadly ecosystem. It was a perilous region no sane person would enter at night, a place where survival was nearly impossible. Even with his niece's life at stake, Adolphe hesitated. The risks were staggering, and the thought of losing more lives weighed heavily on him. Before he could voice his uncertainty, Vikir's calm voice broke through. We can still pursue them, he stated simply, his tone steady and confident. Adolf turned to Vikir, incredulous. Are you serious? You know as well as I do that forest is a death trap after dark. Unfazed, Vikir nodded. I've navigated terrain like this since childhood. Life engulfing forest isn't as impossible as it seems. Not for someone trained. Memories of his past life flooded Vikir's mind. He recalled years spent honing his survival and reconnaissance skills in dense, hostile environments. These forests, no matter how treacherous, were his element. Adolf's gaze sharpened. Grabbing Vikir by the shoulders, he demanded, Are you truly serious about this? Do you know what you're risking? Nearby, the Mord's clan mage voiced his doubts. Sir, entering that forest at night, it's suicide. Adolf silenced him with a sharp glare. His resolve crystallized as he turned back to his forces. Anyone unwilling to join the pursuit may stand down now, he declared. There will be no judgment for those who choose safety over valor. As murmurs rippled through the group, Adolf fixed his gaze on Vikir. Reluctance flickered in his expression, but so did a grudging respect. He had known from the start that this young man was no ordinary warrior. With no other options, he had to entrust his niece's rescue to Vikir. Vikir, Adolf said, his tone heavy with resignation. I'm entrusting you with this mission. Bring my niece back. Life engulfing forest was a place that lived up to its ominous name. Nestled within Baskerville territory, it was a realm of horrors where survival was a fleeting hope. Bone-sucking mosquitoes, poisonous thorn-covered vines, silent spiders that hunted soundlessly, and countless other lethal creatures made it a graveyard for the unprepared. Few who entered lasted more than an hour. Despite its dangers, the Morgs and Baskerville troops pressed forward, closely following Vikir as he navigated the treacherous terrain with practiced ease. He moved like a shadow, leaping over obstacles and cutting through hazards with swift precision. Adolf, watching in awe, couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. Are all Baskerville boys like this? He asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Staffordshire Baskerville chuckled, shaking his head. No, not all of them. But young Master Vikir? He's different. Their conversation was cut short when two enormous, venomous bees emerged, buzzing aggressively as they blocked the group's path. Before anyone could react, Vikir dispatched them in a single fluid motion, his blade slicing through the air with effortless grace. The bees fell, lifeless, before they could even pose a threat. The onlookers froze, stunned by the display. He's so cool, the Baskerville triplets whispered in unison, their admiration practically glowing. Suddenly, Vikir stopped behind a large tree and raised a hand, motioning for the group to halt. He pointed ahead, where faint flickers of light pierced through the dense canopy. They're close, Vikir said, his voice low. The barbarians haven't gone far. He added a warning, his tone grave. Balak hunters scatter dry leaves around their camps to detect pursuers. From here on, every step needs to be taken with extreme caution. Before the group could react, Adolf stepped forward, casting a spell. Silence. He intoned, the magic targeting Vikir. Vikir shot him a questioning look, but Adolf quickly explained. This spell ensures you make no sound as you move. Adolf smiled, a hint of his confidence restored. I'll take it from here. Thank you for your help, nephew-in-law. Vikir's brow furrowed. Nephew-in-law? He thought, puzzled. What is he talking about? Not far ahead, the barbarians had set up camp in a clearing. A fire crackled at its center, casting flickering shadows on the surrounding trees. Camus was tied tightly to a tree, her wrists and ankles bound with thick ropes. Her fiery spirit, however, remained unbroken. You're all going to burn to ash the moment I get out of here, she shouted, her voice filled with fury. I'll make you regret capturing me with my special fireball. Her captors paid her no mind, likely unable to understand her language. Nearby, two barbarian girls chatted casually. One spoke of her interest in the man they had encountered earlier, while the other lamented her lack of success in husband hunting. Camus gritted her teeth, her frustration mounting. They're not even listening to me, she thought bitterly. She caught snippets of their conversation and pieced it together. Husband hunting? Wife hunting? Realization dawned. Is that why they've been ambushing us this whole time? Her thoughts were interrupted as the male barbarian who had captured her approached. Smirking, he addressed Camus in his native tongue. An excellent catch like you. Every male in our tribe will want you. Camus glared at him, her fiery spirit undiminished. You perverted bastard, she shouted. If that's your plan, just kill me now. The barbarian scratched his ear lazily, feigning confusion. I don't understand what you're saying, he said with a mocking grin. Then, with unsettling cruelty, he grabbed her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. But I can tell you're talking back just by looking into your eyes, he sneered. Camus struggled, her anger boiling over as she spat. Touch me again, and I'll burn you alive. Ignoring her, The barbarian raised an arrowhead in his hand. Slowly, deliberately, he licked its tip, his intentions clear. This arrogant slave needs to be disciplined, he said menacingly, his voice dripping with malice. Before things could escalate further, another barbarian strode into the clearing, a figure Vikir immediately recognized. It was the barbarian girl he had freed during the slave auction. "Stay away from my slave," she commanded sharply, her piercing gaze fixed on the male barbarian, Ahan. Ahan hesitated, his bravado faltering. "Commander Ian," he stammered. Then, regaining a shred of pride, he added, "But I was the one who captured her." Commander Ian shot him a cold glare. "Lower your voice," she ordered, her tone sharp enough to make him flinch. Defensive, Ahan tried to justify himself. "I shot the paralyzing arrow. I set the trap." Ian cut him off without missing a beat. "If I hadn't stepped in, you'd be a corpse. That boy with the sword would have taken your head in seconds." Ahan froze, her words sinking in. After a moment, he muttered weakly, "So, this woman, she's your prize now?" "That's right," Ian replied, her voice brooking no argument. Camus, still bound to the tree, watched the exchange with growing curiosity. An internal power struggle? She thought. While her grasp of the barbarian language was limited, she caught enough to piece things together. The girl's name was Ian, and she was clearly their commander, a position of authority that even the brash Ahan seemed to fear. Ahan, still nursing his wounded pride, jabbed a finger toward Ian. "You may be a commander, but you're still just a woman." The clearing fell silent. Ian's eyes burned with fury as a powerful blue aura erupted around her, the air growing tense with her presence. Fixing Ahan with an icy glare, she retorted, "And what difference does that make? If you got a problem with me, come forward. I'll leave you in a bloody heap." Ahan's bravado evaporated as his body broke out in a cold sweat. Raising his hands in surrender, he stammered, "I'm not angry. Do as you please." He turned and retreated hastily, thoroughly cowed. Camus watched the scene, taking note of the respect or fear that Ian commanded. "She's definitely in charge here." Commander Ian turned her attention to Camus, her gaze appraising. "Good eyes, strong physique, as expected from the future leader of the Morg's bloodline," she said, almost to herself. But her tone darkened as she delivered a sudden, sharp kick to Camus' side. Camus winced, anger flashing in her eyes as Ian continued bitterly. "You Morg's bastards sold me into slavery. If not for a stroke of kindness, I'd still be rotting in chains. But you won't be so lucky." Leaning closer, Ian's voice dropped to a menacing whisper. "I'll tame you. You'll feel it in your very bones and soul. Menial tasks, like licking the space between my toes, will become your new routine." Camus' fiery spirit flared as she gritted her teeth. "You think I'll break that easily? Dream on." Before Ian could respond, a piercing scream shattered the tension. A barbarian behind her burst into flames, his agonized cries echoing through the clearing. "What is this? An explosion?" Ian snapped, spinning around to assess the situation. The burning barbarian collapsed as the fire spread, and the remaining warriors scrambled to arm themselves. "It's an ambush," one of them shouted, panic creeping into their voices. From the roaring inferno, a lone figure emerged. The firelight framed him like an avenging specter, his silhouette cutting an imposing figure against the chaos. "Barbarians," the figure called out, his voice sharp and resolute. "You'll pay for what you've done." Camus' face lit up with relief and joy as she recognized the voice. "Uncle Adolf," she exclaimed, her hope renewed. Amidst the burning wreckage, Adolf Morg stood with flames dancing in his hands, his presence commanding and unyielding. His booming voice cut through the battlefield. "Release my niece immediately, or face annihilation." The barbarians froze, startled by the overwhelming force of the Baskerville and Morg's troops who were now hunting them down with ruthless efficiency. Perched on a tree branch above the chaos, Vikir surveyed the scene. His sharp eyes scanned the battlefield, narrowing in thought. Something felt off. The Balak hunters, renowned for their precision and tactical ambushes, were now scattered and in complete disarray. Below, barbarian girls astride their wolves voiced their frustration, barking orders to one another as they struggled to regroup against the relentless onslaught of the Morgs and Baskerville forces. Adolf's voice thundered once more as he spotted several barbarians attempting to flee. "No one escapes. Eliminate every last one of them." Camus, still tied to a tree, watched the pandemonium unfold with a smug grin. They deserve this, she thought, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. But her moment of amusement was cut short. A rustling sound behind her caught her attention, and she turned her head sharply, her eyes widening in surprise. "Vikir," she exclaimed, her voice far too loud for the circumstances. Emerging from the shadows behind her, Vikir placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Her loud reaction prompted a sigh of exasperation. With a swift motion, Vikir cut the ropes binding her to the tree and helped her to her feet. You came to save me. Camus beamed, her happiness radiant. Vakir, slightly irritated, replied curtly, do you not understand the meaning of silence? Before they could retreat further, Commander Ian stepped out from the shadows, blocking their path. Her sharp eyes gleamed with anticipation as she regarded Vakir. I expected you to come, Ian said, her voice calm yet brimming with authority. She studied him intently, her words carrying a weight that demanded attention. Your speed, your composure, your determination to save her. Impressive. I won't ask about your past, but you've passed. Vakir frowned at her cryptic remark. Past what? Ian offered no explanation, her attention shifting to Camus. The two locked eyes, their gazes sharp and unyielding. Though no words were exchanged, the intensity of their silent battle spoke volumes. Vakir's grip on Camus tightened, a subtle signal that he was ready for action. Concealing my abilities may no longer be an option, he thought grimly. As he studied Ian more closely, a flicker of recognition stirred in his memory. Could she be related to the one who scarred Hugo's nose? The infamous Balak archer, Night Fox, came to mind. But after observing Ian's movements, Vakir dismissed the thought. No, she's too young and inexperienced. Perhaps she shares the same bloodline. Suddenly, a dart flew through the air, aimed directly at Vakir. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, effortlessly intercepting the projectile. It shattered upon impact, harmlessly falling to the ground. Emerging from the chaos, the barbarian who had kidnapped Camus stepped forward, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had underestimated Vakir, failing to predict his uncanny reflexes. Vakir wasted no time. Sweeping Camus into his arms, he said firmly, things have gotten troublesome. I'll take you to your uncle. Camus' face turned bright red as she stammered. All right. Her embarrassment deepened as she noted his unusually formal tone. Is it the poison making her act like this? She wondered. Vakir moved swiftly through the dense forest, carrying Camus effortlessly toward Adolph's position. Behind them, Commander Ian watched with a conflicted expression. A mix of disappointment and determination etched across her face. Will you come to me willingly one day? She murmured to herself, her voice barely audible over the rustling leaves. As they pressed forward, Vakir glanced down at Camus. Are you sure the poison isn't too severe? He asked, his voice calm but concerned. Camus hesitated, unsure of her condition. I think, maybe it is, she replied uncertainly, her tone betraying her unease. Their exchange was cut short as two barbarians emerged from the shadows, firing arrows in quick succession. Vakir deflected both projectiles with precision, his movements swift and efficient. From a distance, Ian silently raised her bow, her expression cold and resolute. Her sharp eyes locked onto Camus as she knocked an arrow imbued with a bluish aura. Should I eliminate the girl from Morgs? She mused aloud, her voice devoid of emotion. Without hesitation, she released the arrow, its path streaking through the air with deadly accuracy. Vakir's glowing red eyes tracked the arrow as it sped toward them, its trajectory unerringly aimed at Camus. Reacting instinctively, he twisted his body to shield her. Camus, sensing his sudden movement, turned her head just in time to see the arrow close in, only 2 inches from her eye. But the arrow never struck. A shimmering ice wall materialized between them, stopping the projectile in its tracks. Are you hurt, my dear niece? Adolph's voice rang out, laden with worry. He approached quickly, flame still flickering faintly in his hands, the ice spell dissipating as he stepped forward. Uncle! Camus cried, relief washing over her. Adolph wasted no time, reaching out to cast Cure Poison. It's a severe numbing poison, he explained. I've slowed its effects, but we'll need to visit Divine Quo Vadis for complete treatment once we return. But before the spell could fully take effect, Camus pushed his hands away. Let go for a moment, she demanded, surprising Adolph. He stepped back, confused, only to watch in shock as Camus ran toward Vakir, throwing her arms around him in a tight embrace. Thank you for saving me again, she said, her voice earnest and filled with gratitude. Adolph stood frozen, his eyes wide in disbelief. Tears welled up as he shouted, Camus, I did my best too. Camus turned to him, her expression indignant. And yet, you show up now? She snapped. I'm telling Mother about this. Before Adolph could muster a response, a rope shot through the air, wrapping tightly around Vakir's neck. Commander Ian stepped forward, holding the rope firmly. Come with me willingly, she demanded, pulling with all her strength. It'll be easier for both of us. I don't have much time. Despite her efforts, Vakir remained unyielding, his feet firmly planted. Ian's frustration grew as she struggled to comprehend how he could resist so effortlessly. Camus gasped, her recognition immediate. It's you again, she exclaimed, her disbelief evident. Vakir remained calm, his focus unwavering. Gripping the rope with one hand, he broke it effortlessly, snapping it like a twig. Ayan flinched at his strength, but held her ground. Her words, however, lingered in Vikir's mind. No, Tom, what does she mean by that? He wondered, sensing a deeper urgency behind her actions. A sudden, overwhelming wave of killing intent swept through the forest, suffocating the air. Birds burst from the treetops in panicked flight, their cries fading as an oppressive sense of dread settled over the area. Ayan's face turned deathly pale as her eyes darted upward, horror etched across her features. Her trembling voice cut through the eerie silence. "It's noticed us," she whispered, each word quivering with fear. Vikir frowned, confused, until a sharp, buzzing sensation radiated from his hand. He glanced down to see the red lines etched into his skin, glowing ominously. Beelzebub, the hidden blade coursing through his arteries, was issuing an intense and unmistakable warning. "She's coming," Ayan murmured, her voice barely audible, yet heavy with dread. Vikir's expression hardened. "She? Who's she?" he asked, his instincts sharpening. Ayan's cold sweat betrayed her terror as she uttered a single name, her voice barely a whisper. "Madam Eight Legs." From the heart of the forest, a towering pillar-like structure emerged, its form cloaked in darkness and pulsating with an eerie purple aura. The barbarians froze in place, their expressions twisted with fear. "It's the madam! The madam is here!" they screamed, their voices trembling. Camus, still recovering from the earlier events, squinted at the strange structure. "Is that just a pillar?" she asked, her tone uncertain. Vikir's sharp gaze remained fixed on the ominous form. His voice was low and firm. "No, not a pillar." Before their eyes, the pillar began to split apart. 8 long, spindly appendages unfolded with unnatural grace, descending like enormous tree branches. The massive legs anchored themselves into the ground, creating an unholy silhouette that towered over the forest. Adolf, his usual composure shattered, muttered in disbelief. How could something so monstrous have been hidden here all this time? Vikir's face turned grim as the pieces clicked into place. This was Madam Eight Legs, a name that carried weight and terror. A creature ranked as an S-tier threat, capable of leveling entire cities in mere hours. The spider stood on its 8 grotesque legs, its massive frame casting a shadow over the trembling group. It let out a piercing scream, an ear-splitting wail that sent shivers down every spine and rooted the onlookers in place. Camus opened her mouth to speak, but Vikir was faster. Placing a hand firmly over her mouth, he leaned in and whispered urgently, "Stay quiet. Madam Eight Legs has poor sight, but heightened touch and hearing." Vikir's mind raced as fragments of an old native legend surfaced. He had once dismissed it as a terrifying campfire story, a tale of the Madam of Eight Legs, a monstrous entity that haunted the depths of forbidden forests. But now, standing face to face with the legend, it felt all too real. He recalled the Empire's monster dictionary, its several revisions still failing to fully account for this nightmare. Madam Eight Legs, a name that struck fear into even the bravest warriors. The creature screamed again, louder this time, before spewing a stream of greenish liquid from its gaping maw. The acidic substance rained down in a deadly cascade, hissing and crackling as it melted through trees and rocks alike. Vikir moved swiftly, dodging the falling poison with calculated precision. Beside him, Adolf reacted just as quickly, flames flickering at his fingertips. He conjured a shimmering barrier that shielded himself and Camus from the deadly rain. The forest floor sizzled as the acid ate away at everything it touched. Not far away, a Hun screamed in terror as drops of the green poison landed on his hair. Panicking, he grabbed a knife and hacked off the affected strands, collapsing to his knees as he panted in fear. Ayn shot him a cold glare, her voice sharp and cutting. "Stop screaming in front of Madam Eight Legs." Her eyes flicked briefly toward the monstrous spider, her tone growing darker. "If you weren't the shaman's grandchild, I'd kill you myself." Turning back to the other barbarians, Ayn barked her orders with steely resolve. "Retreat, all of you." On the other side of the chaos, Adolf, cradling Camus in his arms, echoed the sentiment in a quieter tone. "Make a run for it," he instructed, his voice brooking no argument. The oppressive presence of Madam Eight Legs seemed to pulse through the forest, suffocating any thoughts of resistance. There was no choice but to flee. Madam Eight Legs emitted strange, mocking noises, as if reveling in the chaos. As the various groups scattered, the Balik barbarians splintered into smaller clusters, while the Baskerville and Morg's forces retreated in a more organized formation. The creature's twitching appendages seemed to consider its options before abruptly charging after the Baskerville and Morg's forces. Adolf scowled in frustration, muttering under his breath. "Why is it chasing us?" One of the Morg's mages, brimming with misplaced confidence, stepped forward. "Leave it to me," he declared boldly. Fire attacks are a bug's greatest weakness. The mage began chanting, summoning a massive fire spell. Flames erupted in a brilliant explosion, engulfing Madame Eight Legs in a sea of fire. For a fleeting moment, the mage turned to Adolf with a triumphant grin, ready to boast of his success. But his victory was short-lived. Without warning, one of Madame's massive legs shot through the air, impaling the mage beside him. Blood splattered across the confident mage's face as his expression froze in sheer terror. The fire spell hadn't even scratched the monstrous creature. Madame Eight Legs let out another deafening screech, her massive legs slicing through the terrain as she pressed forward. Adolf, Camus, and Vakir continued their retreat, the forest a nightmare of crashing trees and searing acid. Camus, her voice trembling, stammered, "How is something like that even real?" Meanwhile, Vakir's sharp mind raced. He stopped suddenly, his eyes narrowing as a realization struck him. Without warning, he turned to face Madame Eight Legs, his unexpected movement causing the group to halt in alarm. "Vakir, what are you doing?" Staffordshire shouted, his voice filled with panic. Vakir's tone was firm and unyielding. "If no one acts, we'll all be annihilated." His eyes locked on the monstrous spider. "Someone has to tie down her legs to buy time." Staffordshire immediately volunteered, but Vakir cut him off with a blunt question. "Do you really think you have what it takes to restrain those legs?" Turning to Adolf, Vakir's voice carried urgency. "We can't let Madame Eight Legs follow us back to the territory. If she does, everyone there is as good as dead. I'm the best person for this job." He tightened his grip on his sword, his crimson eyes burning with resolve. Facing Adolf, he added, "There's no time left. Make the call." Camus' voice cracked as she called out to Vakir. "You can't do this." Ignoring her plea, Vakir urged the group to flee. "Run," he said firmly. "Leave this to me." Adolf hesitated, clearly torn. Finally, his expression hardened. "We run," he ordered, signaling the retreat. Camus struggled against him, tears streaming down her face. "Vakir, you promised. You have to come back." Adolf held her back, his voice resolute. He made his choice. Don't waste his sacrifice. As the group retreated, Vakir remained rooted in place, the weight of his decision pressing heavily on his shoulders. His grip on his sword tightened, but he paused, letting out a slow, resigned sigh. He didn't have a personal stake in the survival of Baskerville territory, nor did he believe the Allied forces were capable of stopping Madame Eight Legs' growing power. Yet, amidst the chaos, he saw an opportunity. "If I can feign my death here," Vakir thought, "I'll finally slip out from under Hugo's watchful eye." This deception could buy him the time he needed, time to master the elusive 10th technique. The unrefined skill lingered in his mind like an itch he couldn't scratch, a secret weapon waiting to be perfected. With mastery of the 10th technique, Vakir could refine his control over his power, burying it so deeply that even Hugo would fail to sense it. Then, when the moment was right, he would return to the clan, not as a hound, but as something far more dangerous. A crimson aura radiated from Vakir's hand as Beelzebub emerged, the weapon's menacing energy reflecting his steely resolve. He knew this battle might truly be his last. If he failed to wield every ounce of strength, skill, and cunning at his disposal, Madame Eight Legs would crush him. His crimson eyes burned with intensity as he committed to unleashing everything. The vast mana reserves gifted by the River Styx, the ethereal energy reserved for the highest-ranking Baskerville techniques, and the raw, unrelenting power of Beelzebub. The demonic sword pulsed in his grip, its blade cloaked in a violent red aura. With calculated precision, Vakir dashed toward Madame Eight Legs, his movements swift and deliberate. The monstrous spider loomed above him, her massive form radiating malice. Vakir leaped high into the air, the red glow surrounding him intensifying with each passing second. For a brief moment, he hovered above the creature, locking eyes with Madame Eight Legs. She let out a piercing, otherworldly scream, her legs twitching in agitation. Channeling the Baskerville 5th technique, Vakir descended with blinding speed, his blade aimed at the creature's head. The air around him vibrated with the sheer force of his attack. Madame Eight Legs struggled violently, but her limbs seemed inexplicably rooted to the ground. Vakir's attack slammed into her head with devastating force, driving it deep into the earth. From afar, a radiant red light burst into the sky, illuminating the entire forest like a second dawn. Adolf, clutching Camus tightly, and the Baskerville triplets fled the scene with tears streaming down their faces. The deafening explosion of energy rattled the trees, and Camus, watching the clash unfold, felt a surge of raw emotion. A single tear slipped down her cheek as she screamed, "Vakir!" In the aftermath, silence blanketed the forest. Only the ominous red glow remained, marking the site of the monumental battle. Bakir's vision blurred and shifted. He was no longer in the forest. Instead, he found himself kneeling before a guillotine. The cold steel blade loomed above him as his eyes locked on Hugo La Baskerville. Hugo stood motionless under the moonlight, his face expressionless. Slowly, he raised his hand, signaling the blade to fall. Bakir's cold gaze didn't waver as the blade descended. He watched as his own head rolled to the ground, his final sight the cold, indifferent gazes of the onlookers. Hugo turned and walked away, his back framed by the pale glow of the moon. In the end, Hugo did it, Bakir thought bitterly. But before the thought could take root, his eyes snapped open. Bakir awoke to the sight of an unfamiliar ceiling, his mind clouded with confusion. He lay on a thin mattress, his body wrapped in heavy bandages, and one eye completely covered. Scars crisscrossed his flesh, and a rope was wound tightly around his neck, its rough fibers biting into his skin. Where am I? He wondered, his thoughts sluggish as he tried to make sense of his surroundings. Fragments of the battle against Madame Eight Legs surged to the forefront of his mind. The blinding explosion that had stunned the monstrous creature lingered vividly, possibly the sole reason he was still breathing. Attempting to sit up, a jolt of searing pain shot through his body, forcing him to stop. Every muscle screamed in protest, his veins felt stretched to their limits, and his bones throbbed with fractures. There wasn't a part of him untouched by the brutal encounter. The memory of Madame's final, devastating attack made the rope around his neck feel like a trivial annoyance in comparison. Yet, ironically, it was that very trap, set during the chaos of battle, that had saved his life, anchoring him just out of reach of certain death. Bakir closed his eyes briefly, evaluating his situation. Despite his injuries, everything seemed to be going according to his plan. Adolphe and Camus had witnessed his supposed final stand, providing ample proof to confirm his death. Hugo's watchful gaze was finally off him. Dragging himself out of the room, Bakir surveyed his surroundings. Barbarians moved about the camp with purpose. Children practiced archery while slaves hurried under harsh commands. The chilling realization hit him. Gulak, the Balak camp. He was deep within the territory of the Baskerville clan's sworn enemies. His eyes scanned the area, noticing something unsettling. Among the slaves were captured soldiers bearing the insignias of both the Baskerville and Mord's clans. Why am I still alive? He wondered. In his condition, escape was impossible, yet his execution seemed equally overdue. Before he could dwell further, a familiar face appeared. A Hun, the barbarian who had kidnapped Camus, sauntered over with a smirk plastered on his face. You should be grateful, a Hun sneered, looking down at him. If you weren't the commander's pet dog, you'd already be boiling in a pot. Pet dog. The phrase echoed in Bakir's mind, igniting a deep, simmering rage. Memories of Hugo flashed before him, of chains, humiliation, and subjugation. A surge of killing intent radiated from Bakir, catching a Hun off guard. Startled but defensive, a Hun lashed out, his fist connecting with Bakir's already battered body and knocking him to the ground. Arrogant bastard, a Hun spat, his frustration evident. With a dismissive glare, he added, Follow the rope, dog. Your owner's waiting. Bakir lay still, his body racked with pain from the fall, his rage boiling beneath his calm exterior. He glared after a Hun's retreating figure, silently vowing to repay the humiliation tenfold once his strength returned. Dragging himself up, Bakir began following the rope tied around his neck. Its length stretched endlessly through the camp, each step testing his patience and fortitude. How far does this thing go? He muttered under his breath, his irritation growing with every tug. Finally, the rope grew taut, and Bakir found himself at its end. What lay before him stopped him in his tracks. Ayan, the barbarian girl from before, stood waist-deep in a small pond. She held the other end of the rope with casual ease, her expression relaxed. As she noticed him, a mischievous smile spread across her face. Lie down, she instructed, her voice carrying an air of playful authority. Bakir froze, his mind racing. He stared at her, bewildered and unsure how to respond to the bizarre command. Before Bakir could fully process her words, Ayan yanked the rope with surprising force, sending him stumbling forward. Whiz! An arrow streaked through the air, narrowly missing Bakir's head before embedding itself into a nearby tree trunk. Ayan's sharp glare turned toward a group of children holding bows in the distance. What did I tell you about practicing near the pond? Go somewhere else, she barked, her voice commanding enough to send the children scattering. As Bakir lay on the ground, recovering from the unexpected tumble, Ayan turned her attention back to him, a sly smirk playing on her lips. I never properly thanked you for the auction, she began, her tone light but calculated. Pointing at him, she continued, in Balak culture, kindness is repaid twofold and revenge tenfold. Since you saved me once, I've saved you twice. Bakir's brows furrowed in confusion. Twice. he asked, his tone skeptical. Ayan crossed her arms, clearly enjoying herself. After that explosion, who do you think dragged your sorry self out of the forest? If I hadn't gone back for you, you'd be spider food by now. So yes, twice. Her smug response only deepened Vikir's unease. He sat up slowly, the rope around his neck pulling uncomfortably. If you've repaid the debt, why keep me alive? He asked bluntly, gesturing toward the rope. Ayan's grin widened, her mischief on full display. Because you're valuable. I have no doubt your party will pay a hefty price for you. You're not some ordinary soldier, are you? Vikir froze at the implication, his mind racing. If the Baskerville clan got involved in hostage negotiations, his entire plan to feign his death and escape Hugo's control would unravel. He kept his expression neutral, suppressing the panic bubbling beneath the surface. Ayan leaned in slightly, her voice dropping to a playful whisper. Relax. I've got no intention of returning you to them just yet. She straightened, her tone turning mock serious. You're my slave now. Without warning, she drew a dagger and sliced through the rope binding his neck. For a moment, Vikir felt an internal surge of relief. Maybe my plan is still intact, he thought, but his optimism was short-lived. Ayan pointed the dagger at him, tilting her head mockingly. Let's settle this properly. You'll call me master, and I'll decide what to call you. Vikir remained silent, his face impassive. His lack of reaction only seemed to amuse Ayan further. I like those rebellious eyes, she remarked with a smirk. It'll make taming you all the more satisfying. Before Vikir could respond, Ayan sheathed her dagger and gestured for him to follow. We have a stop to make, she said casually. Where? Vikir asked, his voice low. She shot him a glance over her shoulder, her tone teasing. Don't tell me you don't know. In the Balak way, we always pay respects when stepping onto someone else's land. Her grin widened. We're going to meet the matriarch. The matriarch's tent loomed ahead, its entrance adorned with intricate carvings. Inside, a throne made from the skulls of predators dominated the room. Bears, jaguars, alligators, and other deadly creatures stared down at visitors, their heads mounted with precision. Each skull bore an arrow firmly lodged between its eyes, a testament to the matriarch's unparalleled skill. As they approached, Ayan glanced at Vikir and began explaining the Balak way of life. If you don't have a place to sleep, borrow a friend's hammock. If you're hungry, someone wealthier will share their food. That's how we survive. Her voice softened slightly, a touch of pride in her words. It's why we're strong. Everyone here is bound by the same rules, tight-knit, homely, and united. Vikir noted something intriguing about the Balak camp. Private assets seemed to hold little importance to them. Everything functioned on a communal system, a stark contrast to the rigid hierarchies he was used to. Ayan led the way to the grand tent without hesitation, her pace confident. Stopping outside, she gestured toward the imposing structure and declared, We've arrived. She entered first, her voice ringing out with authority. Mother, she called, addressing the figure seated on the throne inside. The single word sent a jolt through Vikir, startling him. His sharp mind immediately began piecing together the connection between Ayan and the matriarch. The implications were unsettling. The matriarch rose gracefully from her seat, her commanding aura filling the tent like a storm cloud. Her piercing gaze swept over Ayan before landing on Vikir. So this is the boy we've heard so much about, she said, her tone calm but laced with curiosity. Ayan blinked, taken aback. Mother, I haven't said anything about him, she retorted, her confusion plain. Vikir's eyes narrowed as he silently assessed the situation. The pieces began to fall into place. Ayan was the matriarch's daughter, which explained her high standing among the Balak. His gaze shifted to the matriarch, and recognition dawned. This wasn't just any Balak leader. This was the Night Fox, the infamous female Balak warrior who had left a scar on Hugo La Baskerville's nose. Memories of her prowess flooded back, particularly how her influence had made crossing Le Rogue in life engulfing forest nearly impossible during his previous life. Vikir analyzed the hypothetical scenarios from his past. If his previous self had faced her head-on, the odds of survival were non-existent. Assassination attempts? A flat 0%. The only viable option would have been escape, and even that offered a slim 20% chance. The matriarch turned her sharp gaze toward Vikir, her lips curving slightly. You look familiar, she remarked, her tone probing. Vikir's thoughts raced. Does she recognize my connection to Hugo? Before the situation could escalate, Ayan interjected with an airy laugh. Most imperial men look alike, mother, she said dismissively. The matriarch tilted her head, unconvinced but unwilling to press the matter. Her attention lingered on Vikir, and she addressed her daughter with a question that carried an undercurrent of disdain. What are your plans for this stray dog? Ayan straightened, her voice firm. With proper care, he could prove useful, she said confidently. He played a key role in the attack on Madame Eight Legs. The matriarch's expression turned cold, her tone biting. You should understand your place before acting so impulsively, Ayan. There are consequences for overreaching. Her gaze shifted back to Vakir, appraising him once more. It doesn't matter what state his body is in, as long as the seed remains intact, she said coolly. The room fell silent, tension crackling like a live wire. Ayan, clearly flustered, interrupted quickly. No, that's not why I brought him, she blurted, her usual confidence faltering. The matriarch raised a brow, amused by her daughter's sudden change in tone. Ayan cleared her throat and hastily clarified. I need a slave to assist me during hunts, she said, her voice a touch too loud, as if trying to convince herself as much as her mother. The matriarch let out a soft chuckle, stepping closer to gently pat Ayan on the head. The owner decides how to use their slave, she remarked. Ayan's cheeks tinged faintly pink as she cast a shy glance toward Vakir. Standing at the center of the tent, Vakir maintained a calm exterior, though his mind remained razor-sharp. His eyes briefly wandered to the tent structure, studying the beams and supports. Escape options, he noted inwardly, his focus momentarily drifting from the tent's exchange. As they left the matriarch's tent, Vakir broke the silence. His tone calm and curious, he asked, "What's your name?" Ayan stopped abruptly, her eyes wide with disbelief. Whirling around, she glared at him. "How dare you ask such a question, slave?" she snapped, her voice brimming with indignation. Vakir, unfazed by her outburst, explained evenly, "I don't intend to call you master. I asked for your name, so I can address you properly." His straightforwardness caught Ayan off guard. A faint blush crept up her cheeks, and after a moment of flustered silence, she huffed. "It's Ayan," she muttered reluctantly. "Vakir," he replied with equal composure, introducing himself. "Now, what's your first order?" Ayan's face reddened further, and she stomped her foot. "You're not supposed to call me by my name," she shouted, though a smirk soon curved her lips. She took a step closer and declared her command with mock seriousness. "Build a house. That'll be your new home, slave." She couldn't hide the satisfaction in her voice. Let's see this imperial swordsman figure out something so far removed from his training, she thought smugly. To her surprise, Vakir smiled. "Sounds enjoyable," he said simply. Hours passed, and Ayan stood staring at the results of Vakir's labor, her jaw practically hitting the ground. Before her stood a perfectly constructed tent, its structure seamless and sturdy. Her disbelief grew as she glanced at the crude tools she had provided him, tools that now seemed laughably unnecessary in his skilled hands. Vakir worked quietly nearby, adding finishing touches with calm efficiency. Ayan finally blurted, How did you do this?" Vakir didn't look up, his tone even as he replied. "During difficult times, relying solely on swordsmanship is a death sentence. To survive, you learn other skills." Ayan's gaze shifted to the expertly crafted drains surrounding the tent. They were flawless, designed to redirect water effectively. "Even the drains are perfect," she muttered, more to herself than to him. Vakir, however, shifted the conversation. "The matriarch's tent," he began, "has a structural issue." Ayan blinked, taken aback. "What are you talking about?" Vakir explained, "The central pillar isn't stable. During the rainy season, the ground beneath it will shift, leading to water leakage." Ayan narrowed her eyes. "And you have a solution, I assume?" "Mix lime-rich dirt with gravel from the nearby hill to make bricks," Vakir said matter-of-factly. "Reinforce the bricks with oil and fire them. They'll stabilize the structure." Ayan crossed her arms, trying to mask her growing admiration. "Fine," she said curtly. "Do it." Methodically, Vakir gathered materials, shaping bricks with precision and drying them over a fire. Ayan accompanied him to the matriarch's tent once the repairs were ready, explaining the plan to her mother. The matriarch watched with skepticism as the repairs were made. But when the work was completed, she examined the tent with astonishment. "All these years," she muttered, her voice tinged with frustration. "So many failed attempts, and it was the central pillar all along." Turning to Ayan, the matriarch's expression softened into a rare smile. "You've chosen well," she said approvingly. "This male is useful." Ayan's cheeks flushed as she tried to maintain her composure. "He's my slave," she mumbled, though her tone lacked its usual edge. The matriarch addressed Vakir directly, her voice commanding. "From now on, you're responsible for handling all such tedious matters in the barracks." By the water's edge, Vakir rinsed clothes methodically, his movements calm and deliberate. Ayan approached, her tone casual, as she struck up a conversation. "Doesn't all this slaving away exhaust you?" she asked, gesturing at the laundry. "You could always consider becoming an official member of the tribe. You know." Without missing a beat, Vakir replied, "It's not so bad." Internally, though, he reflected on how this simpler life, mundane as it was, offered a reprieve from the chaos and treachery he had endured. Whether in the backstabbing politics of the Baskerville clan or the corrupt streets of Underdog City, peace had been a rarity. Ayan observed him for a moment, her gaze appraising. You're surprisingly disciplined, she remarked. Guess it's hard for someone like you to complain, huh? Vakir maintained his calm demeanor. It really isn't that bad. Ayan snorted in disbelief. No way. Tough, tedious work is never easy, no matter how you spin it. As they walked back toward the camp, Ayan nudged him lightly. You should stop with this complacent attitude, she said. Follow my lead. I'll help you figure out how to survive among the Balak people. Who knows? If you do well, maybe I'll even untie that rope around your neck. Vakir glanced at her curiously. What do you want me to do? Ayan smiled slyly, clearly pleased with his directness. Now we're getting somewhere. She paused for dramatic effect. I want you to go on a hunt and bring back some big prey. Intrigued, Vakir pressed her for details. Ayan explained. The warriors haven't brought in anything substantial recently. The kids are growing, and they need meat. If you manage to catch something impressive, it wouldn't be crazy for your title to change from slave to commoner. Playfully slapping him on the back, Ayan added with a grin. You should feel honored to serve as the slave of the Balak's esteemed hunting commander. Vakir winced slightly at the force of her slap, but remained composed. After a brief moment of consideration, he nodded. Fine, I'll do it. Ayan's face lit up with a smile, and for a fleeting moment, a faint blush colored her cheeks. What's with the look? Vakir asked, noticing her expression. Her demeanor shifted immediately. What look? She snapped, quickly turning away. You're imagining things. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of jealous eyes watched from the shadows. Ahan glared at Vakir, his teeth clenched and his fists trembling with rage. Seeing Ayan happily engaging with the outsider stoked a fire of envy and resentment within him. Disgusting bastard, Ahan muttered under his breath, his eyes fixed on Vakir. At the tribe's central gathering, the Balak shaman, a human, began a traditional hazing ceremony. Standing before a pot of glowing charcoal, he withdrew his hands slowly, his face solemn. Gesturing for the hunters to line up, a human's voice carried across the clearing. Step forward to receive the blessing, he intoned, his words heavy with authority. Without it, your hunt will fail. Refuse, and you invite misfortune upon yourself and your kin. One by one, the hunters approached, bowing their heads as the shaman smeared the charcoal across their faces in intricate patterns. Ayan, standing beside Vakir, leaned closer to explain. The markings conceal the hunters from the god of death, she whispered. It's a gesture of guilt, our way of asking forgiveness for taking the lives of our prey. Vakir observed the ritual in silence, noting the presence of a shaman even among the fiercely independent Balak warriors. Nearby, a barbarian girl whispered skeptically to her companion. The shaman's always nagging, she muttered. The boy shrugged, replying, let it go. A human has to make himself seem important somehow. The girl frowned. His blessings don't work anyway, she added. The only time the tribe even bothers with him is for rare hunts or big ceremonies. Vakir absorbed their words quietly. Even in this remote tribe, hierarchies, doubts, and cynicism were no strangers. Just another version of what he had seen across the empire. Later, Ayan approached Vakir, her face adorned with charcoal markings that were noticeably uneven. Vakir raised an eyebrow, fighting the urge to laugh. You look ridiculous, he said flatly, though a hint of amusement crept into his voice. Ayan flushed, furiously wiping her face. I don't get along with the shaman, okay? She snapped, flustered by his teasing. In her embarrassment, she shoved the collar into his hands. Vakir held it up with a deadpan expression. Is this a dog collar? Ignoring his tone, Ayan fastened a similar collar around her own neck. These protect our necks from being bitten during hunts, she explained matter-of-factly. Vakir eyed the collar, muttering. I've fought enough monsters to know they rarely aim for the neck. But as he watched her effortlessly adjust to the collar, he realized it was just another part of adapting to life among the Balak. Ayan and Vakir rode together on a wolf, the large beast moving swiftly through the forest. Ayan glanced back over her shoulder. Hold on to my waist if you don't want to fall off, she instructed. Vakir, stubborn as ever, refused to follow her advice. Moments later, a sharp bump sent him tumbling to the ground. Ayan pulled the wolf to a stop, watching him dust himself off with a smirk. See what happens when you don't listen, she teased. Vakir grimaced, wondering if he had the strength to climb back on the wolf. Before he could decide, an unwelcome voice cut through the air. So this is what you've been up to. They both turned to see Ahan approaching, his expression smug and brimming with disdain. Ayan, you seem awfully free these days, Ahan sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Neglecting your duties to play around, are you? Ayan dismounted and folded her arms. What do you want, Ahan? He stepped closer with dramatic flair. I'm here to tell you that I'll be catching the biggest prey this time. The next hunt? I'll lead the group as captain. My success will bring honor to my family. Ayan raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. You're staking your grandfather's honor on your limited knowledge of shamanism? Bold move. Ignoring her jab, Ahan suddenly lashed out with a kick aimed at Vikir's face. The attack was abrupt, startling Ayan. Ahan, she shouted angrily. What are you doing? Ahan smirked as Vikir sidestepped the blow, his movements subtle yet precise. This guy. Ahan gestured toward Vikir dismissively. He's a burn, injured and slow. How can you rely on him? But before Ahan could continue his tirade, Ayan's expression shifted. A sly smile curled her lips as she pointed at him. You might want to check your waistband before bragging any further. Confused, Ahan glanced down. His expression twisted into shock as he realized his quiver and arrows were missing. Still seated on the ground, Vikir wiped the blood from his lip and held up Ahan's quiver, a smug smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. You should hold onto your weapons as you would your lover, he remarked dryly. Ahan's expression twisted in rage as he realized he'd been outmaneuvered. Before he could fully process the humiliation, Ayan doubled over in laughter, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Seething, Ahan lunged at Vikir. Arrogant slave bastard, he roared, throwing a punch with all his strength. But before the blow could land, Ayan intervened. With a single, swift motion, she used her bow to block the attack. Her voice turned icy as she stared him down. Whose slave do you think you're punishing without permission? She demanded. Ahan, his face flushed with anger and embarrassment, shouted back. He insulted a Balak warrior. That demands punishment. Ayan's expression didn't waver. Pathetic, she muttered, her tone dripping with disdain. Desperate to salvage his pride, Ahan's voice took on a mocking edge. What's this, Ayan? Have you fallen for the slave? Ayan placed a hand on her head, sighing in exasperation. Her irritation was palpable. Vikir is my slave, she admitted coolly. If he's done something wrong, I'll punish him. But you? You have no right to lay a hand on him. The tension in the air was palpable as Ayan turned toward Vikir, who watched the exchange silently, his expression unreadable. Without warning, Ayan's fist shot out, connecting with Vikir's face. The impact sent him sprawling, blood spraying onto the green grass. Ahan stumbled back in shock, his jaw slack as he watched the scene unfold. Ayan turned to Ahan, fixing him with a cold stare. Are you satisfied now? She asked sharply. Ahan opened his mouth to speak, but Ayan cut him off. I get it, you're frustrated. You haven't managed to capture a maiden, and it's eating you up. But touch my slave again, her voice dropped, and I'll make sure you regret it. Ahan, cowed by her words and her sheer presence, nodded reluctantly. His bravado extinguished, he turned and retreated, muttering under his breath. Later, as Ayan and Vikir rode the wolf back toward the camp, Ayan kept sneaking glances at him. Her expression was conflicted, an uncharacteristic mix of guilt and concern. After several minutes of silence, she broke the ice. Does it hurt? She asked cautiously. Vikir didn't reply. She tried again. Are you angry? Still nothing. Frustrated by his silence, Ayan finally spoke up. Look, it was necessary, she began defensively. Ahan's stubborn and petty. If I didn't deal with him like that, he'd keep looking for excuses to retaliate. When Vikir remained unresponsive, Ayan sighed heavily. Why aren't you saying anything? Finally, Vikir spoke, his voice calm, but tinged with a hint of dry humor. It hurts? Ayan froze. Then, with surprising agility, she twisted in midair, landing backward on the wolf to face him. Her hands cupped his face as her eyes filled with worry. Does it hurt a lot? Is it bad? Are you in danger? She asked anxiously, her words tumbling out in rapid succession. Vikir remained stoic. It hurts to talk, he replied plainly. But it's not the first time. Before he could finish, Ayan leaned forward, her lips suddenly meeting his. Time seemed to freeze as Ayan pulled away, her face flushed a deep crimson. She pressed her fingers to her lips, as if only now realizing what she had done. Turning forward hastily to avoid his gaze, she muttered, I knew I was right. You show promise. Even for an imperial bastard. Vikir blinked, wiping his face as he tried to process the moment. His mind wandered briefly. Do barbarians usually lick each other's injuries? He wondered. The thought of spreading infection crossed his mind, though it seemed a trivial concern compared to his confusion. Ayan glanced back, her tone suddenly more composed. So, is there anything you want from me? If it's within my ability, I'll make it happen, she offered. Vikir raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Anything? Her body tensed at his question, and she stiffened visibly. Trembling slightly, she nodded. A Balak warrior never goes back on their word. Vikir's expression turned serious as he considered her offer, leaving Ayan's mind to spiral. Her cheeks grew redder as she assumed he was plotting something inappropriate. Finally, Vikir broke the silence. Teach me how to shoot arrows, he said plainly. Ayan's hopeful expression fell flat, disappointment etched into her face. She quickly recovered, though, and nodded. Fine, she said curtly. As they continued onward, she added, we'll start your special training tomorrow. Vikir nodded in agreement, unaware of her lingering irritation. The next morning, Vakir took aim at a tree trunk, releasing an arrow under Ayan's watchful eye. The arrow missed its mark, landing far from the embedded target. Ayan sighed, her tone tinged with exasperation and amusement. No. Aim for the arrow already stuck in the trunk, she instructed. Vakir raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you're qualified to teach? Ayan smirked. You're the one who asked for lessons, she retorted. You'll learn properly, or you'll learn nothing at all. She reminded him of the importance of mastering the bow, especially since his injuries prevented him from wielding a sword effectively. If you want to capture prey and stop being a slave, you'll do this right, she emphasized. To correct his stance, Ayan pressed firmly against his back, adjusting his posture. Vakir winced, feeling the strain on his battered body. Suddenly, Vakira, Ayan's wolf, appeared behind them, startling her slightly. Without realizing it, Ayan applied more pressure to Vakir's back, eliciting a loud crack. Vakir crumpled to the ground, groaning in pain. Ayan, unfazed, turned to Vakira and asked, Did you find it? The wolf howled in response, and Ayan's lips curled into a confident smile. Good boy. Turning back to Vakir, she clapped her hands impatiently. Get up. We're moving now. They arrived at a serene stream where the river met the ocean, a tranquil location teeming with life. Ayan gestured at the unique surroundings. This place is special, she explained. It's where the ocean and river meet, so you'll find animals from both habitats. It's a prime hunting spot. She paused, sharing a story her grandmother used to tell. The salmon here fight their way up the waterfalls, dreaming they'll become something greater, massive, legendary beasts. Most fail, though. They fall onto sharp rocks and become food for the ox bears. Vakir's gaze shifted to the massive bear prowling nearby. Is that one of them? He asked, noting its impressive stature. It looks a lot tougher than the ox bears I've seen before. Ayan nodded, her tone reverent. That's no ordinary ox bear. It's a superior specimen, born from a powerful bloodline and a survivor of countless battles. It's the kind of prey only the best hunters can take down. When Vakir questioned if their task was to take down the colossal ox bear, Ayan shook her head with a smirk. We're not here for the dominant female, she explained. Our target is the smaller male trying to court her. As they watched from a distance, several male bears approached the towering female, each attempting to win her favor. One by one, she rebuffed them with brutal swipes, sending them fleeing into the forest. Intrigued by the display, Vakir asked what kind of mate the female was searching for. Ayan chuckled. Strength isn't the answer, she corrected. To Vakir's surprise, a much smaller male approached the female. This time, instead of rejecting him, she greeted him with gentle nudges and playful gestures. Ayan explained that female ox bears often preferred weaker males because stronger ones could become dangerously aggressive during mating, sometimes even fatally injuring their partners. It's not about brute force, Ayan added. It's about survival and raising healthy cubs. Drawing a parallel, Ayan noted that the Balak tribe had a similar philosophy. They often sought partners with excellent genes, especially if those partners were weakened from injury or fatigue, as it indicated resilience. Vakir observed the pair of bears wandering off together. Ayan instructed him to wait. The female will completely drain his strength, she explained. Once he's exhausted, we'll strike. For days later, Vakir stood outside a cave, listening to the deep roars and moans of the ox bears echoing through the forest. He reflected on their strategy, leaving food for the bears to facilitate their courtship and encourage their mating ritual. Ayan approached, holding a small fruit in her hand. This fruit boosts strength temporarily, she explained, but it shortens lifespan. The clever female will avoid it. The male? He'll eat it without a second thought to keep up with her. The strategy clicked in Vakir's mind. The male's desperate attempt to impress his mate would leave him depleted, making him the perfect target. Ayan handed Vakir a bowl of soup, urging him to eat and regain his strength. As he sipped, he couldn't help but comment on the bear's remarkable stamina during their mating ritual. Ayan smirked, leaning closer. That's just typical for Balak males, she teased. Imperials like you wouldn't know anything about it. Too reserved. Vakir raised an eyebrow, unimpressed by her jab. Before he could respond, Ayan leaned in playfully. What about you? Can you match their vigor? His unamused expression deepened, but their exchange was interrupted by a deafening roar from the cave. Ayan immediately straightened, her teasing demeanor gone. It's time, she said sharply. From their vantage point in a nearby tree, Vakir and Ayan watched as the female bear let out another earth-shaking roar, signaling the end of their mating ritual. The exhausted male stumbled out of the cave, his legs shaky, his strength utterly spent. The female emerged moments later, her demeanor entirely different. She charged at the male, swiping at him with ferocious intensity. Vakir watched the aggressive display with fascination. Why does she chase him off after mating? He asked. Ayan explained, her tone matter-of-fact. Once the ritual is over, she becomes territorial. She'll drive him away to protect her space and ensure he never comes back. From now on, she's a predator, not a partner. Vakir couldn't help but smirk as he watched the exhausted male bear stumble forward, desperate for rest after 4 relentless days. He looks ready to collapse, Vakir observed, his tone laced with amusement. I nodded in agreement. He's completely drained. All he wants now is a safe, secluded spot to recover. That's where we'll strike. The two tracked the bear deeper into an unforgiving, icy terrain. The cold air stung Vakir's skin, the frost cutting deeper than he anticipated. He noted the bear's resilience and commented on its remarkable endurance. Ox bears aren't just brutes, Ein explained. They're smart. They know how to survive. This one came here deliberately to avoid blood-sucking insects. It's calculated, choosing its recovery spot wisely. As the chill seeped further into Vakir's body, his movements became stiffer. Though he tried to hide his discomfort, Ein noticed immediately. She paused and offered a solution. We need to share body warmth, she said, matter-of-factly. If your muscles stiffen, you'll slow us down. Vakir hesitated, reluctant to agree, but the biting cold left him little choice. With a resigned sigh, he relented and hugged Ein from behind. Caught off guard, Ein's face turned crimson. She stammered, quickly rationalizing the situation. This is just a practical decision. I have to keep you healthy. As your master, it's my responsibility. Vakir remained quiet, unsure whether to tease her or let it slide. Their awkward moment was interrupted when Bakira, Ein's wolf, stopped abruptly, his growl low and menacing. The pair froze, their focus sharpening. The tracks, Ein whispered, her tone tense. They've disappeared. Before she could finish her thought, a thunderous growl shattered the silence. The ox bear, having set a trap of its own, lunged from a hidden spot with terrifying speed. Meanwhile, back at the Bala camp, a group of barbarians gathered around a massive boar, its size so impressive it overshadowed anything else brought back that day. A female barbarian, holding 3 modestly sized rabbits, stared at the boar in awe. I thought these would be enough, she said, glancing down at her catch. But compared to that, a male barbarian stepped forward, addressing a Hun with visible admiration. This is incredible, he said, gesturing toward the boar. You've outdone yourself, a Hun. Another chimed in, suggesting that a Hun should be made the tribe's new hunting commander. Even Ein can't handle every Hun alone, he added. The group's attention shifted briefly as someone mentioned Ein's current hunt. She brought a slave with her, a female barbarian noted, her tone skeptical. I doubt they'll catch anything worthwhile. A Hun, basking in the praise, dismissed Ein's efforts entirely. That so-called slave is nothing but dead weight, he scoffed. Mark my words, they'll come back empty-handed. I bet they won't even catch a rabbit. On the other side of the forest, the ferocious male ox bear launched a sudden attack, its massive paw swinging toward Ein with devastating force. Before the blow could land, Vakir reacted swiftly, pulling her out of harm's way just in time. The bear's crushing strike missed her by mere inches, the sheer force blowing strands of her hair into the air. Both Vakir and Ein tumbled off their wolf, landing hard on the frosty ground. Vakira, the wolf, growled fiercely, leaping into action to shield its companions. Vakir quickly turned to Ein. Are you okay? He asked, his tone calm but urgent. Ein nodded, still catching her breath. Thanks to you, she admitted reluctantly. Vakir's sharp eyes assessed the situation. It's almost like it set this up, he speculated, his voice low. Did the ox bear lure us here deliberately? Ein frowned, her pride bruised but unable to deny the truth. It's too smart for a monster, she muttered. Her gaze flicked toward the bear, now snarling at them from a distance. No wonder the female picked it. Realizing there was no avoiding a direct confrontation, Ein felt a pang of inner conflict. Being rescued by her own slave, a status she had so thoroughly emphasized, pricked at her pride. But she quickly steeled herself, standing tall. Stay behind me, she commanded, her voice firm. I'll handle this. You've done enough. With a defiant glare, Ein mounted Bakira and charged at the ox bear, her bow drawn and ready. Her first arrow whistled through the air, aimed directly at the beast. You think you can act like this in front of my slave? She shouted angrily. You're going to pay for this indecency. The ox bear, sensing the danger, retreated behind an icy boulder for cover. Ein pulled another arrow from her quiver, her tone sharp with confidence. There's nowhere you can hide from me, she declared. She loosed the arrow, which embedded itself harmlessly in the boulder. The ox bear growled in defiance, thinking itself safe. But the moment the bear let its guard down, a surge of blue energy erupted from the embedded arrow. The aura-infused blast pierced through the boulder, striking the bear in the stomach with pinpoint precision. The ox bear roared in agony as blood spewed from its wound, its massive frame staggering forward. Vakir, watching from the sidelines, was momentarily awestruck. Ayan's archery was a masterful display of skill and precision. The way she infused aura into her arrows with such finesse left him impressed. In that moment, he thought that purely in terms of archery, Ayan might even surpass Camus Morgues. The wounded ox bear emerged from behind the shattered boulder, its bloodshot eyes blazing with rage. It charged directly at Ayan, undeterred by the injury. Ayan's hand moved with practiced speed, another arrow nocked and ready. She fired at the bear's eye, but the beast's fury drove it onward, ignoring the projectile entirely. Undeterred, Ayan prepared a final shot. Her voice rang out confidently. An arrow filled with sincerity can pierce even a castle wall, she declared, releasing the arrow with perfect form. But to her shock, the ox bear dodged with uncanny agility, evading the attack entirely. Ayan's confidence wavered, her composure briefly shaken. Before she could recover, the ox bear lunged at Bakira. Its massive paw struck the wolf with brutal force, sending both Bakira and Ayan flying. Ayan tumbled across the ground, her body skidding to a stop as Bakir sprinted toward her, his expression grim. As Ayan lay dazed, fragments of her mother's teachings surfaced in her mind. Her mother had once told her that beasts on the brink of death could sense the killing intent of a predator, often becoming most dangerous in their final moments. Ayan now realized, too late, that she had gravely underestimated the ox bear. Confidence, bolstered by her righteous intentions, had blinded her to the peril. The ox bear, now a towering menace, advanced with drool dripping from its massive jaws. Its mouth opened wide, ready to deliver a fatal bite. Paralyzed by fear, Ayan closed her eyes and braced for the inevitable. Instead of the crushing jaws of death, however, a familiar voice cut through the chaos. "Are you done demonstrating a master's dignity?" Her eyes flew open, and she saw Vakir standing before her, positioned squarely between her and the ox bear. His calm yet commanding presence sent a shiver down her spine. With a deliberate step forward, Vakir spoke with quiet confidence. "It's my turn now." Thrusting his glowing red hand toward the beast, Vakir summoned Beelzebub, the demonic blade igniting in a blaze of fiery energy. Flames infused with the power of Cerberus roared forth, engulfing the ox bear's head in a hellish inferno. The beast reared back, letting out an agonized roar as the searing heat overwhelmed it. Ayan, frozen in place, could only watch in awe. The sheer ferocity of Vakir's attack left her speechless, her heart racing at the raw display of power. The ox bear staggered, its charred form collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The battle was over. The flames subsided, revealing Vakir's frame. The intense heat had burned away the bandages covering his injuries, exposing his fully healed body, including his once bandaged eye. Ayan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she marveled at his strength, her gratitude and amazement impossible to hide. "You saved me again," she murmured softly, her voice barely audible over the crackling of the fire. But her joy quickly turned to concern as Vakir's expression twisted with pain. She rushed forward as he admitted, "I might have overdone it." His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. "Vakir!" Ayan cried, her earlier awe replaced by panic. She knelt by his side, frantically calling his name and trying to rouse him. The memory of his unwavering determination lingered in her mind as she desperately sought a way to help him. Later that night, the Balak tribe gathered around a roaring bonfire, celebrating the success of the hunt. The tantalizing aroma of roasted meat filled the air, and a massive pot of stew bubbled cheerfully over the flames. The villagers danced and sang, their jubilant cries echoing into the night. Off to the side, Ayan and Vakir sat together, each wearing traditional Balak hats. Ayan's voice carried a mix of pride and excitement as she explained the significance of their victory. "The ox bear wasn't just any prey," she said, her chest puffed with pride. "It was both strong and intelligent, a worthy opponent. Catching it has made us the stars of this pillaging ceremony." Vakir, stoic as ever, didn't seem particularly moved by the festivities. His indifferent expression earned him a sharp glare from Ayan. "You could at least pretend to care," she huffed, crossing her arms. Her gaze shifted to the other side of the gathering, where a Hun sat glumly next to the small, sluggish boar he'd caught. The sight filled Ayan with satisfaction, and a faint smirk tugged at her lips. "That boar," she said, tilting her chin toward it. "Compared to our ox bear, it's nothing. You'd think he would have caught something more impressive, given how much he brags." Despite her playful scolding, Vakir caught the unmistakable glimmer of pride in her eyes. For the first time that evening, a faint smile flickered across his lips. Ayan turned to a Hun, her eyes practically begging for backup. "Say something, a Hun?" A Hun, clearly irritated, shoved a bowl toward Vakir, sneering. "Here, slave. Eat." Vakir glanced at the bowl's measly portion of meat and raised an eyebrow. "This is it? Why so little?" A Hun rolled his eyes. tradition. The more honor you earn, the less you eat. You should be grateful for your honor. Ian stepped in with a smirk. In our tribe, the greatest contributor to the hunt gets the smallest share. It's a symbol of respect and selflessness. Vakir's expression remained blank. Selflessness? Sounds like a bad trade. Meat's a lot tastier than some imaginary points on the honor board. Ian laughed, clearly entertained by a Hun's growing frustration. Vakir, however, stared at his hands, deep in thought. The 600-kilogram hammer from Beelzebub lingered in his mind. Could he actually increase his weight by 600 kilograms while holding his breath? It seemed absurd. Then again, so did most of his life lately. Taking a casual sip of his soup, Vakir reflected on his recovery. Beelzebub's absorption of the ox bear hadn't just granted him new powers. It had patched him up like magic glue. Noticing Vakir's nearly empty bowl, Ian grabbed another, heaping with meat, and thrust it toward him. Here, eat. Vakir shook his head. I already had my share. A bit of meat, some blood, intestines, standard barbarian meal. I'm good. Ian pushed the bowl closer. You should eat more. Every part of the animal has a purpose. Weak eyes? Eat the eyes. Bad heart? Eat the heart. Weak limbs? The legs. That's how we grow stronger. Vakir squinted at the bowl, particularly at the coiled piece of meat bobbing in the broth. So, you're saying my insides need work? His tone dripped with sarcasm. Before Ian could answer, 3 barbarian girls approached, their presence as subtle as a thunderstorm. Commander, the first one huffed, glaring at Ian. Why are you bothering with him? The second chimed in. It's so obvious what you're doing. And the third? Why waste food on a slave? Vakir ignored the peanut gallery and took a bite. The meat was tougher than he expected, but he chewed through it. Ian's eyes lit up with excitement. Good. Now you'll be ready to fulfill your duty. Vakir stopped mid-bite. Duty? What now? I already played my part in the hunt. At dawn, Vakir found himself near a massive tree trunk, its top sliced clean off. He noticed faint scorch marks at the edges and recalled something Ian had mentioned last night. While standing at this very spot, he'd seen slabs of prime meat laid on the trunk. He questioned Ian about wasting such quality food, especially during a shortage. It's an offering, she had explained, her tone reverent. To Madam Eight Legs. It's how we ask for permission to live here. Ah yes, the village's 8-legged landlord. Vakir had taken a moment to digest this, realizing how deeply the Balik people respected and feared the creature. Now, staring at the offering site in the cool morning light, Vakir muttered, what an annoying monster. As Vakir approached his hut, a peculiar scene stopped him in his tracks. A line of barbarian girls, chattering like eager festival-goers. He blinked, trying to piece together the reason for the commotion. Was there a special event he hadn't been told about? One girl proudly announced she'd been in line since dawn. Another gloated about snagging a spot near the front. A third bragged about staying up all night to ensure a place. Amid the chatter, a few speculated about the previous day's hunt. Maybe a village woman will be chosen as Vakir's wife, one suggested starry-eyed. After all, he did take down an ox bear. Before Vakir could back away unnoticed, Ian appeared, a freshly hunted deer slung over her shoulder. Spotting the crowd, her expression soured. What's this nonsense? She barked. Go home. He's already spoken for. The girls gasped and immediately began protesting. You can't claim him just because you fed him stew, one argued. Yeah, that's unfair, another chimed in. You should have shared with us. Ian narrowed her eyes. If you're so hungry, why don't you catch something yourself? Set some traps. Prove you're worthy. The girls groaned in defeat, explaining they had tried and failed. We even went as far as the Empire's border, one muttered wistfully. But there's no one like him out there. Then keep going. Ian snapped, her tone sharp. Try hell while you're at it. Her glare was enough to send the girls scattering, their excitement evaporating like morning mist. As they disappeared, Ian muttered under her breath, annoyed yet wary. Those sneaky girls might try something while Vakir's still recovering. Her irritation turned into a self-assured smirk. After all, she had fed him the ox bear stew that made her claim indisputable. A sudden shift in the air made her glance sideways. There, not 10 feet away, stood Vakir, arms crossed, watching the entire scene unfold. Ian froze. Oh, I didn't realize you were standing there, she stammered, visibly flustered. Vakir's face twisted slightly as realization dawned. So that's what I ate yesterday. Sensing his discomfort, Ian scrambled to change the subject. Anyway, my mother held a meeting with the elders last night. You'll be called before her soon as the honorable hunter. When the time comes, make sure to ask for what I'll suggest. It's important. Later, in the matriarch's tent, the atmosphere was charged with quiet reverence. On one side, the elders sat stoically. Opposite them, the younger prodigies gathered in silent awe. Vakir knelt, bowing his head respectfully. The matriarch, the famed night fox of Aquila, greeted him with a warm yet commanding nod. "You've brought great honor to our village by hunting the ox bear," she said. "Because of you, we feasted well." Vakir replied humbly, "I only did my duty." The matriarch smiled, her gaze sharp yet kind. "You've healed quickly, proof of both your resilience and the tribe's care," she noted. As Vakir observed her, he felt a flicker of respect. Despite her reputation as a fearsome archer who had once terrorized even the Empire, she carried herself with an almost maternal warmth. He couldn't help but compare her to Hugo, both commanding figures, but her demeanor was far more approachable. The matriarch rose gracefully, her voice commanding as she addressed the gathering. "Vakir's deeds have proven his worth. From this day forward, he is no longer a slave, but a member of the Balak family." The room buzzed with a mix of murmurs and hushed whispers. While many nodded in agreement, a few elders, notably a human, the tribe's shaman and Ian's grandfather, exchanged skeptical glances. A human cleared his throat loudly, his disapproval evident. The matriarch ignored the undercurrent of dissent, her tone steady. "As a member of our family, you have earned a reward. Speak your desire." She paused, her lips curling into a teasing smile. "Perhaps a maiden to share your life? I would gladly bless such a union. Or, if that's not your interest, perhaps a loyal servant instead?" Ian, standing nearby, subtly gestured to Vakir with discreet hand signs. Her message was clear. Stick to the plan. Vakir locked eyes with her briefly, before closing his own in thought. When he reopened them, his voice was calm, yet firm as he spoke. "I request to bathe in a hero's spring." A heavy silence blanketed the room. The weight of his words hung in the air like a thundercloud. The matriarch's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a sharp, calculating expression. Her gaze bore into Vakir. "Do you understand what you're asking?" she asked, her voice cold. Before Vakir could reply, a human stood abruptly, his voice booming with anger. "Such arrogance! Do you truly believe yourself worthy of the hero's spring?" He turned to the matriarch, his tone seething. "This place is sacred, reserved for the strongest warriors of the Balak. His request is nothing but an insult." The room erupted in murmurs as other elders chimed in. One elder slammed his fist on the ground. "The hero's spring is not for outsiders. This is a privilege for our finest warriors, not some commoner." But Ian stepped forward, her voice cutting through the commotion. "Enough," she declared. "Vakir has proven himself more than worthy. None of you can deny his strength. He captured the ox bear during the pillaging ceremony, a feat even our most seasoned warriors have failed to achieve." The room quieted as her words resonated. The matriarch's piercing gaze shifted to Vakir. "Do you truly understand the significance of the hero's spring?" Without hesitation, Vakir nodded. "I do. It is no ordinary shrine. Its waters can heal wounds, internal and external alike. Only the mightiest warriors are granted access to its power." The matriarch listened, her expression unreadable. Around her, the elders resumed their debate. "The hero's spring must remain exclusive," one elder argued fiercely. "To allow an outsider to touch its waters is to insult generations of our warriors." Another elder, however, countered, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "This could be a chance to inspire him further. If he holds such potential, granting him this honor might benefit the tribe." The arguments volleyed back and forth. Some elders feared tarnishing the spring's legacy, while others acknowledged Vakir's feats and the value of rewarding his contributions. The matriarch's expression tightened, her frustration flickering. She wanted to honor Vakir's bold request, but could feel the weight of tradition and a human's staunch opposition pressing down on her. Just then, a sudden bell rang out, cutting through the tense atmosphere like a blade. Vakir's eyes narrowed as his gaze darted toward the sound. "What's the meaning of that bell? An attack?" Ian shook her head. "No, that signals a guest's arrival. Not a threat." The matriarch seized the opportunity to end the heated debate. "This meeting is adjourned. Return to your duties," she commanded, rising gracefully and exiting the tent. As the elders filed out, a human lingered, his expression dark and brooding. His disapproval was palpable, the faint click of his tongue like thunder in the quiet. Watching the matriarch leave, his unease simmered beneath the surface, a storm waiting to break. Vakir's attention shifted to the growing commotion outside. "Is that the guest you were talking about?" he asked Ian, gesturing toward the group setting up nearby. She nodded. "Merchants from beyond the forest. They visit a few times a year, bringing goods we can't make ourselves. The tribe always looks forward to their arrival." Vakir's sharp gaze fixed on a symbol emblazoned on one of the merchant banners. Recognition flashed in his eyes. "The bourgeois family," he muttered, his voice low. Ian glanced at him. "You know them?" "More than I'd like," he replied, his mind racing. The bourgeois family was one of the 7 most powerful merchant clans in the empire. Their presence in such a remote region was unusual, almost suspicious. The only way to reach Balak territory was through lands controlled by the Baskerville or Morge families, neither of whom would allow safe passage to outsiders. Vakir's thoughts turned dark. How did they get here? Smuggling routes? Backdoor deals? The merchants wasted no time setting up their vibrant stalls. Their leader, a round, jovial man with an air of authority, addressing the tribe in fluent Balak. Welcome, friends. For the next 5 days, the market is open. Barter your finest goods and discover treasures from beyond the forest. Excited murmurs spread among the villagers, who surged forward to browse the offerings. The merchants displayed their wares with practiced flair. One held up a gleaming glass orb, claiming it could bring sweet dreams when placed near a bed. Another showcased perfumes, cosmetics, and sacks of grain. Vakir observed the frenzy with a critical eye. The goods on display were mundane by imperial standards, but the merchants bartered them for rare forest treasures of far greater value. The imbalance was glaring, and Vakir's jaw tightened. The bourgeois are bleeding them dry. A commotion nearby drew his attention. Ian's voice rang out, laced with frustration. A diamond for corn? Are you serious? For a brief moment, Vakir felt a flicker of relief. At least someone here recognized the absurdity of the trades. But then, to his horror, Ian's expression shifted. She grinned triumphantly, handing over a diamond for 2 ears of corn. Clutching her prize like a trophy, she beamed with pride, clearly convinced she had struck an incredible deal. Vakir pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling sharply. Hopeless, he muttered, watching her celebrate her victory. Elsewhere in the market, 3 Balak warriors were locked in intense negotiations with the merchant leader. I'll trade this pearl clam for 2 radishes, one of them demanded, his tone suggesting he genuinely believed it was a steal. Another inspected a cabbage with a critical eye, scrutinizing its quality before eventually bartering a prized deer antler for it. Their persistence wore down the merchant leader, who, with exaggerated reluctance, tossed in extra items to seal the deals. The warriors left with wide grins, proudly celebrating their victories. The merchant leader, meanwhile, smirked as he watched them walk away, amused by how easily they'd given up treasures worth far more than the goods they'd received. In a quieter corner of the market, a young Balak girl timidly approached the merchant leader. Her wide eyes sparkled with hope as she pointed at one of the glowing glass orbs on display. "Excuse me, sir," she said softly. "May I trade for that orb?" The merchant leader crouched down, his smile dripping with condescension. "Well now, little one, what do you have to offer?" Beaming with pride, she reached in her pouch and pulled out a small, wriggling sun larva. It's very rare, and it's nutritious too." The merchant leader's face twisted with disgust. "Ugh, disgusting," he barked, slapping the larva from her hand. The tiny creature hit the ground with a wet thud, and the girl froze, her face crumpling as tears welled up in her eyes. Sneering, the merchant leader turned to leave, muttering under his breath, "For a primitive barbarian, she's quite pretty. She'd fetch a decent price as a slave." The girl knelt, clutching the rejected larva in trembling hands, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over her, and a gentle hand rested on her head. She looked up to see Vakir standing beside her. His expression was calm, but the fire in his eyes burned with quiet fury. "This trade is invalid," Vakir declared, his voice steady but sharp enough to cut through the market's noise. The merchant leader stopped mid-stride and turned back, his feigned confidence masking unease. "And what do you know about valid trades?" he asked mockingly. "Surely a savage like you wouldn't understand the intricacies of imperial customs." "Perhaps there's been a misunderstanding." Vakir's gaze locked onto the merchant with chilling precision. "A misunderstanding?" he asked, his tone colder than ice. "Do you mean your intention to sell a Balak child as a slave?" The merchant leader flinched but quickly recovered, waving his hand dismissively. Now, no need to be dramatic. These trades are sanctioned by the Balak shaman, a servant of the forest god, no less. It's not your place, boy, to question their sacred authority." Vakir ignored the merchant's bluster, taking a deliberate step forward. His voice, though calm, carried an undeniable weight. "I demand the cancellation of every trade conducted today. They are blatantly unfair." The merchant leader furrowed his brow in feigned confusion, his voice dripping with mockery. "Unfair, you say? And who made you the arbiter of fairness?" Vakir's expression remained cold, his tone sharper than steel. "Fairness is determined by market value, something your trades blatantly disregard." He stepped forward, his presence commanding, as he began dismantling the merchant's schemes piece by piece. "Take that corn you bartered. Each ear is worth 100 gold at most. Yet a diamond, worth 2 million gold, was given in exchange. And the ox-bear horn? Properly crafted into billiard balls, it would fetch no less than 1 million gold. It's comparable in value to goblin bud mushrooms, banned for export due to their high medicinal demand in the empire." The crowd murmured in disbelief as the merchant leader's confident grin began to crack. Vikir's precise breakdown of values left the merchants visibly shaken, their earlier smugness now replaced with unease. Reaching for one of the merchant's prized items, a glass orb, Vikir held it aloft for all to see. "And this," he began, his voice heavy with contempt, "is your so-called treasure for sweet dreams." The merchant leader forced a tight smile. "Ah yes, one of our finest wares, a marvel for peaceful sleep, perfect for weary minds." Vikir rolled the orb between his fingers, his eyes narrowing. "This orb is coated with microscopic holes that release a drug. It's banned in the Empire for its devastating effects. While it may induce dreams at first, prolonged exposure destroys the mind, leaving its users broken." Without warning, he crushed the orb in his hand. The crowd gasped as shards fell to the ground, releasing a fine, powdery mist into the air. "This isn't a treasure," Vikir continued, his voice hard as iron. "It's poison, and you've been spreading it under the guise of trade." The merchant leader stumbled backward, his pale face glistening with sweat. Nearby, one of his associates leaned in, whispering frantically, "Who is this boy? How does he know so much?" The leader swallowed hard, his voice barely audible. "Someone who knows far too much." Ayan's voice cut through the tense silence like a whip. "What did you mean by poison bodies and harm?" she demanded, her fury palpable. Vikir gave her a single nod, confirming her worst suspicions. Ayan's expression darkened further, and her rage turned toward the merchant leader. "How dare you poison our people?" she roared, her voice trembling with indignation. "You've been deceiving the Balak without fear or consequence, haven't you?" The merchant leader raised his hands, stammering as he searched for a defense. But before he could speak, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Ayan's arrow struck true, embedding itself in his shoulder. The leader screamed in pain, clutching the wound as blood seeped through his fingers. His face contorted in agony as he staggered back, tears springing to his eyes. "You cowards preyed on us with your lies and poisons." Ayan snarled, her bow drawn and ready for another shot. The merchant leader glared at her, his voice weak but venomous. "You'll regret this," he spat, his words barely audible over his labored breathing. His companions wasted no time. Scrambling to their feet, they shouted frantic orders to pack their goods. The merchants hastily mounted their horses, clutching whatever they could as they fled into the night, leaving behind shattered wares and stunned villagers. Vikir watched the merchants flee into the shadows of the forest. He turned to Ayan, his expression calm but questioning. "You're letting them escape?" he asked. "You know they'll regroup to recover their losses. Why not end it now?" Ayan lowered her bow, a cold glint in her eyes. "Sometimes you don't kill the beast outright," she said sharply. "You wound it, let it run, and it'll lead you back to the pack. Then you take them all down in one strike." Vikir considered her strategy, his gaze shifting back to the fading silhouettes. The merchant leader, still clutching his bleeding shoulder, cursed and spat promises of revenge as he stumbled deeper into the forest with his group. The merchants eventually reached a hidden mercenary camp nestled in the woods. The firelight cast flickering shadows over the assembled fighters, their sharp weapons glinting ominously. The merchant leader, now seething with a mix of pain and humiliation, wasted no time ranting. "Those savages," he roared. "They humiliated us. They stole everything." The mercenary leader leaned lazily against a tree, his piercing eyes shining in the light of the campfire. Lighting a cigarette, he smirked. "Sounds like words won't get you far with that lot," he drawled, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "You hired us to handle your dirty work, didn't you? So we'll handle it. Either we wipe them out or drag them back in chains. It's your call." The merchant leader hesitated, his earlier bravado now tempered by the reality of the Balak's strength. "You don't understand," he said, his voice wavering. "The Balaks aren't ordinary. You'll need everything you've got to defeat them." The mercenary leader chuckled, flicking ash from his cigarette. "If you're that scared, why'd you bother hiring us in the first place? You're paying for results, so let us do our job. And remember," he added, his tone darkening, "our deal still stands. We get a cut of your profits. If things go south, we'll help ourselves to the spoils." Reluctantly, the merchant leader nodded. "Fine, just make them pay for what they did." The mercenaries began preparing for their ambush, whispering strategies under the cover of night. One passed a matchstick to his companion, who lit a cigarette, then handed it to a third man eager to do the same. "Hold up," the second man warned. "Only two to a match. You know the superstition. Third man gets bad luck." The third mercenary scoffed, lighting his cigarette anyway. "Superstitions for fools," he muttered. The words barely left his lips when an arrow whistled through the air, striking him clean through the forehead. He dropped like a stone, cigarette still smoldering between his fingers. "What the second man began, but his words were cut short as a second arrow slammed into his skull. The camp erupted in chaos, but the mercenary leader remained oblivious. He continued regaling the merchant leader with stories of past exploits, boasting about how many Baloks he had captured and sold into slavery. The merchant leader's horrified expression brought his tale to an abrupt halt. He turned just in time to see an arrow embed itself squarely into his forehead. The mercenary leader collapsed without a sound, his life ending mid-sentence. Panic spread through the camp like wildfire. The merchant leader, shaking with fear, screamed at the remaining mercenaries. "Put out the fires! Extinguish your cigarettes! They can see us!" From a hidden vantage point, Ayn lowered her bow, her expression fierce and unrelenting. "Aim for their heads," she ordered her warriors, her voice calm, yet deadly. The Balak archers obeyed with chilling precision, each shot delivering swift and silent retribution. Vakir surveyed the chaos, his expression betraying a rare flicker of surprise. Turning to Ayn, he asked, "How are your warriors hitting their marks so perfectly in this light?" Ayn smirked. "Balak eyes are sharp, even in the dark. The glow of their cigarettes and firelight makes them easy targets." Before Vakir could respond, a Hun appeared, dragging barrels behind him. His usual smirk was firmly in place. "Still playing the obedient slave, I see," he taunted. Vakir corrected him with a cool tone. "I'm no longer a slave. I'm a commoner now." A Hun shrugged dismissively. "Doesn't change much, does it? Commoner, slave, it's all the same to me." Amidst the flaming chaos, one mercenary stood his ground, raising his shield to deflect incoming arrows. "Mages, form up! Shields, cover the front! Prepare for a counterattack," he barked, his voice cutting through the panic. But before they could regroup, a strange sight drew their attention. Two arrows embedded in nearby trees held a barrel aloft, suspended by thick ropes. More barrels began to appear, dangling from the trees, all tied by expertly aimed arrows. "What kind of trickery is this?" a mercenary shouted, his voice edged with panic. One soldier sniffed the air and muttered, "It's alcohol." His realization was cut short as a volley of flaming arrows rained down. The suspended barrels exploded in a fiery inferno, engulfing the camp in a massive blaze. The fire spread rapidly, consuming everything in its path. The screams of burning mercenaries filled the night air, mingling with the crackle of flames. Hidden behind a tree, the merchant leader's face twisted in horror. "They're using oil barrels as weapons," he muttered, his voice trembling. "Launching them with arrows? How?" A rustling noise behind him made him freeze. Turning slowly, he saw a shadowy figure emerging from the darkness. His heart raced as he recognized the crimson glow of Balak eyes. "Wait, don't kill me," he pleaded desperately. Fumbling, the merchant leader pulled a document from his bag, the official seal gleaming faintly in the firelight. "This is an exploration permit," he stammered, "stamped by the deputy consul of Underdog City. If you kill me, the Baskerville family will have their revenge." Vakir stepped into the light, his red eyes gleaming coldly. "This deputy consul," he said softly, "was his name Vakir by chance?" The merchant leader nodded eagerly, sensing a lifeline. "Yes, Vakir, the infamous Vakir." A faint smirk tugged at Vakir's lips. "Strange," he replied icily. "I don't recall granting any such permit." The merchant leader's face paled as recognition dawned. "You're—" His words were cut short by Vakir's arrow, which struck him cleanly in the chest, silencing him forever. "Those who forged the Baskerville seal," Vakir stated, his voice steady and unforgiving, "are executed without exception." Moments later, Ayn arrived astride her wolf, urgency in her voice. "We need to move, slave. Hurry." Vakir's brow twitched as he corrected her, his tone firm. "Not a slave. Remember that." The surviving mercenaries, emboldened by the sudden cessation of Balak arrows, regrouped. "They're retreating," one shouted. "Pursue them. Make them pay." Before they could advance, the forest seemed to shift. A monstrous presence descended upon their position, a suffocating aura that struck terror into even the bravest. Screams of fear echoed through the night, as the mercenaries faced something far worse than the Balak warriors. Standing beside Vakir, Ayn watched the distant carnage. "The fire tactic was clever," she remarked, her tone tinged with admiration. "You're becoming a real Balak warrior." Vakir smirked faintly. "I could say the same whenever I see you." Their attention shifted to the looming shadow of Madame Eight Legs, her monstrous aura palpable even from afar. Vakir's expression hardened, his voice carrying a note of resignation. "This night just keeps getting better." Back in the village, the matriarch addressed the gathered Balak warriors with a warm smile. Placing a hand on Vakir's shoulder, she declared, "For your many achievements, resolving our food shortage, minimizing casualties with clever tactics, uncovering the truth behind the warriors' ailments, and exposing the merchant's deceit, I grant you permission to enter the hero's spring." The crowd murmured in approval as she added, Tonight's full moon marks a sacred time. Ayan, guide Vikir to the spring. Ayan stood with a cheerful, yes, mother, and led Vikir toward the sacred site. As they walked, she looped her arm around his casually, her tone light, but pointed. Did you notice a human stayed quiet back there? He was quick to blame curses for the warrior's sickness. But your discoveries? Let's just say they didn't help his reputation. Vikir's gaze drifted toward the shaman, recalling the merchant leader's words about a human being a supposed proxy of the forest god. He couldn't help but wonder how much truth there was in those claims, or how much the shaman might be hiding. That night, Vikir submerged himself in the hero's spring, letting its warmth seep into his battered body. He closed his eyes as relief washed over him. The spring's magical properties soothed his muscles, mended his bones, and purified his mana. It was leagues beyond the river Styx back in Baskerville, free of its limiting conditions. He was so absorbed in the spring's restorative effects that he almost missed Ayan slipping into the water beside him. Opening one eye, he raised a brow. The matriarch said I should bathe alone. If you're here, the spring's effect might diminish. Ayan waved off his concerns with a grin. Details. True Balacs don't bother with minor rules. Rolling his eyes, Vikir let it slide. His interest peaked when Ayan mentioned Sir Adonai, the legendary figure credited with discovering the spring. Adonai? What's his story? Ayan's tone shifted to reverence as she explained. He's the only warrior in Balac history who dared to face Madame Eightlegs head-on. The most powerful man in our legends. You should show him respect. Vikir nodded, acknowledging her words. If he stood up to that monster, he deserves honor. Ayan frowned, catching the faint trace of skepticism in his tone. I'm being serious. You're impossible to talk to sometimes. She huffed and turned away, muttering about how frustrating outsiders could be. Her irritation softened as she thought back to her mother's earlier words. The matriarch had spoken of Vikir's transformation, from a slave to a respected commoner with a growing reputation. With the hero's spring aiding his recovery, her mother had said, he might become the man he's destined to be. He wouldn't make a bad husband. Ayan's face flushed as she stole a glance at Vikir, her resolve strengthening. Today, I'm going to make him mine, she thought with determination. Breaking the silence, Ayan shifted the conversation, trying to mask her embarrassment. You know, I was aware of those merchants' shady profits, she said confidently. If you hadn't stepped in, I would have handled it myself. Vikir smirked knowingly, which only flustered her further. Her cheeks burned as she blurted, I really do know the price difference between diamonds and corn in the Empire. Curious to test her claim, Vikir asked Ayan to explain the actual exchange rate of diamonds to corn in the Empire. 20 corns per diamond, she declared confidently, only to falter at Vikir's silent stare. Quickly revising, she added, fine, 30 corns. Final answer. Vikir raised a brow before calmly revealing the truth. The staggering amount of corn 1 diamond could fetch. Ayan's jaw dropped. That's insane, she exclaimed, quickly clapping a hand over her mouth. Trying to save face, she mumbled, well, the Empire's logic is just weird. What could they possibly need all those shiny rocks for anyway? Unmoved by her evasions, Vikir shifted the focus. None of that matters. What does matter is this. Choose how you address me. My name or slave. I don't like ambiguity. Ayan blinked at his seriousness, her demeanor softening. Standing, she moved closer to him, her piercing gaze locking onto his. You don't like ambiguity, huh? She said softly. Gently, she took hold of his chin, tilting his face to meet hers. Her playful smirk turned intent as she leaned in closer. Then I won't call you slave, and I won't call you Vikir, either. Her voice dropped to a whisper, teasingly. What I want to call you is... Suddenly, their moment was shattered by the splash of children joyfully diving into the spring. Commander, they shouted as they ran toward Ayan, completely ignoring the tension in the air. Vikir's brother. Vikir. Ayan spun around, startled. How did you even get here? She demanded, her exasperation drowned out by their laughter and splashing. Vikir glanced at the commotion, only half listening. Her unfinished words lingered in his mind. If it's not my name or slave, then what does she want to call me? Ayan's temper flared as the kids splashed around. You rascals. If you keep playing here, the spring's effects will be ruined. But Vikir smirked, his tone laced with amusement. Didn't someone say a true Balac doesn't bother with minor rules? The children immediately took his side, chiming in with playful glee. Yes, stingy Ayan? One of the older children stepped forward, his serious tone contrasting with the chaos. It was the matriarch's command, he explained. She said the sick children should use the spring. It'll help heal the damage caused by the merchant's drugs. Ayan froze, her expression shifting to one of realization. Mother planned this, she muttered, her tone exasperated. Of course she did. Nearby, a small girl shyly approached Vikir, her brother by her side. Thank you for helping my sister, the boy said, his voice filled with gratitude. The girl nodded, adding a soft, Thank you. Ahan, who had been observing the scene in silence, stepped forward hesitantly. His face was tight with frustration, but his voice was sincere. I misunderstood you, Vikir. I'm sorry. Vikir's response was simple and unimpressed. Yeah, Ayan threw her hands up in disbelief. We're apologizing here. Is ya all you have to say? Unfazed, Vikir shrugged. Ahan's got too much anger in him. Better he learns to manage that first. Ayan's warm smile lingered as she glanced at Vikir, a light blush spreading across her face. We still have so much time together, she thought, feeling a quiet contentment. With a cheerful grin, she called out, Congratulations on officially becoming one of us, Vikir. After some time, a loud thud broke the peace as a solid punch sent Ahan sprawling to the ground. He groaned, clutching his face, blood trickling from his nose. Standing over him was none other than Vikir van Baskerville, now a striking 17-year-old. You're more of a crybaby than I thought, Vikir said with faint amusement. Ahan gritted his teeth, wiping the blood from his nose as he scrambled to his feet. Don't walk away. Let's go another round. But Vikir had already turned, his calm demeanor unshaken. That's enough for today, he said casually, his back to Ahan. Running away again? Ahan shouted, his frustration palpable. Vikir didn't stop walking. I'm just going for a stroll. The moment Vikir left, Ahan's friends rushed to help him up. Man, he's a beast, one muttered, shaking his head. He's gotten stronger since he recovered. Another chimed in, stronger? I heard his marksmanship's on par with Commander Ayan now. The third scoffed. On par? Don't make me laugh. I could probably give him a bloody nose with one punch. Ahan surprised them by revealing the truth. You don't get it. His punch didn't even hit me. His friends blinked in confusion. What are you talking about? Ahan clenched his fists, still feeling the phantom impact. It stopped right in front of my face. The wind pressure from his punch made my nose bleed. Elsewhere, Vikir stood in front of a wall riddled with massive holes. Sweat dripped from his brow as he exhaled, his chest heaving from exertion. Finally, he muttered, the sixth technique perfected. His gaze sharpened as he assessed the destruction before him. At just 17, Vikir had mastered the six-fong technique, a feat even seasoned Baskerville swordsmen rarely achieved. Pride flickered in his eyes, but he remained grounded. The path to the pinnacle, the 10th technique, still stretched far ahead. Beyond his swordsmanship, Vikir had cultivated 6 mana circles, raising himself to the rank of a high-tier graduate. He reflected briefly on the tools and techniques that had brought him here. The river Styx's power coursing through him, the demonic sword Beelzebub in his arsenal, and the lethal skills he'd honed during his time with the Balax. With these combined strengths, Vikir knew he could now stand toe-to-toe with even the most elite graduates of the Baskerville lineage. 2 years had passed since he entered the deep forest. As he stared into the horizon, a question lingered in his mind. When my preparations are complete, will it finally be time to leave the Balax? Later, Vikir and Ayan moved through the dense forest together. Vikir crouched down, examining faint impressions in the dirt with a sharp eye. These tracks, he said, his voice steady, are from a deep forest snake Masasu. An old, massive one. Ayan nodded, her expression momentarily serious. If we catch it, Vikir continued, it'll feed the village for 4 days. As he stood and turned to her, he noticed something was off. Ayan's gaze was distant, her face clouded with thought. You seem distracted, Vikir remarked, narrowing his eyes. Something on your mind other than the hunt? Caught off guard by Vikir's question, Ayan's face flushed crimson, and she stumbled over her words. Of course not, she blurted, though her tone was anything but convincing. Desperate to change the subject, she quickly pulled a knife from her belt. Anyway, she said hastily, another hunting group wanted me to ask you about something. Vikir's brow arched, suspicion flickering in his eyes. It was clear she was dodging the conversation. Ayan held up the blade for him to inspect. They found this on an imperialist who trespassed into the forest, she explained. Do you recognize the emblem? Vikir leaned closer, his sharp gaze scanning the intricate design on the blade's hilt. His expression darkened as he nodded. I do. That emblem belongs to the Leviathan clan, one of the 7 imperial clans, alongside Baskerville. Ayan's face fell as she processed the information. We thought it might have belonged to someone from the mercenary group we took down 2 years ago, she admitted. But it looks like this is something bigger. Her tone grew heavier as she continued. There's something off about all of this. We've been finding traces of a red liquid at random locations around the headquarters. Glass bottles, shattered and discarded, always left behind by intruders who disappear before we can catch them. Vikir's eyes narrowed. What kind of red liquid? Ayan sighed. We're not sure, but it's deliberate. The hunting group did manage to capture someone once, but she hesitated, her frustration evident. They swallowed poison before we could question them. This dagger is all they left behind. She paused, studying Vikir intently. Her demeanor shifted, her voice lowering. Vikir, she asked softly, do you want to go back to your hometown? The question stopped him cold. He turned to meet her gaze, his brows furrowed. "Why are you asking me this now?" he asked, his tone steady but edged with caution. Ayan's frustration broke through as she stepped closer, her voice rising slightly. "I don't like secrets or lies, Vakir. Just tell me the truth." Before he could respond, her next words struck like a bolt of lightning. "Another imperialist entered the deep forest recently," she said, her tone grave. "I believe they're here for you." Vakir froze, his sharp composure faltering for a fraction of a second. Ayan didn't miss the flicker of shock in his expression. She leaned in closer, her voice barely above a whisper. "There's one more thing," she added. "It's a red-haired girl." Her words hung in the air, thick with tension. Ayan reflected on the past 2 years, replaying the confrontation with Madam and the search party's venture into the deep forest. She suspected they were hunting for Vakir. The question burning in her heart could no longer be suppressed. Would Vakir leave with this girl? The thought tied her stomach in knots. What if he was furious she had kept this from him? Worse, what if he left? Could tribal laws stop him? Or would her protests be useless? Vakir, ever composed, answered firmly. He wasn't going back. Ayan, though still skeptical, pushed him. Did he mean it? His resolute confirmation brought her relief. Her radiant smile lit up her face as she hugged her wolf companion, joyfully declaring that Vakir was staying. Vakir, however, turned his thoughts inward. He was certain the Empire still believed him dead, a deception he intended to maintain until he could mask his strength from Hugo. The mention of the girl stirred his curiosity. Was it Camus Morgue? Did she remember he had saved her? Or was this purely a political maneuver? Watching the Baskerville clan aid the Morgue's search efforts hinted at their unshaken alliance. He wondered if his death had further cemented that bond. Regardless, it reinforced his resolve to one day venture beyond the forest and uncover the truths awaiting him. Later, as Vakir and Ayan stood by the river, their peace shattered when a massive lungfish erupted from the water, flopping violently onto the shore before falling still. Ayan identified it and remarked that its leap likely heralded the rainy season. Judging by the fish's size, she predicted this year's rains could be unusually long. Vakir's sharp eyes caught an anomaly, an arrow embedded in the fish. Cutting it open, they were shocked to find a human skeleton clutching the arrow inside. Ayan, after a closer look, deduced it might belong to someone from the Loco tribe. Signs of resistance hinted at a struggle, even in the fish's belly. This confused her. Lungfish typically scavenged only the dead. Vakir speculated the person was so weakened the fish mistook them for a corpse. Ayan questioned what could drive someone so frail to risk such dangers, and Vakir suggested desperation. Perhaps the Loco tribe faced grave circumstances. This, he said, demanded deeper investigation. Their trek into the forest uncovered a chilling sight, a clearing strewn with corpses. Ayan gasped, horrified. "Are all the Loco warriors dead?" she whispered, her voice trembling. Struggling to process the carnage, she watched as Vakir crouched to inspect the remains. His keen observation revealed grim signs: vomiting, diarrhea, and red spots on the bodies. The horrifying possibility struck him. This could be a deadly disease. The implications were staggering, and both Vakir and Ayan felt the oppressive weight of a tragedy unfolding within the forest depths. As Ayan and Vakir neared the Loco village, an unsettling silence loomed over them. It was well past mealtime, yet no smoke curled from cooking fires. The eerie stillness gnawed at their nerves as they pushed deeper in. Overgrown weeds choked the paths, and there wasn't a single sign of life. Ayan hesitated. Maybe they relocated, she suggested, though her voice lacked conviction. But before Vakir could respond, she yanked back the curtain of a tent and immediately recoiled. A swarm of flies buzzed out, revealing a lifeless, rotting corpse inside. "Vakir!" she shouted, alarmed. Vakir, already searching, had found another body nearby. His mind churned with grim recognition. Before his regression, a deadly plague, the Red Death, had ravaged these lands. Victims suffered red blotches, violent vomiting, and agonizing pain before succumbing to a slow, excruciating demise. The disease had spread so viciously it even reached the Empire, leaving devastation in its wake. Ayan's face paled. "We need to leave. This village is cursed." Vakir, unfazed, corrected her. "It's not a curse. It's an infectious disease." "That's even worse," she snapped. He reassured her that it wasn't highly contagious, though she didn't look convinced. Hesitantly, she asked, "Are you sure it's not a curse?" "If you're scared, leave," he replied, his tone indifferent. Ayan's expression darkened. "What if you die?" Vakir shrugged. "Then I die." She gaped at him. "How can you say that so casually?" Vakir ignored her outrage, analyzing the scene instead. Not all the Loco people were dead. The village looked abandoned rather than exterminated. It seemed the survivors had fled, leaving behind the sick and dying. He decided to check the barracks for supplies. Find a safer spot and wait, he advised. Fuming at his cold attitude, Ayan turned to leave, only to freeze mid-step. Her eyes widened in horror, her face drained of color. Then she screamed. Vikir spun around, alarmed, and saw her on the ground, shaking violently. Ayan, she pointed ahead, her voice breaking. TT the curse. Run, Vikir. Now! A small figure stood in the distance. Ayan, paralyzed with fear, begged him to flee. If you run, I'll follow. I swear. Just don't go near it. But as she tried to stand, she cried out again, clutching her leg in pain. A cramp. Vikir ignored her panic and approached the figure. It was a little girl, no older than 5. She wasn't loco, that much was clear. She stood near a small pile of stones, a wilted flower resting atop them, a grave. She had been mourning someone. Kneeling, Vikir met her eyes. Who are you? The child hesitated before responding with 3 chilling words. Loco slave. Kitchen maid? Ayan gasped audibly, but Vikir remained calm, studying her. She had been a servant, enslaved by the Loco tribe. What's your name, he asked. The girl hesitated again before softly replying. Pomerian. Vikir's eyes narrowed. The name sounded imperial. Was she a kidnapped noble? Then she completed her introduction, words that sent a shock through his entire body. Pomerian Le Baskerville. Vikir froze. Within the Baskerville clan, middle names carried immense weight. The extended family bore Van, but Lum was exclusive to those of direct lineage, reserved for male heirs. In the rare case of female descendants, they too carried the name Le. That meant Pomerian was a direct descendant of Hugo Baskerville. Ayan's voice cut through his spiraling thoughts. She pointed at the pendant hanging from Pomerian's neck, its etching unmistakable, the Baskerville crest. Vikir seized the pendant, startling the girl, who clutched it protectively. Ignoring her reaction, he flipped it open. His blood boiled. Inside was a portrait of Hugo. A storm of emotions surged through him. Rage, confusion, disbelief. His grip on the pendant tightened as he turned to the trembling child. Where did you get this? His voice was sharp, demanding. Pomerian flinched, holding the pendant closer to her chest. Ayan quickly intervened. You're scaring her, she said, stepping between them. Try smiling. Vikir exhaled sharply. He was losing control. After a deep breath, he forced a smile. The result was so unnatural that Ayan actually looked impressed. Kneeling, he spoke again, this time softer. Who are they? He asked, pointing to the images inside the pendant. Pomerian hesitated before responding. My mother, grandmother, and grandfather. Vikir's mind raced. He recalled something Butler Barrymore, the longtime Baskerville butler, had once said about Hugo's past. Before becoming the cold, ruthless tyrant of the Baskerville clan, Hugo had been a devoted husband to his first wife, Roxana, and a loving father to their only daughter, Penelope. But tragedy struck when barbarians kidnapped Penelope. Desperate, Hugo moved the entire Baskerville clan to the remote Lenore Mountains, near barbarian lands, and sent out countless hounds in search of her. Yet no trace of Penelope was ever found. Her loss shattered him. The once devoted father became the infamous executioner of the empire, a man who hated barbarians with an unquenchable fury. At the time, Vikir had dismissed the story as a tragic legend. But now, the truth stood before him. Pomerian was Penelope's daughter, which meant she was Hugo Baskerville's granddaughter. The irony was almost poetic. Hugo, the man who despised barbarians more than anything, had a half-barbarian granddaughter. Vikir smirked. He could only imagine Hugo's face when he learned the truth. But that was a problem for later. For now, he ruffled Pomerian's hair. You've been through a lot, haven't you? He said gently. The girl studied him, uncertain. Then, with quiet fascination, she whispered, Your hair and eyes, they look like my mother's. Vikir chuckled. All Baskerville hounds tend to look alike. He smirked and added, Guess that makes me your uncle. Pomerian's eyes widened. Uncle, a memory flickered in her mind. Mother told me, if I ever saw someone with red eyes, I should follow them. Vikir arched a brow. Oh, and what do you think? Pomerian hesitated. Then, with sudden determination, she clung to him. I'll go with you. And just like that, 2 stragglers of the iron-blooded sword clan crossed paths, bound by fate. The next morning, Pomerian peeked out from the tent, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Spotting Vikir preparing to leave, she immediately trotted over. Where are you going? Vikir slung his weapon over his back. A meeting. The clan's matriarch called for it. Without hesitation, Pomerian ran up to him, arms outstretched. I'm coming too. Before he could refuse, she climbed into his arms, clinging to him like a stubborn little monkey. Vikir sighed, realizing there was no point in arguing. She wasn't afraid of much, except being left behind. As he carried her on his back, his thoughts drifted to the road ahead. The Balik village wasn't a place for a child. She needed safety, civilization, A home far from Hugo's grasp. This wasn't just his fight anymore. He had someone to protect. His resolve hardened. He needed help. First, he'd see the matriarch. Then, he'd find Chihuahua and make arrangements to leave the forest for good. Inside the matriarch's tent, the atmosphere was tense. The matriarch's weary eyes scanned the gathered elders and shamans as she addressed the growing crisis. The disease is spreading, she said gravely. If the rainy season begins while it persists, the consequences will be catastrophic. The shaman scoffed. This is no disease. It's a curse. He declared that the spirits of their ancestors were furious, and the only solution was a grand ritual to appease them. Ian immediately objected. This isn't a curse. If we don't act fast, more will die. We need to move the village. The elders pushed back. Their ancestors' ashes were buried here. The land was sacred. Leaving was unthinkable. Ian's group refused to back down. The children are dying, one of them argued. What's the point of honoring the dead if we let the living perish? The shaman supporters held firm. The ancestors are punishing us. If we abandon them, we'll be cursed forever. Meanwhile, Ian's group speculated about the true cause. Tainted mushrooms, parasites, or a contagious infection. Voices rose in frustration. The debate became a battlefield of faith versus logic. Eventually, all eyes turned to the matriarch. The room fell silent, awaiting her verdict. She hesitated. This wasn't just about survival. It was about their identity. Did I in the back? Vakir observed quietly, piecing together the truth. He had seen this before, the Red Death. It was as ruthless as the Black Death that had once devastated the Empire. Two figures had once played key roles in stopping its spread. Camus Morgue, who created a massive firewall to contain the infection. Dolores, the saintess of Quo Vadis, who purified the afflicted with divine power. But their aid had only extended to the Empire. The barbarians in the Lenore Mountains had been left to rot. Most perished, and the Baskerville clan had benefited greatly from their extinction. With fewer barbarians, low-tier monsters overran the region, wreaking havoc on civilians. The Empire funneled more resources into Baskerville hands to manage the threat, allowing Hugo to consolidate his power. Vakir clenched his fists. This wouldn't become another stepping stone for Hugo's rise. Suddenly, he raised his hand. The matriarch's gaze snapped to him. The entire tent fell silent. Then, with quiet confidence, Vakir made his declaration. I know how to stop the Red Death. Vakir's method was put to the test. A goblin, bound and suspended upside down, was submerged in water drawn from an infected source. Seconds passed. When they pulled it out, horror rippled through the crowd. Red spots bloomed across its skin, the telltale mark of the Red Death. Without hesitation, the barbarians threw the writhing creature into a fire. Better to burn it than risk the disease spreading. Ian turned to Vakir, her expression shifting between shock and realization. Every goblin exposed to the contaminated water had shown symptoms. So it really spreads through water, she muttered. Vakir nodded. Boiling the water will neutralize it. That's our best defense. To verify his claim, they escalated the experiment. Ian suggested testing boiled water safety, so they dropped a goblin directly into the boiling pot. It died instantly. Ian winced. Well, that didn't work. Vakir, unfazed, replied, let's try cooled, boiled water instead. After adjusting the test, 2 goblins were submerged in cooled, previously boiled water. This time, no red spots appeared. The gathered barbarians murmured in awe. Boiled water was safe. The matriarch, watching the results unfold, finally spoke. You've given us hope, Vakir. Despite their breakthrough, Vakir remained cautious. The Red Death doesn't just spread through water. It can be transmitted through breathing, eye contact, and exposure to mucous membranes. Stay vigilant, especially during the early morning fog. Ian smirked, casting a smug glance at the shaman. Funny, I remember someone insisting it was a curse. The shaman scowled but quickly fired back. And how do you plan to avoid rain? The river will flood. The humidity will rise. You can't fight water forever. Vakir didn't argue. The shaman was right. The rainy season would spread the infection faster than ever. The Lenore River would overflow, drowning the forest in contaminated water. So he made a bold decision. We need to relocate. The elders stiffened in outrage. You already know the answer to that. One snapped. We cannot abandon the graves of our ancestors. Vakir remained unfazed. Then we won't abandon them. We'll adapt. As the rainy season arrived, the Lenore River swelled, turning the deep forest into a treacherous swamp. Normally, the Balak village would have been washed away. But this time was different. Under Vakir's direction, the barbarians worked tirelessly, constructing elevated platforms, rope bridges, and reinforced barriers. 2 warriors pulled massive support beams into place, securing them high in the towering trees. Others wove thick rope walkways to link their new homes above the floodwaters. When the work was done, the village no longer stood on the ground. it thrived above it. As the storm raged and rivers overflowed, the Balak remained untouched. A barbarian, staring down at the flooded forest below, whistled in admiration. Even with these rains, we haven't lost a single home. Another, beaming, clapped Vakir on the back. We owe this to you. Vakir didn't respond, just gazed up at the towering trees. If the Balak territory hadn't been so naturally blessed, none of this would have worked. Pomerian, crawling out of the hut, rubbed her sleepy eyes. I want to stay with you, she murmured, clinging to Vakir's leg. Before he could respond, urgent shouts cut through the air. Two barbarians were waving frantically from a nearby platform. Something fell off. Vakir's instinct screamed, danger. A massive catfish erupted from the murky waters, its gaping maw aimed at the unsuspecting warriors. Their fearful screams rang out as they scrambled to react. Too late. Just as the catfish lunged, an arrow whizzed through the air, striking it cleanly in the side. The impact sent the beast flailing back into the water. The sharpshooter? Ayan. Lowering her bow, she glared at the catfish. You ugly bastard. Try that again, and I'll turn you in a stew. Vakir exhaled, momentarily impressed. Fast, precise, sufficient. Ayan had saved them in seconds. He turned to her. That thing, is it the infamous Mishisu? Ayan shook her head. No, this one's Ka. It's ruled these waters for decades. Before she could say more, Ka slammed into a platform. The impact sent two barbarians tumbling toward the water. Vakir moved instantly. His hand glowed red as he summoned Beelzebub. His blade blurred as he unleashed the sixth Baskerville technique, 6 lurking ambushes. A flurry of precise, deadly slashes struck Ka, forcing it back. The beast screeched in agony before retreating into the depths. The fallen barbarians caught onto a nearby tree trunk and managed to climb back up, shaken but safe. The gathered warriors, still processing what had happened, suddenly erupted into cheers. Vakir, the hero of Balak Village. You saved us again. As chants of praise filled the air, Vakir noticed a bitter glare from the crowd. The shaman, watching from a distance, clicked his tongue in irritation. Meanwhile, Ayan smirked, giving Vakir a thumbs up. You pass, she teased, though her eyes hinted at mischief. That evening, the atmosphere inside Vakir's hut was surprisingly warm. Pomerian sat at the table, happily eating the meal Vakir had prepared. Beside her, Ayan also dug in, her face blissful as she chewed. Pomerian beamed. This is delicious. Ayan, mouth still full, nodded in agreement. You're a surprisingly good cook. Vakir arched a brow. I don't remember inviting you. Ayan, flashing a mischievous grin, pointed to her empty plate. The smell led me here. Can't just ignore fate. Vakir sighed. I didn't make enough for you. Ayan shrugged. What belongs to the slave belongs to the master. Vakir scowled. I'm not a slave. She waved him off, clearly enjoying herself. Pomerian, watching their playful exchange, suddenly tilted her head. You two act like a married couple. Ayan choked on her food. Face burning red, she grabbed Pomerian into a tight hug. You're so adorable. Let's keep you forever. Pomerian giggled, hugging her back. Vakir, watching them, exhaled. When did those two get so close? Suddenly, the warm mood shattered. A chill swept through the hut, and Vakir's sharp instincts flared. Turning toward the entrance, he saw a shadowy figure standing in the rain, soaked to the bone, trembling, and eyes filled with desperation. Ayan's expression darkened. Ahan, the young warrior stepped forward, his voice shaking. Vakir, I need your help. His tears mixed with the rain. Please save my little sister. The rain pounded against the tent, the dim light inside barely piercing the gloom. On a makeshift bed, a frail young girl lay still, her breathing ragged. Red bruises mottled her small body, a cruel sign of her worsening condition. Vakir, Ayan, and Ahun stood around her, the weight of the moment pressing down on them. Breaking the silence, Vakir's voice was calm but firm. When did this start? Ahun swallowed hard. Yesterday. She went into the swamp to gather wood for the village. Ayan added softly. Yahello is always trying to help. She's kind, too kind. She turned to Vakir, eyes pleading. Is there a way to save her? Before he could answer, a shadow entered the tent. A sharp grunt. A heavy presence. A human. The shaman and Ahun's grandfather. His piercing gaze swept over them before settling on Yahello. His face twisted with disapproval. Foolish girl, he muttered, voice dripping with contempt. I warned you not to go near that swamp. His frustration exploded. He turned on Ahun and slapped him across the face. The crack echoed in the tent. Useless boy, he spat. You and your imperial spy bastard friend have disgraced this tribe. His glare bore into Vakir. Ayan bristled at the insult, but Ahun didn't fight back. Tears slid down his face, silent and unchallenged. The shaman's voice boomed. declaring Ahul's condition a divine curse, punishment for neglecting ancestral rites. Only an offering will cleanse this taint, he warned. The matriarch will understand. With that, he stormed out. The silence that followed was thick with tension. Ayan clenched her fists. That old bastard, she hissed. How can he? But Vakir's calm voice cut through the storm. If you want to save her, I have a plan. The battle against disease begins. Vakir turned to Ahun. You want to help? Ahun snapped out of his daze. Yes. Then listen carefully. Vakir's tone was steady, decisive. Sanitize everything Ahul has touched. Use boiling water. Burn charcoal in the bonfire to repel insects and bats. Keep her isolated, warm, and dry. This gives her the best chance to fight the disease. He locked eyes with Ahun. Can you handle it? Ahun wiped his tears away. I'll do it. Without hesitation, he rushed out to begin preparations. Ayan stepped closer, worry clear in her voice. You really think you can save her? Vakir didn't hesitate. I can, but I need your help. She straightened. What do you need? Vakir's answer shocked her. I have to leave the forest. I need medicine. Ayan stiffened. You know that's impossible. Though Vakir had earned a place in Balak, leaving the territory was strictly forbidden. The matriarch, Ayan's mother, would never allow it. Vakir nodded. I know. That's why I won't ask her. Ayan's breath hitched. If you and the others keep this secret, I can leave and return before anyone realizes. His red eyes met hers. Will you let me go? Ayan froze. Caught off guard. She struggled for words, but none came. The rain poured harder, flooding the forest, washing over everything in its path. Vakir pressed forward, leaping across floating planks in the rising water. Then he stopped. He glanced back. Ayan was following him. His voice cut through the storm. Why are you following me? You agreed to let me go. Ayan's expression remained firm. Then let's go together. Vakir's brow furrowed. You'll slow me down? She didn't budge. At least tell me where you're going. No. Her frustration flared. Then why are you taking Pomerian? Vakir fell silent. Ayan hesitated, then spoke the truth she had buried. I've noticed things about you, Vakir. Your sword that comes from your arm. Your knowledge of the Red Death. But I never asked. She clenched her fists. I was afraid. Her voice trembled. I was afraid that if I pushed for answers, you'd disappear. She looked away. Finally, she whispered, You'll come back, right? Eyes shut. She braced herself for an answer she didn't want to hear. A moment passed. Then his calm voice reached her. I will come back. She opened her eyes. He was gone. Rain blurred her vision as she muttered softly. You'd better keep your promise. The deputy consul's office was a disaster zone of paperwork. General Secretary Chihuahua sat at his desk, drowning in documents. No matter how much he worked, the pile never shrank. He sighed, rubbing his temples. Back when the deputy consul was alive, things were just as exhausting, but at least they felt meaningful. Nostalgia settled over him. His late superior's memory weighed heavily on his heart. I miss him. Then, a face appeared outside the window. Upside down. Deadpan. Did you call for me? Chihuahua's soul nearly left his body. He stumbled back, eyes wide, sweat forming on his forehead. His mind refused to process what he was seeing. Vakir gracefully flipped down, landing at the window. A faint smirk played on his lips. How have you been, General Secretary Chihuahua? He asked, sipping tea as if nothing was amiss. Chihuahua's brain short-circuited. Vakir, the man he thought was dead, was sitting across from him, completely unfazed. His mind flooded with questions. Had Vakir fought some monstrous entity in the deep forest? Had he been gravely injured? Had he been living among barbarians? Yet, as Vakir calmly sipped his tea, completely at ease, Chihuahua's confusion only deepened. Finally, Chihuahua found his voice. You're really alive? His voice wavered between disbelief and relief. You're not some ghost haunting me, right? Vakir chuckled. You've been frozen in shock for a while now. Chihuahua swallowed hard. You little... His voice cracked before he could finish. Tears welled up in his eyes. He didn't care how or why Vakir was alive. Damn it, he muttered, wiping his face. You have no idea how relieved I am. But as his eyes landed on Pomerian, his relief turned into something else. His brows furrowed. Wait a minute. He leaned in, squinting at the child. Red eyes, dark hair, uncanny resemblance. His face paled. Vakir, is this your daughter? Clearing the misunderstanding. Vakir sighed, already expecting this. She's not my daughter, he said bluntly. We just share the same bloodline. Chihuahua exhaled in relief. Oh, thank God. I thought you'd. He stopped, realizing there was still a lot of new information to process. Still, with his emotions finally settling, he wiped his face and shifted into business mode. Vakir's expression grew serious. I need you to take care of Pomerian while I'm gone. Chihuahua's eyes widened. She's a Baskerville. I need her to receive a proper education, Vakir continued. Chihuahua straightened, taking the request seriously. It's been a while since you've given me a direct order, he mused. Don't worry, I'll handle it. However, Vikir had another concern. Can you handle the city alone? Chihuahua sighed. I won't lie. It's been hell. Vikir nodded. Then get help. Try Cindy Wendy, Mrs. Sam, or Mag Juno. Chihuahua flinched at the first name. Cindy Wendy? He grimaced. That criminal you let go 2 years ago? I don't even know where to find her. Vikir smirked. You will. He reminded Chihuahua about the flower girl Judy. I gave her 10 billion before disappearing. She had no other support, so she's likely still in the city. If Cindy Wendy stayed with her, you'll find her there. Chihuahua rubbed his temples. You're telling me to track down a crime lord through a random flower girl? If Cindy refuses to help, Vikir added, tell her I'm alive. Chihuahua's brow arched. You think that'll work? Vikir leaned back. She owes me a favor. She won't refuse. A grin spread across Chihuahua's face. I like this plan. A promise left unfulfilled. As the conversation wrapped up, Chihuahua hesitated. When will you be back? Vikir gave a faint smile. When my mission is done. He turned to the rainy city skyline, deep in thought. There was still a promise he needed to keep. And if his hunch was correct, the cure for the Red Death could be found with just a single drop of holy water from a certain clan. Pomerian stirred awake, blinking groggily. Then, spotting Chihuahua's beard, she reached out and tugged. Ow! Ow! Hey! Chihuahua yelped, flailing in surprise. Pomerian giggled, unfazed. Vikir, standing near the window, barely glanced back. His mind was already elsewhere. His next destination was set, the holy city of Quo Vadis. At the gates of St. Mecca, 2 guards stood watch, their spears crossed in vigilance. From the distance, a carriage rumbled forward. The driver, Sir Joseph, was a familiar face, the manager of the first-floor oil shop. State your cargo, one guard ordered. Joseph sighed dramatically, waving a document. Oil, as usual. The guards weren't convinced. One stepped forward. We need to inspect the barrels. Joseph's jaw clenched. You see me every week. Do we really need to? Orders from higher up. A bead of sweat slid down Joseph's temple. As the guards moved to open a barrel, he silently prayed. Please, not that one. Fate was cruel. The guard picked the worst possible barrel. Joseph held his breath as the lid creaked open. Oil. Nothing but thick black oil. The guard, satisfied, closed the barrel. You're clear. Joseph exhaled, barely suppressing his relief. Welcome to St. Mecca. Move along. As the carriage rolled into the city, Joseph made his way to a secluded alley. Glancing over his shoulder, he checked the barrels once more. Then, in a low whisper, he murmured, It's safe. A shadow emerges. A metallic clink rang through the silence. Joseph's heart nearly stopped. The same barrel the guards had inspected suddenly lurched. The dented lid clattered to the ground. And from inside, a figure slowly emerged. Drenched in oil, face hidden beneath a crow mask. Completely silent. Joseph swallowed hard. His voice shook. See, can I leave now? He stammered. I did what you asked. The crow-masked figure tilted its head. Then, in a voice that sent chills down Joseph's spine, Wait. Joseph froze. The figure handed him a bag. Inside were 3 tokens, ox, bear, and canine. Joseph's relief was immediate. Thank you, he stuttered. But the mysterious figure was already gone, disappearing into the alley shadows. Joseph stood there, still gripping the bag. Then, a thought crept into his mind. This man had stayed submerged in oil for 2 hours. His expression twisted into unease. Was that guy even human? Under the dim glow of the crescent moon, the masked crowman stood atop a towering spire, observing the city teeming with life below. Pulling off the mask, he revealed himself as none other than Vikir. The memory of his unorthodox infiltration lingered, immersing himself in oil for hours to mask his scent. It had been a trial, reminding him of the river Styx, though far less grim. Despite the discomfort, his plan was successful. He was now within the heart of the Quo Vadis clan stronghold. St. Mecca, the sanctum of the Quo Vadis clan, housed 160,000 devout souls. Bound by stringent religious laws, its citizens renounced material desires and maintained an eerie discipline. Even if gold littered the streets, they would pass by without a glance. This facade of harmony, rooted in rigid control, struck Vikir as oppressive. The solemn toll of a bell shattered his musings. High above, the bell tower stood as a silent sentinel. At its signal, the bustling city froze. Citizens halted mid-stride, bowed their heads, and shut their eyes in unison, uttering prayers as the air grew heavy with reverence. Their white garments seemed to glow in the evening light, a sea of purity that hid any individual expression. Weaving through the immobile crowd, Vikir felt like a shadow slipping between statues, his mind preoccupied with the suffocating devotion that gripped this city. As darkness fell, he approached a secluded well. From his jacket, He produced a small glass vial, its contents ominously swirling under the moonlight. Tipping it into the well, he released the bacteria responsible for the Red Death. It was a calculated gamble. In a city as devout and disciplined as St. Mecca, the outbreak would force authorities into swift containment, avoiding a catastrophic death toll. The Red Death's chaos, however, would sow the seeds of distrust and division. The sound of soft footsteps jolted him from his task. 3 children stood a short distance away, their wide eyes fixed on him. Whispering among themselves, they debated whether to approach or run. Vakir's sharp gaze pinned them in place, and a cold fear crept over them. "Stay away from the well," he commanded, his voice low and foreboding. "It's cursed. Anyone who drinks from it will be claimed by death." The children's faces turned pale, and with a shared scream, they bolted into the night, convinced they'd encountered a ghostly specter. Satisfied they wouldn't return, Vakir added a theatrical touch. He hurled a dagger near the well, murmuring that it bore the marks of the Leviathan clan, known for their mastery of poisons and treachery. As the blade lodged into the ground, Vakir's mind raced. The Leviathan clan's presence in the spread of the Red Death was plausible. Their enmity with the Kovades clan made them prime suspects, and the resulting blame could ignite tensions into a full-blown war. A slow grin crept across his face. The board was set, and the first pieces were moving. With his groundwork laid, Vakir turned his attention to his next objective. The hour was near for the city's sacred ritual involving holy water. His destination? A meeting with Saintess Dolores herself. Under the pale moonlight, a grand mansion shimmered like a beacon, drawing hopeful souls to its gates. A restless crowd gathered, their voices a chorus of desperation and reverence. Rumors swirled. Within these walls resided the Saintess, a healer of miracles. The sick, the wounded, and the desperate all yearned for her divine touch. Suddenly, a calm yet commanding voice echoed from within. "Why have you come at this hour?" The crowd hushed instantly, recognizing the voice of the Saintess. A ripple of excitement spread as nobles and merchants pushed forward, each eager to flaunt their wealth and influence, hoping to secure an audience. A young noble from the Dortsmile region, heir to the Jonathan clan, boasted of his family's military prowess and ties to the Alphonse clan. Another man, an overseer of the Ibsen Guild, flaunted his control over lucrative trade routes, proudly name-dropping Count Boston Le Baskerville. But the grandest offer came from an aging noble who, in desperation, promised a granary, a beachfront villa, and even an exclusive fleet of carriages, all in exchange for her blessings. But the Saintess remained unmoved. Her voice, unwavering, dismissed them. "Wealth and status do not grant you the right to disturb me." Disheartened but obedient, the crowd gradually dispersed into the night. Yet one figure remained. Vakir. The glow of his crow mask shimmered under the moonlight as he stood in quiet contemplation. Memories resurfaced, visions of the Saintess in his past life. On a battlefield soaked in blood, she had walked among the wounded, her pristine white robes stained crimson, yet her divine light never wavered. Unlike the nobles who sought her favor now, she had always despised wealth and power, standing apart from the corruption that plagued the elite. Then, her voice broke through his thoughts once more. "You, who are you?" Vakir knelt, his voice steady yet reverent. "I am but a lost lamb seeking guidance." A pause. Then, with a slow creak, the door opened, and golden light poured out, illuminating the darkness. "Enter," she commanded. Stepping inside, Vakir was met with a breathtaking sight. The grand hall glowed with a warm, celestial radiance. At its center, an ornate fountain stood, adorned with an angelic statue, its water shimmering like liquid gold. The Saintess's voice resonated from the fountain itself. "Tell me, lost one, how did you lose your way?" For a brief moment, Vakir considered the possibility that the Saintess would refuse to meet him in person. Given his masked appearance, it wasn't an unreasonable assumption. Still, he remained composed and carefully placed a leather pouch on the fountain's edge. "The slums are plagued by an epidemic," he stated plainly. "This water, it's tainted with a dark energy." He stepped back, waiting. If the Saintess truly possessed divine power, she would sense the malevolence within. But the chamber remained eerily silent. Then her voice cut through the air like a blade. "You lie." The accusation barely settled before the chamber filled with the sound of approaching footsteps. Knights emerged from the upper level, positioning themselves like sentinels above him. The atmosphere turned heavy, their leader stepping forward with an air of cold authority. "Your words are far too bold for someone claiming to be a lost lamb," he remarked, his gaze sharp. "Who are you really?" Vakir remained silent, but recognition flickered in his eyes. Pietro Kovades, an old comrade from his past life, known for his unshakable sense of justice and ruthlessness in pursuit of it. Pietro had mastered interrogation techniques so brutal that demons might have taken notes. Vakir himself had learned a thing or two from him, enough to break the infamous 7 young masters of Underdog City. Finally, Vakir spoke. I didn't expect to see you here. Pietro's eyes narrowed, but he showed no sign of familiarity. Instead, he acknowledged the epidemic report with skepticism. And yet, here you stand, masked like a thief in the night, he countered. Remove it. Show your face. That is the proper way to meet the Saintess. Vakir ignored the demand and turned toward the exit. My task is done, he said, moving to leave. A blur. Something sliced past him, grazing his mask before embedding into the ground. Vakir halted, his eyes flicking to Pietro, who now held an open book in his hand. His voice was calm, but firm. I can't let someone so suspicious walk away. Vakir's mind raced. The attack, it wasn't just paper. Pietro had infused the scripture itself with divine energy, turning sacred verses into weapons. The ingenuity of it intrigued him. Holy pages as projectiles? Now that's creative. Before he could dwell on it further, Pietro moved. In one fluid motion, he leapt from the upper floor, landing directly in Vakir's path. These pouches of tainted water, Pietro said, eyes locked onto him. You could be the one spreading the disease. Vakir let out a low chuckle. If that were true, why would I report it? Pietro remained unfazed. A smokescreen, a way to lure the Saintess out. Vakir kept his face unreadable, but inwardly, he had to admit, Pietro wasn't wrong. Without warning, another flurry of scripture-infused pages shot toward him. Vakir moved instantly, twisting through the assault with precise, calculated steps. Pages cut through the air, glowing with divine radiance, yet not a single one touched him. He landed lightly on the opposite side of the chamber, his eyes assessing Pietro. Fast, tactical, as sharp as ever. He considered activating his aura to shift the battle in his favor. But the moment he did, the truth would be undeniable. He was a Baskerville. And that wasn't a secret he was willing to reveal. Not yet. Vakir saw an opening and took it. Launching off the wall, he propelled himself forward, his foot swinging in a powerful kick aimed straight at Pietro. The knight barely had time to raise his arm guard, reinforced with his holy book as a shield. The impact sent a shockwave through the floor, cracking the stone beneath him. Pietro staggered, his eyes widening in disbelief. That strength! How does he have such monstrous power in such a small frame? But Vakir wasn't done. Using the rebound, he pushed off Pietro's guard and flipped backward, landing gracefully. He smirked. 600 kilogram stability. A technique he had developed 2 years ago after taking down the legendary Oxbear. This was its first real test in battle, and judging by the cracked floor and Pietro's shaken stance, it worked beautifully. Not giving Pietro a chance to recover, Vakir shot forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches. Pietro blocked with his book, deflecting the blows, but the sheer speed and force behind them made it impossible to counter. Pietro clenched his jaw. This lost lamb isn't weak at all. Then, Vakir raised a hand, and with a flick of his wrist, Cerberus flame ignited. A surge of fire erupted toward Pietro, consuming his book in an instant. Flames licked at his hands, searing his skin. With a pained grunt, Pietro flung the burning tome aside and plunged his hands into the fountain, desperately trying to cool the blistering heat. Vakir remained composed. Do you want to keep going? Pietro, despite his obvious pain, wasn't ready to back down. Gritting his teeth, he lunged forward. You use sorcery. You stand against the divine. Vakir sighed. Then, without hesitation, he kicked the burning book straight at Pietro's face. The knight recoiled, momentarily blinded. That was the opening. Vakir moved like a shadow, closing the distance instantly. His fist slammed into Pietro's chest with devastating force. A sickening crack echoed through the room as Pietro's armor shattered. The sheer impact sent him hurtling backward, crashing into the grand fountain. The angelic statue collapsed in a spray of water and stone before Pietro slammed into the far wall, blood spilling from his mouth. Silence. The knights above stared in frozen disbelief. One whispered, "Is this a dream?" Another stammered, "Pietro lost?" The fallen knight lay crumpled amidst the rubble, his breath ragged. Slowly, his comrades moved, forming a defensive formation with shields raised and swords drawn, ready to face Vakir. Vakir exhaled, adjusting his stance. "If you want to continue, A voice cut through the tension like a blade. Enough! The air in the room shifted. The knights immediately stepped aside, bowing as she entered. Vakir turned his gaze to her. Saintess Dolores. She took in the scene, the shattered fountain, the wounded Pietro, the knights bristling with tension. Then, her sharp eyes settled on Vakir. So, she mused, her voice laced with amusement. You're the lost young lamb? Vakir met her gaze. That's what I said. A small smile played on her lips. You look more like a puppy than a lamb. A small, stubborn puppy, covered in bruises. One night flared with anger. He's no puppy. He's a bloodthirsty wolf. The saintess waved off the remark with a chuckle. Be a dear and fetch some tea. What? Tea. The knight hesitated, but ultimately obeyed, clearly confused. Meanwhile, Dolores turned and began walking away. She glanced back at Vikir, her expression unreadable. Come, she said. We need to talk. Vikir sat across from the saintess at an ornately set tea table, his posture relaxed, but his senses alert. Behind her, Pietro stood like a sentinel, his sharp gaze locked onto Vikir, ever watchful. Vikir studied Saintess Dolores Quo Vadis. Despite appearing no older than 16, her name carried immense weight. During the war against demons, she had worked tirelessly on the front lines, healing the wounded when all seemed lost. To soldiers and marshals alike, she was a beacon of hope, a symbol of compassion in an age of despair. Even Vikir, hardened by battle, had once regarded her with a degree of reverence. Then, unexpectedly, she sighed. I've been really stressed lately. Vikir blinked. That was not what he expected. The saintess continued, seemingly unfazed by his silence. I just got back from the Imperial Academy of Colosso. I'm on break, but family matters have kept me busy. Vikir narrowed his eyes. What was she playing at? Why shift the conversation to something so mundane? She turned her gaze to the window, watching the moonlit city below. Nobles and merchants are relentless. They demand my presence at all hours, but most of their problems are self-inflicted. She swirled her tea absent-mindedly. Narcotics, personal misadventures, things they call urgent, but are really just the consequences of their own indulgence. Very few of them are actually suffering from serious illnesses. Taking a slow sip of her tea, she exhaled softly. People rarely care about justice, righteousness, or equality. They only focus on their immediate needs. Her words hung in the air, an unspoken challenge for Vikir to reflect on them. Vikir, ever composed, responded evenly. Theology is essentially the process of understanding humans, so such things are inevitable. The saintess's eyes flickered with intrigue. Asmo's Old Testament, chapter 6, verse 9. For the first time, genuine surprise flashed across her face. I never thought I'd meet someone who still remembers that passage. Vikir said nothing, merely taking a sip of his own tea. This woman was sharper than most gave her credit for. Still, there were more pressing matters. He placed a pouch of contaminated water on the table. There's an epidemic in the slums of St. Mecca, he stated. It's spreading fast. The saintess's demeanor shifted instantly, her light-hearted tone vanishing. Are you certain? Vikir nodded. See for yourself. She studied the pouch carefully, but did not immediately take it. Her gaze flickered back to him. Did you have anything to do with this? Vikir met her eyes, unshaken. If I did, why would I be telling you? Pietro, ever the skeptic, tensed. Silence settled over the room as the saintess continued scrutinizing him. Vikir could almost hear her calculating the risks, the possibilities. Then, slowly he raised his hand. Pietro moved instantly. In a blur, he stepped between them, reaching for his weapon. Saintess stepped back, but there was no attack. Instead, a radiant golden glow enveloped Vikir's hand. I dislike harming innocent people, he said simply. Especially in my hometown. Pietro froze. The saintess stared, her previous composure breaking in a genuine astonishment. The power radiating from Vikir, it was unmistakable. Are you? She hesitated, her voice tinged with disbelief. A believer of Lewin? Vikir remained unfazed. He met the saintess's gaze and spoke with calm precision. Now, will you hear me out? With no objections, he began recounting his findings. He detailed how he had witnessed suspicious individuals pouring liquid from glass bottles into the slum's water supply. These figures, he asserted, were the real culprits behind the epidemic. The saintess's eyes darkened. And their motive? Wordlessly, Vikir unfolded a map, laying it on the table. He pointed to two key locations, his tone measured as he explained his deductions. The Leviathan clan, the bourgeois family, two factions with everything to gain from a crisis. The Leviathan clan thrives on poison, Vikir began. They would see this epidemic as an experiment, an opportunity to collect samples and refine their methods. If the Quo Vadis clan collapses, their influence will spread unchecked. The saintess's lips pressed into a thin line. She knew of the Leviathan clan's long-standing enmity with her own. But Vikir wasn't finished. He tapped another point on the map. The bourgeois family. They don't need poison. They profit from disaster. His voice was sharp, cutting through the tension. When an epidemic sweeps through, the poor die first. Landowners go bankrupt. Factories shut down. Stores close. That's when the bourgeois family steps in, buying up land, seizing assets, expanding their empire. The saintess and Pietro exchanged stunned glances. It all made too much sense. Bakir leaned back. The Leviathan clan sets the fire. The bourgeois family waits for the ashes to settle. And to mask their scheme, they blame the native tribes of the deep forest. Silence. Pietro looked like he'd just swallowed glass. The saintess, normally composed, found herself genuinely shaken. Bakir had pieced together an insidious conspiracy with alarming clarity. Finally, she exhaled. Just who on earth are you? Bakir smirked. Call me Night Bloodhound. Pietro scoffed. Blasphemous. His gaze flicked to Bakir's dark attire, his torn cloak, the faint traces of blood still staining his boots. That name suits you far too well. The saintess, however, remained thoughtful. Even if your name is ominous, your words hold weight. She stood. Pietro, we're going to the slums? Pietro straightened. Understood. They would investigate the epidemic firsthand and report their findings to the Quo Vadis leadership. Bakir observed the saintess in silence. She acted swiftly and decisively, a rare trait among nobles. Meeting her had been fortunate. With her involved, the truth wouldn't stay buried for long. As she prepared to leave, the saintess glanced back at him. There was something about him that unsettled her. His small frame, battered from battle, seemed at odds with the sheer power he had displayed. His presence carried a storm of emotions: blood, oil, steel, violence, and fury. Yet beneath it all, there was sadness. A sadness so deep, so ancient, that she found herself wondering, who was this man before he became the Night Bloodhound? When they arrived at a small church deep in the slums, the air was thick with desperation. The moment the saintess stepped inside, the sisters rushed to her, their faces streaked with tears. Saintess, please, save them. The sight that met her eyes was devastating. Rows of infected lay writhing in agony, their bodies marked by the telltale signs of the disease. Their groans of suffering filled the sacred space, mixing with the scent of damp straw and fevered sweat. The saintess's hands trembled. Night Bloodhound was right. The epidemic was real, and it was spreading. Bakir stood beside her, his expression unreadable. Guilt gnawed at him. He had set this chain of events in motion, knowing innocent people would suffer. It was a calculated risk, but it didn't make it any easier to watch. Still, one thing brought him relief. There were no children among the afflicted. His earlier deception, the cursed well, had worked. The children had stayed away. At least some lives had been spared. But this was no longer his battle. Now, it was her turn. The saintess stepped forward, her presence radiating warmth and sorrow. My people, she whispered, her voice heavy with emotion. God's love is boundless. His light will heal you. She knelt, clasping her hands together, and began to pray. Her voice wavered, raw with emotion, calling upon the divine. Her life, her fire, her soul. She pleaded for the suffering to end. A single tear slipped from her cheek, striking the cold stone floor. And then, light, a golden radiance erupted from the tear, spreading like wildfire. It poured through the room, seeping through every crack, flooding the church with an ethereal glow. The windows shimmered. The wooden pews hummed with divine energy. Then, the miracle unfolded. An elderly man, once gasping for breath, suddenly stilled. His ragged breathing steadied. The red lesions on his skin faded, disappearing like a bad dream. Around the room, the same transformation took place. Fevered bodies cooled. Pain-ridden groans turned to gasps of awe. The disease was lifting. The sisters wept with joy, falling to their knees. Their prayers of desperation became prayers of gratitude. Bakir watched in silence. Even after all he had seen, the wars, the bloodshed, the horrors, this was something different. The saintess truly was a miracle incarnate. And if her power could do this, it could change the fate of the deep forest. Late into the night, Saintess Dolores sat alone in her study, her face illuminated by the flickering candlelight. Before her, a map lay open, marked with precise notations. Her thoughts were razor-sharp. Her divine power had stabilized the afflicted, but it wasn't a cure. More cases would surface unless the true source of the epidemic was eradicated. Her gaze shifted to a glass tube filled with an infected patient's bodily fluids. A nightmare in liquid form. Short incubation. Slow, agonizing death. A disease designed not just to kill, but to prolong suffering. Her grip tightened. This wasn't natural. After careful deliberation, she reached a conclusion. Purifying the deepest well in the slums was the key. If she concentrated her divine power into a single, potent drop, it could neutralize the contamination at its source and put an end to the outbreak. A deep breath, a sense of renewed purpose washed over her. There were still people to save, but as she stood, a sudden pain lanced through her skull. She staggered, gripping the edge of her table. A headache, sharp, unrelenting. Was it anemia? Exhaustion? The strain of overusing her divine power? She clenched her teeth, pushing the pain aside. There was no time for weakness. Moments later, she emerged from her chambers, her expression unreadable. Waiting outside was a trio of noblemen. One of them, overly enthusiastic, lit up at her arrival. Saintess, what perfect timing. Dolores raised an eyebrow. Why were they here? Another noble, practically beaming with self-importance, stepped forward. We couldn't possibly allow someone as noble as yourself to venture into the filth of the slums alone, he declared. So we took the liberty of gathering some relief supplies. With a flourish of his hand, he gestured to 3 wagons stacked high with goods. Food, medicine, blankets, the works. The poor souls in the slums have truly hit the jackpot today, he chuckled, nudging his companion. Dolores studied them. Their smiles were too wide. Their voices dripped with self-satisfaction. This wasn't charity. It was theater. They weren't here for the sick. They were here for themselves. With a serene smile, Saintess Dolores walked past the noblemen, their exaggerated pledges of loyalty trailing behind her. It is a gentleman's duty to protect a lady, one declared dramatically. We swear to assist you in every way possible, another added, his eyes practically sparkling as if expecting praise. Her presence clearly captivated them, their hearts racing as if they were knights in a chivalric ballad rather than men about to enter a disease-ridden slum. Ever composed, Dolores offered them a gentle nod. I trust you will handle everything with great care, she said, her tone light yet distant. Their enthusiasm lasted all of 5 minutes. As they stepped deeper into the relief zone, the air grew thick with decay. The stench of sickness, filth, and human suffering assailed them like a physical blow. The first noble gagged, clutching his silk handkerchief over his nose. By the heavens, this stench. My limited edition shoes are going to be ruined. The second noble froze in place, eyes darting around in panic. Wait, what if we catch it? Shouldn't we be keeping a safe distance? The third, less subtle than the others, turned to a nearby priest. Clear this mess at once. And while you're at it, treat me first. Dolores watched them without surprise. Their discomfort was inevitable. Men who acted for image would always falter when faced with true suffering. True empathy wasn't about performance. It was about grace, kindness, and sacrifice, a lesson these men had yet to learn. Her thoughts were interrupted as she turned her gaze toward a nearby tent. A heavy, ominous aura lingered around it. Inside lay the most critical patients, those fighting not just the disease but despair itself. The suffering within that tent was unimaginable. Without hesitation, Dolores approached. Forgive me for not coming sooner. She pulled back the curtain and stepped inside. I am here now, she declared softly. Let me help. Inside the critical care tent, the moment she entered, she was met with urgency. A commanding voice rang out. More saline now. Dolores turned her head, expecting to see a priest or healer. But instead, her eyes landed on something shocking. A doctor, one who moved with efficiency, precision, and expertise. A priest nearby stared in disbelief. His mouth opened as if to speak, but no words came out, because he recognized something impossible. The doctor wasn't just any doctor. It was Night Bloodhound. Dolores's breath caught. Vikir. For hours, he had been working tirelessly to treat patients. But what truly stunned everyone was his method. Using a small clinical knife, he made a careful incision at the infection site. Then, with just 2 fingers, he pressed against the wound, channeling divine power directly into it. The infection vanished on the spot. The priest, watching this unfold, felt his worldview shatter. Unlike the usual surface-level blessings used by the clergy, Vikir's technique forced divine power directly into the source of the illness. A technique no priest had ever considered. Dolores stood frozen, watching in silent awe. Vikir, this man with the aura of steel, blood, and fire, was healing people. After curing the infection, he administered medicine, ensuring the patient's recovery. His movements were efficient, measured, and above all, purposeful. This wasn't just skill. This was a man determined to save lives. Vikir placed both hands on the patient's chest, channeling divine power into their body. He understood the mechanics behind divine power well. It was typically granted through prayers to a god. The stronger the faith, the greater the return. 1 unit of devotion equaled 1 miracle. 10 units equaled 10. But Vikir knew better. There existed a loophole, a method that allowed 10 miracles with just 1 unit, and 100 miracles with 10. His mind drifted back to the Great Fall, a time of war and chaos, when hordes of monsters flooded the battlefield, and the wounded piled higher than prayers could reach. The clerics, their power reserves rapidly depleting, faced a grim realization. They didn't have enough divine energy to save everyone. So, the rules were rewritten. A divine decree altered the system. Miracles first, consequences later. Instead of strict calculations, clerics could now draw divine power without an immediate limit. The catch: the excess power came with an invisible cost, an interest to be paid later. This phenomenon became known as advanced divine power, and it wasn't limited to clerics. Anyone, even non-believers, could harness it, provided they had purged enough evil. Vakir, with a soul steeped in karmic energy from his past, could tap into this power naturally within the sacred grounds of Saint Mecca. It was this ability that made his miracles so efficient, allowing him to perform feats others deemed impossible. Just then, a child's sobs broke through the silence. A young girl knelt beside her unconscious mother, shaking her weak form. "Mama, wake up, please." Vakir, having finished his previous treatment, approached her with calm assurance. "She'll wake up soon," he said softly. He reached into his pocket, pulling out a gold coin. Pressing it into the girl's small hand, he instructed her, "Use this for food, firewood, whatever she needs to recover." Before the girl could respond, a priest quickly intervened. "Wait, we cannot give material assistance," he objected, his tone firm. "Monetary demands never end. If you start now, you'll give away everything before you realize it." Vakir, still composed, tilted his head slightly. "If demands are endless, then what defines their limit?" The priest blinked. Vakir's voice was even as he continued. "What truly is limitless?" Silence. The priest had no answer. Meanwhile, the little girl's quiet sobs softened. She clutched the coin tightly, her small fingers wrapped around it as if it were the first bit of hope she had ever held. Vakir watched her, his eyes unreadable. Then he spoke again, this time more softly. "I could give away all the money in my pocket right now. That much is true." His gaze fell upon the sick mother, her frail form barely moving. Then he apologized. "I'm sorry," Saintess Dolores observes. Dolores, watching from a distance, felt something shift within her. Why? Why would someone as calculating as Vakir, as strong, as composed, apologize? She turned his earlier words over in her mind. Theology is the pursuit of understanding humans. Then it clicked. He wasn't apologizing for what he had done. He was apologizing for what he couldn't do. For all his knowledge, all his power, he still couldn't save everyone. And she understood that feeling better than anyone. Her heartbeat quickened. At 16, she had seen miracles, had performed them herself. But this man who fought like a beast, carried the scent of steel and blood, and yet held divine power in his hands. He wasn't just a mystery. He was a contradiction, and he unsettled her in a way she couldn't explain. After hours of tirelessly treating the sick, Vakir finally stepped outside, seeking a moment of respite. He sat down with a quiet sigh, momentarily lifting his mask just enough to take a sip of water. The night air was cool, the city still heavy with the remnants of suffering. But his break didn't last long. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Saintess Dolores approaching. Quickly, he lowered his mask and greeted her. "Are you all right?" She settled beside him, her usual composure tinged with something more contemplative. "I just wanted to talk." Vakir nodded without hesitation. For a moment, neither spoke. Then, Dolores offered a quiet thanks. "With your help, we saved them," she said, sincerity in her voice. "The epidemic, we managed to stop it." Vakir, ever modest, simply shook his head. "I only did what had to be done." Dolores smiled softly, as if she had expected that answer. Then, silence settled between them. She clutched the fabric of her robes tightly, the tension in her fingers betraying the storm of emotions within. Finally, she spoke her doubts aloud. "Someone as strong as you should have been born with divine power," she murmured. She glanced down, hesitating before continuing. "I was given a gift, but I don't feel worthy of it. My faith is weak, my body frail, my mind uncertain." Her voice wavered. "Why would a higher power choose someone like me, when there are others, far more deserving?" Vakir's response caught her off guard. He smiled, calm assured. "Because of that doubt," he said simply. She looked at him confused. "The world doesn't need unshakable perfection," he continued. "It needs a light that can shine even in the darkest places." Dolores's breath hitched. His words, so unexpected, so certain, struck something deep within her. Tears welled in her eyes, but she blinked them back. "Do you really think I can become that person?" she asked, her voice small and certain. Vakir's reply was steady, unwavering. "You already are." Later, the clergy of the Quavadi's family gathered in solemn prayer, their efforts culminating in a sacred miracle. Before them, 3 drops of divine essence crystallized into liquid purity. Each drop held the power to cleanse the entire slums of the epidemic. Sealed in small glass bottles, they were given a name, Pliny de la Verge, or, as they were commonly known, the Saintess's Tear. In the grand hall of the temple, Saintess Dolores knelt before a podium. Before her, the sacred box containing the 3 bottles sat in quiet reverence. As she began her prayer, a radiant divine light filled the space. Her voice, clear, strong, yet laced with emotion, carried through the chamber. She spoke not of power, nor of miracles. She spoke of a woman, a mother, chosen to nurture the only son of a higher power. A woman who had spent sleepless nights in anguish, whose heartache surpassed the limits of endurance, whose sorrow was carried in silence. She declared this day as one of suffering, and she poured every ounce of that suffering into her prayer. As Saintess Dolores concluded her prayer, the divine light descended upon the podium, bathing the hall in its radiant glow. The air hummed with sacred energy, a testament to the power of her faith. Moments later, holy knights entered the chamber, their movements reverent as they approached the podium. At the center of their formation, a sealed box rested in their hands, containing the three saintesses' tears. The lead knight carefully secured the box, bowing deeply before Dolores. Saintess, your offering is a blessing upon this land. The tears shall be stored safely in the basement vault. Dolores nodded, entrusting them with this solemn duty. She watched in silence as they departed, their figures fading beyond the heavy doors. Finally alone, she allowed herself a brief moment of contemplation. What came next? Nearby, a priest knelt in prayer before a statue of the goddess, his focus unwavering. Dolores approached quietly. Father. The priest lifted his head. Cardinal Humbert Lon Quo Vadis, a towering figure within the Loon Church. His presence was both commanding and warm. His eyes softened as he looked at Dolores, greeting her with affection. My fairy, my daughter, he murmured, placing a firm but gentle hand on her shoulder. Come closer, child. She obeyed, bowing her head slightly. With a smile, the cardinal praised her efforts. The offering you have made this time is remarkable, fitting of your station. Dolores humbly accepted his praise, her tone measured. Your generosity knows no bounds, Father. The cardinal gestured for her to continue. Tell me, what have you learned of this plague? Dolores began outlining their plan. We will use the saintess's tear to purify the contaminated waters beneath St. Mecca. At this, the cardinal leaned forward, interest sharp. Have you identified the source? We have, Dolores confirmed. She explained. An unregistered well in the slums. Rumors had spread among the children. A spirit's curse. But upon investigation, they had found more than superstition. From beneath her robes, Dolores unwrapped a cloth bundle, revealing several objects placed before the cardinal. A dagger, a glass bottle, and an emblem. The cardinal's expression darkened. He picked up the emblem, his fingers tightening around it. Leviathan, bourgeois, two insignias etched into cold steel. The atmosphere shifted instantly. A surge of holy aura erupted from the cardinal, crackling with righteous fury. His voice boomed through the chamber. Blasphemy, a defilement of the sacred. These vermin dare insult divinity itself. His rage was uncontainable. With burning resolve, he declared holy war. The poison addicts and misers will answer for their sins. The cardinal's verdict. Dolores remained calm and composed, unfazed by the cardinal's outburst. Until his voice sharpened. The night hound. Dolores's breath hitched, her eyes flickering with surprise. He is a prime suspect, the cardinal continued, his tone commanding. Find him. Capture him. We will extract everything he knows. Dolores clenched her fists beneath her robes. Vakir, Night Bloodhound, was now a target. The cardinal's eyes widened in shock as Saintess Dolores abruptly raised her voice, her usual composure breaking for the first time. The Night Hound is innocent, she declared. The room fell into a stunned silence. She pressed on, her voice unwavering. He worked tirelessly to treat the sick. Without him, countless more would have died. A man who saves lives is not a man of evil. The cardinal's expression darkened. For a moment, he said nothing, studying her. Then he smiled. Not warmly, not kindly. It was the smile of a man who believed he understood something no one else did. I see what's truly happening. Dolores stiffened. His cryptic words unsettled her. Then he raised his hand toward the heavens. No matter your protests, the truth remains. His voice rang with divine authority. The Night Hound is to blame. Dolores clenched her fists. This was the first time she had ever openly opposed him. And to the cardinal, that defiance was proof enough. With a final gleam in his eye, he declared his verdict. I will personally interrogate the Night Hound, and I will uncover everything. Then, a wave of overwhelming pressure burst forth from Cardinal Humbert, rippling through the cathedral. A radiant beam of divine light shot skyward, piercing the night like a holy decree. The entire city of St. Mecca was bathed in its glow. Dolores gasped, staggering back. The intensity of his power was suffocating. The cardinal turned to her, his tone final. Your opposition is meaningless. Then came the words that made her blood run cold. The paladins have already been dispatched. At a modest inn where Vakir had been staying, a group of holy knights surrounded his room. Their movements were precise, calculated. Using a series of silent hand signals, they coordinated their approach. One knight exhaled sharply, then raised his foot. Bang! The door splintered open. Knight Hound, you are accused of orchestrating the Red Death. Their declaration rang through the room, but there was no response. No shadow moved. No figure stirred. The knights exchanged looks. The room was empty. The cure was gone. The stolen Sainus' tear. Back at the cathedral, a priest rushed in, breathless. The cardinal turned, unshaken. Speak. The priest hesitated, then delivered the news. One of the Sainus' tears is missing. Dolores felt a bead of sweat trickle down her temple. Had this been the real reason for the Night Hound's presence in St. Mecca? Had he been after the tear all along? Far above the city, atop a watchtower overlooking St. Mecca, a lone figure stood beneath the moonlight. Vikir. In his gloved hand, the missing Saintus' tears shimmered under the pale glow. A faint smirk crossed his lips. Tucking the bottle securely into his pouch, he murmured a quiet, amused thanks. A generous gift. Then he vanished into the shadows. Ayan stood perched on the edge of a jagged cliff, her bow drawn tight as she faced off against a monstrous Cerberus. The beast, its hide already bristling with embedded arrows, snarled menacingly. Each of its 3 heads locked onto her with unnerving precision. Nearby, a barbarian attempted to draw its attention with a thunderous shout, but the Cerberus remained fixated on Ayan, forcing her into a desperate retreat. Step by step, she edged backward, the rocky ground beneath her feet crumbling precariously. Then, in an instant, the cliff betrayed her footing. She plunged downward, smashing through tree branches during her chaotic descent. The brittle limbs offered no salvation, snapping one by one as she hurtled toward the forest floor. With a bone-jarring crash, she landed, her body racked with pain. Moments later, she stirred, her consciousness returning in a haze. Faint voices reached her ears, muffled and unintelligible, as her vision slowly adjusted. 2 figures stood nearby, men who appeared to be traveling merchants. One of them regarded her injured form with indifference, while the other bore a predatory smile, his eyes betraying a dangerous curiosity. Time passed, and Ayan awoke to find herself in a far grimmer scenario. Her trembling hands clutched a sword, the rough wood of a barricade pressing against her back. There was no way out. Encircling her was an unruly crowd of masked spectators, their jeering voices merging into a thunderous chorus. Their energy fed the suffocating tension in the air as her opponent stepped into the fray, a towering figure, his body marked by scars that told of countless battles. His sinister grin promised a fight that would end badly for her. With a chilling crack of his knuckles, he signaled the beginning of their brutal confrontation. The man charged at Ayan with a roar, his movements fueled by overconfidence. Though fear gripped her, Ayan's instincts kicked in. She dodged his initial assault with a nimble leap and struck back, the edge of her blade slicing into his shoulder. Her brief success, however, was met with indifference. Barely registering the wound, her opponent retaliated with raw, overwhelming strength. He seized her by the leg midair and hurled her like a rag doll against the unforgiving wooden wall. The impact left her gasping as a spray of blood escaped her lips, pain radiating through her battered frame. The crowd roared with delight, their masked faces lit with cruel amusement. To them, this wasn't a fight. It was a show, and Ayan's suffering was the highlight of their entertainment. Her body crumpled to the cold, unforgiving ground, her tears mixing with the dirt as humiliation and despair consumed her. Her opponent's triumphant shout echoed through the arena, stoking the crowd's frenzy. But as darkness threatened to claim her spirit, a spark of resolve ignited deep within. Faint images of her family, her mother's gentle smile, the warmth of home, flickered in her mind. With sheer determination, Ayan forced herself to rise. Every muscle in her body screamed in protest, but she ignored the searing pain, clawing her way back to her feet. The once indifferent crowd hushed for a moment, their murmurs swelling as they took notice of her defiance. Their masked faces turned toward her with renewed interest, curiosity flickering in their cruel eyes. What had seemed like a one-sided spectacle now carried an unexpected twist. Standing tall despite her wounds, Ayan smeared a mixture of blood and dirt across her face, a silent declaration of her unbroken will. Her gaze locked onto her opponent, unwavering and resolute. The energy in the arena shifted, the spectators leaning forward, hungry for more. If they had thought she would crumble, they had been mistaken. She wasn't done yet. No matter the odds, she was ready to fight. Years later, the fire that had once burned so fiercely within Ayan had dimmed to mere embers. Behind the cold steel bars of a prison cell, she sat motionless, her spirit shackled as much as her body. The defiance that had once gleamed in her eyes was now dulled by hopelessness. Even the cherished memories of her family, which had once given her strength, had faded into distant, unreachable echoes. The weight of despair pressed down on her, suffocating and unrelenting. The heavy silence of the cell was suddenly broken by an unexpected sound. Ayan's eyes snapped open, her gaze landing on a small glass tube lying before her, its remnants of elixir glistening faintly. Instinctively, she recoiled, unease creeping into her bones. Then, she noticed a shadowed figure standing just beyond the bars. As he stepped closer, recognition struck her like a thunderbolt. It was Vakir. Without hesitation, he unlocked her cell door. His voice, rough and commanding in the barbarian tongue, carried a simple order: leave. Ayan awoke with a gasp, her chest heaving as she was pulled from the depths of the nightmare. Tears streamed down her face, the lingering weight of her torment pressing heavily upon her. But as she blinked away the remnants of the dream, she realized she wasn't in a prison. Instead, she lay cradled in her mother's lap, the warmth of the matriarch's presence anchoring her to reality. With gentle concern, her mother asked if she had been dreaming. She mentioned that even in her sleep, Ayan had called out for Vakir. But the nightmare was not the only thing haunting her. Trembling, Ayan confided in her mother, her voice breaking under the weight of her suffering. A deep, unrelenting pain burned within her chest, her body racked with an agonizing dryness that felt as though it was suffocating her from the inside. Fear crept into her words as she admitted the terrible thought that had taken root in her mind. Was she afflicted with the Red Death? Through choked sobs, she confessed the unbearable truth. The pain was so overwhelming that it made her regret ever being born into this world. The matriarch's expression softened with sorrow, yet her touch remained steady and reassuring. Placing a comforting hand on her daughter's trembling form, she began to speak, her voice gentle and soothing, weaving a tale meant to mend the cracks in Ayan's wounded spirit. The matriarch's voice softened as she delved into a story from long ago, a memory woven with both joy and sorrow. She spoke of a time when she and Ayan's father had planted a tiny seed together. He had buried it in the soil, while she had diligently watered it each day. Before long, the seed sprouted, growing into a vibrant, beautiful flower. When the time came, they harvested the blossoms, extracting their sap and smoking it. What followed was a blissful euphoria, a fleeting moment of pure happiness. And it was during this time of joy that Ayan had come into their lives. But as the matriarch continued, the warmth in her tone faded. The story took a darker turn. Because of a grave misdeed, Ayan's father had faced a terrible fate, executed at the hands of her own grandfather. The matriarch paused, watching as pain flickered across her daughter's face. Struggling with both her illness and the weight of her emotions, Ayan could no longer hold back her despair. The suffocating agony inside her made her question everything. Sensing this, the matriarch smiled gently, reminding her that life was unpredictable, a journey filled with both hardships and triumphs. She urged Ayan to endure, to hold on to hope, and assured her that Vakir would return with a cure. But Ayan, lost in hopelessness, rejected the comforting words. She voiced her doubts, convinced that Vakir would never come back. Just as the words left her lips, a sudden shout echoed from outside, piercing through the heavy atmosphere. The message was clear. Vakir had returned, and he had brought the much-needed medicine. The matriarch's expression brightened instantly, a knowing smile playing on her lips. She turned to Ayan, ready to tell her that her faith in Vakir had been justified. But before she could speak, Ayan was already gone, having bolted out the door. Slightly exasperated, the matriarch muttered to herself, wondering if her daughter truly had the Red Death after all. Ayan sprinted through the settlement, her heart pounding with a mix of hope and urgency. Her thoughts raced back to the past, to the moment Vakir had rescued her from a life of slavery. She remembered the fearless way he had stood against Madame Eight Legs, the unshakable strength he had displayed. Through his actions, he had taught her a valuable lesson, the power of facing one's fears head-on. That lesson had given her the strength to rise above her own suffering. And now, as she pushed forward, her mind held on to one single thought. Vakir was back. Finally, she arrived at the gathering of barbarians, her breath coming in ragged gasps. And there he was, standing tall, calm, and resolute. Their eyes met, and for the first time in what felt like forever, a wave of relief washed over her. Vakir, noting her presence, raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. He had heard she was suffering from the Red Death, and yet here she was very much on her feet. Before he could say anything more, Ayan acted on instinct. Without hesitation, she ran straight at him and leaped into a forceful hug, sending them both crashing to the ground. Vakir groaned dramatically beneath her weight, pretending to struggle. With an amused smirk, he muttered that if he hadn't reinforced his body with mana, Her first hug might have actually broken his back. Then, with a teasing tone, he questioned how someone supposedly afflicted with the Red Death had the strength to tackle him like that. Still clinging tightly to him, Ayn admitted with a soft smile that the moment she heard he had returned, her body had felt lighter. Vakir studied her, his confusion evident, but as he took in her expression, bright, full of relief, he let out a breath and asked if she was truly all right. Ayn nodded, her joy unmistakable. She admitted that perhaps she was only pretending to feel better, but at this moment, she had never been happier. Then, with a beaming smile, she welcomed him back. Vakir's expression softened, warmth flickering in his eyes. "I'm back," he replied. Inside a dimly lit tent, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Yahello lay on a crude bed, her breath shallow and labored, her condition worsening by the second. Around her, worried barbarians stood in anxious silence, their expressions etched with fear. Vakir knelt beside her, his gaze steady as he reached into his pouch and retrieved a small vial. The Sanus's tear. The moment he uncorked it, a brilliant golden radiance spilled forth, bathing the tent in a warm, ethereal glow. The light cascaded over Yahello, enveloping her in its healing aura. All eyes were locked onto her frail body as, miraculously, the red spots marring her skin began to vanish. Gasps of disbelief filled the space, followed by murmurs of awe. The once hopeless barbarians watched as Yahello's ragged breathing steadied, her complexion regaining its natural color. The Red Death, which had plagued her so mercilessly, was gone. A wave of gratitude surged through the group, their voices rising in praise. To them, Vakir was no longer just a warrior. He was the bringer of salvation. But Vakir had no time for accolades. His focus remained sharp. Turning to Ayn, he asked how many among their tribe had been infected. She responded grimly, Yahello had been one of 30. His expression darkened as he pressed further, inquiring about the state of other tribes. Ayn's answer was even more troubling. Many clans were teetering on the brink of devastation. Vakir quickly did the math. If the disease had spread as widely as suspected, there could be as many as 10,000 infected individuals across the land. Wasting no time, he instructed Ayn to send word to every tribe, telling them to gather their sick. The battle against the Red Death was far from over. Concern flickered in Ayn's eyes. With hesitation, she asked the pressing question, was there truly enough of the cure for all? Vakir's response was calm, unwavering. More than enough, he assured her. But beyond survival, he saw an opportunity. This was their chance to showcase their tribe's strength and capabilities to the rest of the land. His words carried weight, filling the barbarians with awe. Whispers of admiration spread like wildfire. Vakir was proving himself to be nothing short of extraordinary. However, he wasn't done yet. Shifting gears, he brought up another pressing matter, a formidable swamp monster known as Ka. Without much fanfare, he revealed that he had slain the beast during his journey. With his usual practicality, he instructed the barbarians to retrieve its carcass for food. More stunned murmurs rippled through the crowd. One by one, they realized just how far beyond their own abilities Vakir truly was. But there was no time for idolization. Keeping the group focused, Vakir issued the next directive. The tribes were to gather near the river catchment area for the next phase of the plan. Before long, the various barbarian tribes assembled by the riverbank, their leaders and warriors standing in anticipation. All eyes were on Vakir, who stood at the forefront, the Sanus's tear in his grasp. With measured precision, he poured the sacred liquid into the flowing waters. The moment it touched the river, a radiant golden light burst forth, illuminating the water as it surged downstream. The glow spread rapidly, casting a brilliant shimmer across the forest, its reflection dancing like liquid gold. Vakir turned to the gathered leaders, his voice steady as he addressed them. The water had been purified. Now, all the infected had to do was drink. One by one, the afflicted stepped forward, aided by their kin. As they took hesitant sips of the gleaming water, a hush fell over the crowd. Then suddenly laughter, cries of disbelief. "The sickness is gone," someone exclaimed. More voices followed, each filled with astonishment. One after another, the sick found themselves free of the Red Death, their bodies cleansed, their suffering lifted. The weight of despair that had loomed over the tribes evaporated, replaced by a wave of joyous celebration. Cheers erupted across the riverbank, the sound of victory echoing through the forest. Vakir turned to the matriarch, his voice calm and assured as he explained the extent of the purification process. The river's catchment area was now carrying the cure far and wide, ensuring that the bacteria responsible for the Red Death would soon be eradicated entirely. The matriarch listened intently, her expression shifting from admiration to deep respect. Then, with a thoughtful nod, she spoke, suggesting that Vakir be named the tribe's shaman. Before he could decline, the ground suddenly trembled beneath them. A thunderous thud shook the earth as one of the tribal leaders stomped his foot with overwhelming force, causing a visible crack to form in the dirt. Silence fell. All eyes turned to the source of the commotion. With a booming voice, the leader addressed the gathered tribes, his words carrying the weight of history itself. People of the deep forest, what is the name of the hero who purified our land? A beat of silence. Then, as one, the barbarians pounded their feet in rhythm and roared. Vikir! Another warrior stepped forward, raising his fist. Who saved our families from the Red Death? Again, the answer came like a rolling thunderclap. Vikir! A third leader spoke, voice rich with emotion. Who has brought hope and a bright tomorrow to the deep forest? The response was deafening. Vikir! The name echoed through the trees, vibrating through the very heart of the land. The people of the deep forest had spoken, their chants a declaration of gratitude and unwavering loyalty. Yet, amid the roaring celebration, Vikir remained composed. His mind was already working ahead, calculating his next move. The destruction caused by the Poison Clan had been devastating, but in the chaos, a unique advantage had emerged. Winning over the Deep Forest tribes was not just a victory. It was a strategic strike against the Baskerville clan. As a former member of Baskerville himself, Vikir recognized the opportunity before him. The loyalty of the mountain natives could be a powerful tool, one that might turn the tides in his favor against Hugo Baskerville, a man who had long stood as both a rival and an obstacle. A knowing smirk tugged at Vikir's lips. This was more than just gratitude from the tribes. This was leverage. The matriarch, basking in the moment of triumph, raised her arms joyfully, declaring that a grand festival would be held to celebrate their victory over the Red Death. But before the cheers could swell, Vikir raised a hand, his voice steady but commanding. There's still one last matter to resolve. The matriarch and Ayan turned toward him, their joyous expressions fading into curiosity. Vikir's eyes darkened. We need to find the one responsible for poisoning the forest. Far from the revelry, deep within a shadowy cave, a man named a human sat, reveling in his own wicked brilliance. A slow, satisfied chuckle rumbled from his throat as he imagined his scheme playing out exactly as planned. By now, he believed, the people of the deep forest should have been on the verge of collapse, their bodies succumbing to the poison he had so carefully spread. His lips curled into a sneer, all because of that imperial brat. The thought of the imperial smugglers forced his expression into something twisted, a mixture of resentment and amusement. He had been forced into dealings with them, but he would turn the situation to his advantage. A human had crafted the perfect deception. He had planned to emerge at just the right moment, presenting himself as the savior of his people by conveniently providing the antidote. He had even poisoned his own granddaughter, Yahello, to sell the illusion completely. The irony was delicious. To him, this was a masterstroke. But as he stepped out of the cave, returning to the village, his confidence was met with a sight that made his stomach lurch. The village was alive. Instead of finding his people writhing in agony, their bodies weakened by the disease, he saw them moving about cheerfully, bustling with energy. His confusion deepened as his eyes darted from person to person. Just days ago, they had been gasping for air, some barely clinging to life. And then, his gaze landed on Yahello. His supposed victim, the proof of his scheme, stood by a fire, humming as she cooked food. A human stood frozen, his mind struggling to make sense of the impossible. How could this be? Just days ago, the villagers had been at death's door, and now they moved about as if the Red Death had never touched them. Desperate for answers, he stumbled toward the riverbank, his breath quickening as he reached the water's edge. What he saw made his blood run cold. The river, once contaminated and deadly, now gleamed with crystal-clear purity. The reflection of his own bewildered face stared back at him, eyes wide with disbelief. The fish, which should have perished in the poisoned waters, swam freely beneath the surface. A human's jaw clenched, despair creeping into his features as the weight of reality pressed down on him. His carefully laid plan ruined. Before he could process his spiraling thoughts, a voice shattered his daze. Clear water, isn't it? The casual remark came from behind him. A human spun around, his heart hammering in his chest. Standing there, watching him with a knowing smirk, was Vikir. A sharp hiss of frustration escaped a human's lips. You imperial bastard, he spat, masking his unease with venomous words. His mind raced. When had Vikir arrived? And more importantly, how much did he know? His unease only grew when he realized Vikir wasn't alone. Behind him stood a group of barbarians, their expressions grim and unreadable. Their silence carried weight, their stances unwavering. Then he saw it in Vikir's eyes, absolute certainty. The truth crashed down on a human like an avalanche. He knows. Memories from his past life surged through Vikir's mind. In his previous existence, There had been whispered tales of an old man from the deep forest who had orchestrated a horrifying tragedy. A man who had poisoned his own people under the guise of heroism, offering them salvation with a cure he never truly had. His plan had backfired spectacularly, leading to the deaths of nearly everyone in his tribe. Now, standing face to face with a human, Vikir realized the old legend was no myth. The villain of that story was right here, right now. A human, still clinging to his unraveling confidence, let out a hollow chuckle. Ah, has everyone come to greet the old shaman? His voice dripped with forced amusement, a desperate attempt to maintain control. But the barbarians weren't fooled. Their silence was deafening. Their eyes, once filled with respect for their elder, now held something far more dangerous, doubt. The weight of their scrutiny pressed down on a human, and for the first time, his mask began to crack. Vikir remained calm, his presence exuding quiet menace. He didn't need to say a word. His mere existence was enough to tighten the noose around a human's neck. Then the matriarch stepped forward, her piercing gaze locked onto a human, her voice even, but laced with sharp intent. Tell me, elder a human, have you completed the ceremony to rid our land of sickness? A human straightened, forcing himself to feign confidence. Of course, the infection should begin disappearing soon. The matriarch's expression didn't waver. Instead, she continued, her words carefully chosen. Strange. Word from the Empire suggests otherwise. A human's breath hitched. She went on, her tone growing heavier. A war is brewing in the Imperial lands. The cause? The discovery that the Red Death was artificially created and intentionally spread. Her gaze sharpened. Yet, the deep forest has no ties to the Imperial clan. How then did the infection reach our isolated lands? A human hesitated for a fraction of a second, but in that moment, it was clear he had no answer. Still, he grasped at straws, his voice teetering between uncertainty and indignation. I do not know. I only came to perform the rites for our tribe's recovery. The matriarch's eyes flickered with something dangerous. Is that so? She glanced briefly at Vikir, an unspoken confirmation passing between them. She had suspected a human's involvement before, but now she knew he was lying. Then her voice cut through the air like a blade. If that's the case, then tell me, elder, why were you at the catchment area instead of tending to the village? A human stiffened. Beads of sweat formed at his temples. He hadn't realized anyone had been watching him. The matriarch took another step closer, her presence suffocating. Vikir mentioned something interesting before. He believed you planned to exploit the Red Death to present yourself as the tribe's savior. Her voice lowered, laced with ice. After all, if you were the only one with the cure, your influence would be absolute, wouldn't it? A human's breath hitched. Then suddenly the air shifted. A chilling aura radiated from the matriarch, her authority pressing down like an unshakable force. The barbarians around them could feel it, the storm gathering within her. A human trembled. His body betrayed him, his fingers twitching at his sides. The matriarch's voice, steady yet merciless, rang through the air. Show me the contents of your pouch. As the tense confrontation unfolded, Vikir's mind drifted back to a past conversation with Ayan. She had once shared fragments of a human's mysterious origins, secrets that painted the old shaman in a far darker light. A human had never been a true member of the Balak tribe. His past was shrouded in secrecy, but what little was known was enough to unsettle even the most hardened warriors. Long ago, he had arrived in the deep forest as nothing more than a slave, bound to the previous shaman. But his fate took a treacherous turn. Through manipulation and deception, a human orchestrated a coup, betraying and killing his master. And with that single act of treachery, he not only claimed the shaman's life, he stole his sorcerous powers. For his role in the rebellion, a human was elevated from the lowest of slaves to the tribe shaman. Yet, despite his newfound status, his path within the tribe was anything but easy. If he wanted to belong, he had to endure years of humiliation. He was made to handle the filthiest tasks, from cleaning excrement to serving as live bait for dangerous hunts. Only after enduring years of degradation and proving his worth did he finally secure the tribe's respect in his old age. Now, standing before the trembling shaman, Vikir wondered, had those years of suffering twisted a human into what he was today? Had his desperation for power driven him to defy even the matriarch, scheming to claim control over the entire forest? Vikir's thoughts were interrupted as the matriarch's voice rang out, sharp and commanding. A human. The pouch. Now. The old man hesitated, his hands shaking as he fumbled for an excuse. It's nothing but flour. Something I saved for after the ceremony, he stammered. With great effort, he reached for the pouch, intending to prove his innocence. But his trembling hands betrayed him. The pouch slipped. Time seemed to slow as it tumbled through the air, then splashed into the river. A stunned silence followed. The barbarians watched, wide-eyed, as the pouch dissolved into the water, its contents washing away before anyone could examine them. A human's eyes widened in horror. Panic flashed across his face before he forced himself into a nervous laugh, attempting to wave off the incident. On my old man's tremors. A foolish mistake, he muttered, though the unease in his voice was unmistakable. But it was too late. No one believed it was an accident. The matriarch's gaze hardened as she turned to him. Strange, she mused, her voice cool and deliberate. Why would you throw it into the river? A human's breath hitched. Vakir remained unfazed. Unfortunate, he remarked casually. Without the pouch, we can't verify its contents using conventional means. A human's face twisted with anger. His calm facade crumbled, and in a desperate attempt to shift the blame, he pointed an accusing finger at Vakir. This is a setup, he snarled. You've been scheming against me from the start. Matriarch, I demand you punish this imperial wretch for disrespecting an honorable shaman. The matriarch regarded him with an unreadable expression. Then, after a pause, she spoke, her tone eerily calm. You are right, human. Accusations without proof cannot be acted upon. A human's lips curled into a smug grin. She continued, since you are so certain of your innocence, then I will ensure your honor and pride remain intact. A human straightened, believing he had successfully turned the situation in his favor. But his confidence shattered when the matriarch uttered two simple words. Call the Iliad. A ripple of murmurs spread through the gathered barbarians. A human's stomach dropped. The Iliad, a sacred ballad tradition, a trial by combat, invoked when words alone could not settle a dispute. In an Iliad might determine truth. The victor was deemed competent and righteous, while the loser was proven unworthy, either exiled in disgrace or in some cases executed for their failure. Ayan, standing to the side, smirked. You always stress the importance of tradition, don't you, a human? She remarked, her voice laced with quiet mockery. Now's the perfect time to uphold it. A human clenched his fists, cursing his misfortune. He had no choice but to accept. But then an idea struck him. Time. He needed time to prepare. He cleared his throat and forced a nod. Very well, he conceded, masking his panic. Let us hold the Iliad in 4 days, on the night of the full moon. Vakir's voice cut through the air like a knife. No. A human stiffened. Vakir's lips curled into a knowing smile. Tradition states that the challenger has the right to set the date. His gaze locked onto a human, like a predator eyeing cornered prey. I choose now. The barbarians erupted in gasps and murmurs. A human paled. Vakir's plan had worked flawlessly. He had maneuvered a human into a trial he couldn't escape, and with no time to scheme, no allies to call upon, and no tricks left to play, the old shaman was trapped. Near the summit of the mountain, the Balak tribe gathered beneath the watchful gaze of their ancestors. The warriors' circle had been drawn, marking the sacred battleground where justice would be decided. At its center stood the matriarch, her presence alone enough to command absolute respect. With a solemn tone, she declared the commencement of the Iliad, reminding all present that any attempt to flee would be met with swift execution by the warriors stationed nearby. Behind her loomed the mighty Warriors' Mountain, where the graves of their forebears rested. She called upon the spirits of the ancestors, urging both combatants to fight with honor and prove their righteousness in battle. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, their voices swelling as they cheered for Vakir. Ayan, her eyes gleaming with excitement, cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, Finish him in one strike, Vakir. Her enthusiasm spread like wildfire, and soon the entire tribe echoed her sentiment, chanting his name with fervor. On the opposite side of the circle, a human clenched his jaw, resentment boiling beneath his skin. The complete lack of support stung more than he cared to admit. Gritting his teeth, he bit his finger, letting droplets of blood fall to the earth. At once, 3 skeletal warriors clawed their way out of the ground, their hollow eyes burning with eerie light. A human ordered them to cover his blind spots, ensuring he would always be aware of Vakir's movements. Armed with a bow and arrow, a human allowed himself a smug smile. To him, Vakir was still an outsider. He had only lived in the forest for 2 years, while a human had survived in its depths for a lifetime. The terrain was his ally. The moment Vakir revealed himself, he would take him down with a single, well-placed shot. But a human had made a fatal miscalculation. Vakir had no intention of playing by his rules. Hanging upside down from a high tree branch, Vakir watched a human from above, his presence undetected. His breathing was steady, his gaze calculating. The ability that made this possible, Silent Heal, was one he had acquired after defeating the master of the swamp. A technique perfected by assassins. It allowed him to move without making a single sound. Even the faintest breath of disturbed air was erased, rendering him a shadow among shadows. Below him, a human remained blissfully unaware, still lost in his own overconfidence. Then, with the precision of a striking serpent, Vakir moved. He dropped silently into the midst of the skeletal warriors, his blade already in motion before his feet even touched the ground. Red arcs of light followed his strikes, each one precise and deadly. Bone shattered and splintered, the undead warriors reduced to lifeless fragments in mere seconds. A human, unaware that his summoned guards had already been obliterated, maintained his smirk, still believing Vakir was hiding in fear. A deadly mistake. With ghost-like speed, Vakir materialized behind him. A human barely had time to react before Beelzebub, Vakir's blade, drove into his chest. The smirk vanished from a human's face. Confusion, pain, disbelief. His body shuddered as a strangled gasp escaped his lips. He had not heard anything. No footsteps, no rustling leaves, nothing. His mind struggled to process the impossible reality. He had lost before the battle had even begun. With a powerful shove, Vakir sent the shaman sprawling to the ground. A human landed hard, his wide, vacant eyes staring up at the darkening sky. He writhed in agony, his fingers twitching as if reaching for something, anything, to reverse his fate. But there was nothing left to grasp. With calm precision, Vakir withdrew Beelzebub, the blade gleaming in the dim light. The duel was over. Ayan rushed forward, her face alight with joy. "I knew you'd finish him in one move," she exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Around them, the gathered barbarians murmured in awe, still processing the sheer speed of what had just transpired. One of the elders, his voice filled with reverence, finally broke the silence. "The ancestors have spoken," he declared. A human's words were not even worthy of consideration. A human lay sprawled on the ground, his body racked with pain, the searing agony of his wound consuming every fiber of his being. His breaths came in ragged gasps as fear coiled around his heart, tightening its grip with every passing second. Was this how it would end? Desperation clawed at his mind, dragging him deep into the bitter memories of his past. The humiliation he had endured, the years spent groveling for acceptance in the Balak tribe, the injustice of it all, it crashed over him like a tidal wave. In his twisted perspective, the blame for his downfall lay with everyone but himself. Vakir, the Balak tribe, Loco, all of them. They had mocked him, scorned him, forced him into this wretched existence. Now, in his final moments, resentment was all he had left. They would all pay. Vakir, watching the old shaman suffering with a detached gaze, turned to Ayan. "We should end his pain," he suggested, his voice devoid of emotion. "It would be more merciful." But Ayan's expression darkened. His jaw clenched as he shook his head. "No," he declared coldly. "He doesn't deserve mercy." The weight of Ahul's near death still lingered in Ayan's heart, the thought of losing her to the Red Death fueling his anger. Even though a human was his grandfather, the man had crossed every line. A coward like him deserved to feel every ounce of his suffering. Yet, in the midst of his agony, a human wasn't done. Unnoticed by the others, he dragged his trembling fingers through his own blood, scrawling something onto the ground. The symbols took shape, an intricate pattern forming beneath him. As the final strokes were completed, an unnatural purple aura pulsed outward, thick and oppressive. Then, a deep, guttural groan echoed from the ancestral graves. The matriarch's sharp eyes snapped toward the burial grounds just as the heavy stone coffins creaked open. The sky darkened. The very air seemed to shudder. The ground beneath their feet trembled with an eerie, malevolent energy, spreading like an infection. A hushed silence fell over the gathered barbarians, their earlier triumph dissolving into sheer terror. Ayan's face drained of color, his breath quickening as realization set in. "What is he doing?" he shouted, his voice laced with panic. The once revered warrior's mountain now loomed under an ominous shadow, its sacred presence twisted into something unnatural. Vakir's eyes narrowed. He had been certain, absolutely certain, that his blade had pierced a human's lungs. The old man shouldn't even be breathing, let alone moving. Yet there he was. The barbarians erupted in fury, their voices filled with outrage. "He's desecrating the graves," one roared. "He's bringing ruin upon us all." But a human, now surrounded by a pulsating, violet aura, only laughed. A chilling, hollow sound that sent a shiver through even the bravest warriors. His eyes, once dim with age, now burned with an unnatural glow. "And you call me a coward?" he sneered, his voice thick with mockery. "Do you really think I fear the ancestors?" Something was terribly wrong. Sensing the urgency, Vakir didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, blade in hand, his instincts screaming that a human needed to die now. But just as his strike was about to land, boom! A violent explosion of dark energy erupted, hurling Vakir backward. He landed hard, skidding across the dirt, his vision flickering from the sheer force of the blast. Had he acted too late? Ian rushed to his side, wide-eyed, his gaze locked onto the source of the destruction. Embedded in the ground near a human was an arrow, one cloaked in pulsating, black energy. Bakir's mind reeled. That attack, it hadn't come from a human. The old shaman, still writhing on the ground, let out a triumphant, rasping chuckle. His gaze drifted toward the mountain summit, his voice laced with malicious glee. You wished for the ancestors' judgment? His lips curled into a sinister grin. Then the time has come. Atop the mountain, a figure cloaked in a deathly aura stood motionless, gripping a bough with an unnatural stillness. The oppressive energy radiating from its sent an icy chill through the air, freezing the breath in the lungs of those who dared to look upon it. Then, a hushed whisper rippled through the gathered warriors. A death knight. The mere utterance of the name sent a wave of dread through the tribe. A creature of nightmare. Its risk rating ranged from A to S, a level of danger reserved for only the most formidable of beings. Death Knights were once warriors at the height of their power, only to be corrupted and resurrected as undead monstrosities. Their souls and physical bodies had been twisted into conduits for dark mana, granting them overwhelming strength and relentless endurance. Ian's voice wavered as he took a hesitant step back. Is that truly one of our ancestors? Vakir's gaze darkened as he analyzed the situation. This level of resurrection magic, a human couldn't have done this alone. Had the old shaman defiled the graves of their ancestors? Or had he turned himself into an undead being to seize such power? Before Vakir could reach a conclusion, the air thickened with malice. A human, his body now pulsing with dark energy, raised a trembling hand. With a wicked grin, he unleashed a torrent of skeletons, their hollow eyes gleaming with malevolence as they clawed their way out of the earth. His voice dripped with mockery. Did you really think I lived among you fools without preparing countermeasures? The warriors gritted their teeth, weapons at the ready, but a human wasn't finished. His smirk widened as he gestured toward the graves littering Warriors Mountain. You're all so shocked. Yet this is only the beginning, he sneered. Did you forget? There is not just one grave here. A horrifying rumble rolled through the earth. Then, one by one, more Death Knights emerged. The air grew heavier with each resurrection, the sheer malice emanating from the corrupted ancestors enough to sap the will of even the bravest warriors. What had once been a sacred burial ground was now a battlefield of the undead. As chaos erupted, a human climbed into a grotesque skeletal carriage, the construct pulsing with dark mana as it formed around him. With a deranged laugh, he urged the skeletal beast, pulling it to move. Try your best to survive, he called mockingly. I'll enjoy hearing how you all beg for mercy soon enough. He cracked the reins, and the carriage lurched forward, carrying him away from the carnage. But Ian wouldn't let him escape so easily. How low can you sink? He roared, drawing his bow. With furious precision, he loosed an arrow, its trajectory honed for a direct hit. But just before it could reach a human, shatter, another arrow intercepted it mid-flight, splintering it into useless fragments. Ian's breath caught in his throat as he turned toward the source. Standing unmoving, bow still raised, was the Death Knight. It had protected a human. Before Ian could react, another arrow streaked through the air, this time from the depths of the forest. Crack! The Death Knight's head exploded on impact. Its lifeless body crumpled, collapsing into a pile of unmoving armor. A stunned silence fell over the battlefield. Who had fired that shot? The barbarians, still locked in their fight for survival, snapped their heads toward the forest's edge. But the archer responsible remained hidden, their presence shrouded in mystery. The moment of hesitation passed quickly. The undead army still loomed, and a human had escaped. From the center of the battlefield, the matriarch stood firm, her voice slicing through the chaos. Do not falter, she commanded. These creatures are not our ancestors. They are a human's puppets. Her sharp gaze swept across the warriors. Destroy them. Prioritize your survival. Hesitation will kill you. Her words reignited the warriors' resolve. But even with renewed determination, the battle was far from easy. The undead ancestors were unlike anything the tribe had ever faced. They moved with unnatural speed, wielded weapons with terrifying precision, and felt no pain. Every attack that should have felled a man only served to slow them down. The barbarians fought valiantly, but their losses were mounting. For every undead warrior that fell, two more seemed to take its place. The ground was soon littered with the bodies of fallen comrades, their sacrifice a grim reminder of the enemy's overwhelming power. Amid the chaos of battle, an undead warrior let out a defiant scream, only to have its head obliterated by a perfectly placed arrow. A heartbeat later, two more suffered the same fate, their skulls pierced with lethal precision. Vakir's sharp gaze followed the trajectory of the shots, his mind piecing together the source of such flawless marksmanship. Then, his eyes landed on the matriarch. It's her, the night fox Aquila. Even among the relentless swarm of undead, her movements were effortless. Each arrow she struck with pinpoint accuracy, instant kills against enemies powerful enough to rival elite warriors. The Death Knights, feared beings of immense strength, fell like leaves in an autumn wind under her assault. Vikir's eyes narrowed as realization dawned. So this was the woman behind the legends. Aquila, the warrior who had once single-handedly defended the deep forest from the Empire's aggression. The stories of her prowess were not exaggerations. They were a testament to sheer skill. Turning to Ayan, Vikir spoke with certainty. With the matriarch here, the tribe will survive. But survival alone wasn't enough. Their true objective still lay ahead. Ayan, we're going after a human, Vikir ordered. The battle here is only a distraction. He's still out there, scheming. Without hesitation, the two warriors vanished into the forest. Meanwhile, a human moved deeper into the wilderness, his laughter ringing through the trees as he fled. His thoughts churned with bitterness. Fools, all of them. The Balak tribe would rue the day they cast him aside. Along the way, he turned to a skeletal minion trailing behind him. Go, he commanded, voice low and urgent. The creature nodded and disappeared into the shadows, carrying out a mysterious task. A human sneered. The tribe might have Aquila, but even she wouldn't be able to stop what he had planned. She's a genius, he admitted under his breath, his tone laced with both admiration and resentment. The strongest leader in our history. But no matter how brilliant she was, no matter how skilled, she wouldn't be able to handle this trap. Vikir and Ayan moved swiftly, tracking a human through the dense forest. At last they found him. In a hidden clearing, a human sat in the center of an elaborate magic circle, chanting in a low, guttural voice. The air around him pulsed with dark energy. Towering stone pillars, worn with age, surrounded the ritual site, their surfaces etched with ominous markings. Vikir's gaze swept across the scene, his mind racing. This wasn't just some improvised spell. This was ancient. Turning to Ayan, he asked, "Do you know what this place is?" Ayan shook her head, her expression tense. "I don't know the specifics," she admitted. "But whatever he's doing, we can't let it continue." Without hesitation, she drew an arrow, aura flickering around its shaft. "I'll kill him here and now." She let the arrow fly. It streaked toward a human, slicing through the air with deadly speed. But just before it struck, "I'm done." A human's triumphant shout sent a chill down Ayan's spine. The ground beneath them shook. Then, from within the earth, a hand shot up. Snap! With impossible speed, it caught Ayan's arrow between its fingers. Ayan's heart nearly stopped. The air around them darkened. A wave of oppressive energy crashed over the clearing, suffocating and vast. A human staggered to his feet, his face alight with glee. "It worked," he whispered, before turning toward Vikir and Ayan with a wide, deranged grin. "You're too late." Vikir's grip on his sword tightened as a human stepped aside, revealing what had risen from the ritual circle. A lone figure stood amidst the swirling dark mana. Tall, imposing, wrapped in an aura of unfathomable power. A human spread his arms in a grand gesture, his voice dripping with triumph. "Behold!" A heavy silence filled the clearing as he spoke the name. The divine archer, Adonai. Ayan's blood ran cold. She knew that name. It wasn't just a legend, it was history. Adonai, the mythical archer of unparalleled skill. The warrior revered by generations. The protector of the deep forest, whose arrows had once rained death upon the enemies of their people. And now, he stood before them, corrupted, undead, summoned by a human to serve as his puppet. Vikir stood frozen, his mind racing as he processed the horrifying reality before him. Adonai, the legendary archer of the Balak. Now nothing more than an undead puppet, twisted by a human sorcery. Before he could react further, Adonai moved. Within human speed, the Death Knight notched an arrow and let it fly. The projectile sliced through the air with terrifying precision, its sheer force warping the very space around it. Too fast. Instinct took over. Vikir whipped Beelzebub into position, meeting the arrow in midair. Steel clashed against enchanted wood, and the impact sent a violent tremor through his entire arm. The deflected arrow veered off course. Then, boom! The moment it struck a nearby tree, the entire trunk exploded. Shrapnel and splintered bark rained down like deadly shrapnel. The very earth beneath them shook, the blast carving a smoldering crater into the battlefield. Vikir staggered, his mind reeling. Aura-infused arrows. And not just any aura. This is something else entirely. Then, a sharp cry of pain. Vikir's head snapped toward the sound. Ayan clutched her thigh, her fingers slick with blood. Her face contorted in agony as she gritted her teeth. "It burns," she gasped, her voice laced with panic. Vikir's eyes narrowed as he inspected the wound. The bleeding wasn't normal. The flesh around it was corroding. Poison. Then it clicked. He had heard the stories, legends of Adonai's battle against Madame Eight Legs, a monstrous arachnid feared even among the deep forest warriors. The bow Adonai wielded, it had been crafted from that very creature's remains. And now, its venomous essence still lingered within its arrows. Before Vakir could fully process the revelation, Adonai attacked again. Another barrage rained down. Vakir moved, deflecting each shot with Beelzebub. Every impact sent bone-rattling shockwaves through his arms. The ground beneath them cracked and burned from the force of each explosion. But something was changing. Vakir's movements slowed. His breaths became more labored. His grip on Beelzebub tightened as the blade groaned under the relentless strain. Too strong. Too fast. Ayan, watching him struggle, screamed, "Stop protecting me. Run away and save yourself." Vakir didn't even glance at her. His stance remained firm. There is no retreat. A human's laughter rang through the chaos, dripping with venomous glee. "Fools," he sneered. "Your resistance is meaningless." Adonai finished them. The Death Knight obeyed. With calculated precision, Adonai drew another arrow. This time, the aura around it darkened, twisting into something even deadlier. A single shot, brimming with the power to end everything in its path. Vakir clenched his jaw, his battered body screaming in protest as he prepared for one final deflection. But before the arrow could strike, something changed. A shadow moved. Then snap. In an instant, the deadly projectile stopped. It didn't explode. It didn't shatter. It had been caught by a single hand. A hush fell over the battlefield. Vakir, Ayan, a human. Even Adonai stared in stunned silence. Then from the shadows she emerged. The matriarch Aquila. She stood between them and certain death, her grip firm around Adonai's arrow. Then without a word she crushed it. The aura-infused shaft splintered like fragile glass, crumbling into nothing. Her piercing gaze lifted, locking onto Adonai. With calm authority, her voice carried across the battlefield. "This ends now." The deadly energy around them seemed to recoil, as if even the dark forces at play recognized who she was. A human, watching from his skeletal carriage, felt an unnatural chill crawl up his spine. Then, the matriarch's gaze shifted to him. Her expression remained unreadable, but when she spoke again, her voice was laced with an icy finality that sent pure dread coursing through a human's veins. "Let's have a talk." Ayan, caught between shock and overwhelming relief, called out to his mother. "Matriarch." His voice trembled as he struggled to process her sudden arrival. Aquila, standing tall amidst the battlefield's chaos, responded with calm certainty. "I sense the disturbance," she said, her tone unwavering. This level of aura couldn't be ignored. Her gaze swept across the destruction, the shattered earth, the smoldering craters left by Adonai's arrows, the warriors still locked in battle against the undead. Yes, she had made the right call. A human, still reeling from her presence, took an unsteady step back. His lips parted in disbelief, his once mighty confidence crumbling beneath the weight of her gaze. "Aquila?" He barely managed to choke out her name, his voice raw with fear. Before Aquila could respond, Ayn spoke urgently. "Mother, your hand." That arrow was poisoned. Aquila glanced down at her palm. The flesh around the wound had darkened, the poison visibly spreading. Then, without hesitation, she clenched her fist tightly. A sudden ripple of energy surged through her body, an invisible explosion that made the very air tremble. A split second later, she unfurled her fingers, and the poison dripped away like water, purged completely. Vakir, watching closely, felt a rare flicker of astonishment. She detonated her own aura from within. The technique was incredibly rare. It required such mastery over one's internal energy that even the slightest miscalculation could have left her permanently injured, or worse. Yet, she had done it effortlessly. Vakir remained silent, committing the feat to memory. Aquila turned back to a human, her voice now devoid of warmth. "Answer me." A human, still trembling, desperately clung to his arrogance. You forced me into this," he spat. "You left me no choice." She ignored his pathetic justifications. Instead, her gaze shifted toward the undead figure, standing silently behind him. "Is this truly the divine archer, Sir Adonai?" Her voice was steady, unreadable. A human hesitated. Then, regaining a sliver of his composure, smirked. "Of course." He spread his arms grandly. "He is the legendary Adonai. Even you," he sneered, "wouldn't dare to fight him." Aquila's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. She turned to Vakir and Ayan, her expression softening slightly. "You've done well," she praised. "Now stand back." Then, she faced Adonai fully, her sharp eyes locking onto his undead form. Despite the dark mana twisting through his body, despite the corruption that had claimed him, she spoke with genuine respect. It is an honor to meet you. Even like this. A pause. Then, she drew her bow, her aura surging. Let us settle this with a duel. To see who is the superior warrior. The forest fell eerily silent. The undead warriors, the surviving tribesmen, even the very wind seemed to halt, as if bearing witness to the moment. On one side, Aquila, the night fox, standing with unwavering confidence, her presence alone exuding authority and strength. On the other, Adonai, the divine archer, his very existence now corrupted by undeath, yet still possessing the terrifying skill that had once made him a legend. Then, without hesitation, Aquila moved first. She fired 5 aura-infused arrows in rapid succession, each one streaking toward Adonai at a speed that would be impossible for an ordinary warrior to track. But Adonai dodged every single one. His movements were inhuman, effortless. His footwork barely disturbed the ground as he slipped through the barrage like a phantom. Then, without a second's delay, he retaliated. Adonai knocked a single arrow, dark mana coiling around it like writhing serpents. With a flick of his wrist, he let it loose. Aquila twisted her body midair, avoiding the projectile by mere inches. The arrow streaked past her, embedding itself into the ground. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, leaving a deep crater where she had stood just moments before. The duel had truly begun. From a safe distance, Vakir lifted Ayan onto his back, preparing to carry him to safety. His instinct screamed that staying here was a death sentence. 2 master-grade aura users battling at full power. This was a spectacle rarely seen even in the legendary times of the fall. Yet, even as he carried Ayan away, Vakir's unease grew. The air itself felt wrong. Something was still lurking in the shadows. Something far worse than even the corrupted Adonai. And Vakir couldn't shake the feeling that this battle was only the beginning. From his concealed vantage point, a human watched the battle unfold, his twisted delight evident in his expression. His eyes tracked Aquila's movements with begrudging admiration. She truly is the night fox, he muttered, his voice laced with reluctant respect. But then his grin widened, the malice returning. Still, he sneered, she will fall. Because he is already dead. His laughter grew louder, unrestrained, reveling in the cruel truth of the battle. Adonai is no longer bound by mortal limits, he continued. As an undead, he can infinitely channel Hell's dimensional aura. His tone dripped with glee. It doesn't matter how skilled she is, his arrows will never run out. His strength will never wane. And in the end, she will be the one who collapses first. On the battlefield, the duel raged on. Despite her mastery, Aquila was beginning to sustain injuries. Small gashes marred her arms and legs, her breathing growing heavier with each exchange. This isn't sustainable. Her mind worked rapidly, analyzing every movement, every attack. Adonai's precision was absolute. His arrows never missed their mark, his reaction time was flawless, and his mobility was almost inhuman. Every attempt to counterattack was met with a relentless onslaught, forcing her to constantly reposition. She knew it now. In a ranged fight, she would lose. If she wanted to end this, she needed to get close. Their arrows clashed in midair, triggering a massive explosion that sent a dense cloud of dust billowing across the battlefield. This is it. Aquila vanished into the obscurity of the dust. Then, in an instant, she struck. She emerged from the haze, launching a devastating kick aimed directly at Adonai's neck. But even without sight, Adonai's reflexes were near perfect. With inhuman precision, he twisted his body, narrowly evading the strike. Then, without hesitation, he summoned a weapon. A dark, ominous sword materialized in his grip, its blade radiating an unnatural aura. With a single, effortless swing, he cleaved through the surrounding trees. The sheer force of the attack sent massive trunks crashing to the ground, uprooted like mere twigs. Aquila barely dodged in time, her agility saving her from being bisected. But she saw an opening. Without breaking stride, she hurled her dagger, the blade whistling through the air before embedding itself in Adonai's hand. The Death Knight's grip faltered. The dark sword tumbled from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Now, capitalizing on his momentary imbalance, Aquila delivered a brutal kick to his knee. The joint buckled under the impact, his stance shifting. Then, without hesitation, she fired an aura-infused arrow at point-blank range. The projectile streaked through the air. Boom! The explosion ripped through the battlefield, a shockwave flattening trees and sending debris flying. When the dust settled, the gruesome aftermath was revealed. Adonai's upper right half had been completely obliterated. His bow arm was gone. A massive portion of his chest had been torn away, leaving a hollowed-out cavity where flesh and bone had once been. Aquila, steady despite her exhaustion, addressed him with respect. Great ancestor. Her voice was solemn. Is it your undead state that makes you hesitate? Or is it your will, buried somewhere deep inside you, that refuses to strike down your descendant? She exhaled. Regardless, I will free you from this corruption. Then, she knocked another arrow. One final shot, aimed directly at his face. She released it. The arrow sped toward its target, cutting through the air with lethal precision. But just before it could strike, a dark aura-infused arm materialized out of nowhere, catching the arrow in mid-flight. A low, guttural scream erupted from Adonai as the corrupted energy surged through his body. The dark energy began to reconstruct his missing half. His lost limbs regrew, the torn flesh stitched back together by necromantic power. His form, already fearsome, now looked even more monstrous. A human, watching from his hiding place, let out an impressed exhale. Ah, legends truly are different, he muttered. For a brief moment, it seemed as though he respected Adonai's sheer willpower, his ability to resist the necromantic spell. But that admiration quickly turned to frustration. With a scowl, he scoffed, "But what's the point of resisting if you're still my puppet?" His eyes gleamed with malice. Enough of this half-hearted rebellion. Then, with a cruel smirk, he gave the command. Adonai, unleash your full power. Destroy them all. With blinding speed, Vikir closed the distance that Akila's sharp voice cut through the battlefield, her frustration clear. She knew what was happening, but Adonai, now fully engulfed in dark aura, let out a blood-curdling scream.